All right, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I know I'm going early. I went early because the Ashley Merchant hearing, the Senate investigation hearing went early. So I was not prepared for that and I'm not willing to miss it, but I also don't want to miss out on being with you guys. So I am Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truths. And this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. I have been neck deep in this Fani case. So we're going to jump right in and see where they're at. All right. And let me know if you can't hear.
Annual meeting for the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I was very honored to receive award about my work defending the Constitution.
Okay. So you are the current president of the Criminal Defense Lawyers Group.
Yes.
Let me know if you guys can hear it. Okay.
Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. We go by GACTL. We have about 1,500 members right now. We're aiming to get around 2,000, but we're one of the largest defense bars in the country.
And tell us
I
a
need
little bit
feedback,
about your
guys. You're good on audio? Awesome.
20 years.
Thank you,
So I
Jacob.
started doing post-conviction work.
Can
which
you
is,
hear me?
After a person is convicted, doing appeals and habeas work. Then I went into misdemeanor trial work at first when I was a public defender. I moved into the complex felony division, which is where the majority of my practice has lied. I do about half of my practice is appeals, appellate work in the Georgia Supreme Court and the Georgia Court of Appeals. The other half is trial work. I specialize in complex felonies. So anything that's
all right. So she's just giving her credentials and her experience.
I'll have a client who has a state court case, and so I will end up helping them on that, but primarily complex felonies.
And during the course of your practice here in the Atlanta area, tell us a little bit about your involvement. And I'm just going to refer to these as the election interference cases. I think there's 16 or 17 defendants. You are involved in those cases. I know from seeing the news.
Yes.
Who do you represent?
I represent a gentleman named Michael Roman. I was hired late August, early September, I think it was late August, to represent him. He lives out of state, does not live in Georgia. But so I've been his defense attorney since the time of indictment.
All right. So late August or September of 2023.
Yes. I began working on his case in late August of 23. I think I looked this morning, I filed my official entry on September 1st of 23. And then I negotiated bond for him, walked through the turn-in process and began negotiations with the prosecutor.
What exactly is he charged with? What's the offense he's been charged with?
He's charged with conspiring to violate the Racketeering Act, so RICO. He's also charged with some of the more specific allegations for him are attempted and conspiracy to file false documents.
She sounds nervous.
Essentially, I've classified the indictment. The easiest way for me to classify the indictment is there's the folks that are federal officers. There's the folks that are charged in the alternate elector process, and then there's Coffee County. He's in that middle section.
So that's the alternate elector process.
Yes.
And those are the documents that are deemed to be false. They're
Yes.
That's
what he's charged with. He's charged with false, filing false documents, false swearing, things like that, forgery.
And to be clear, you do not represent any of these alternate electors.
No, I only represent Michael Roman.
And you don't represent Donald Trump.
No, I do not represent Donald Trump.
Your involvement in the case is just for Michael Roman.
Yes, exclusively Michael Roman, and that's my duty.
You have produced quite a few documents to us.
Yes.
Do you have any concerns as to whether any of those documents are protected by attorney-client privilege?
I don't have any concerns about that. I do have some privacy concerns because you mentioned earlier that there was some financial documents that are not redacted, and so those would need to be redacted. That would be the only thing, but they're not. Phone numbers, I believe I redacted all the phone numbers, but there are some financial documents that are probably sensitive.
Okay. As far as Mr. Roman is concerned, is he giving you permission to speak freely about his case and about the evidence or documents you've accumulated in the course of his defense?
Yes, we went over the subpoena that I received and the classification of documents that I was asked to give. All of those were things that I obtained through discovery, not discovery from the state, but through my own. So we have a protective order in the case. So anything that I've obtained through the state could potentially be subject to that protective order. But these were all documents that I obtained through my investigation.
Okay. most of the members of this committee are attorneys, but not all.
Okay.
And I recognize that the general public will be hearing some of this or either now or later. Tell me a little bit about when you're talking about states discovery. What do you mean by that? I know, but everybody else may not.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So we have a statute in Georgia that allows us to do what called opt-in. So if we opt into the discovery statute, that means we're engaging in reciprocal discovery, which means that the state has to give us a copy of all of the material that they plan on using at trial. They also have to give us copies of anything that would be arguably exculpatory. And so in this,
real quick, while they're going over that, I just want to say hi because I hate being rude. Happy hump day to everybody. There is ZD out there that was saying happy birthday to Lady Autumn Sky today. Yesterday was ZD's birthday. Happy belated birthday to her. Happy birthday, Lady Autumn Sky. I will sing to you later. How you doing, Mimsy Wolfram? We got Jacob Pizza in the house. T-Rex, keep on trucking. Wolfram likes to howl. Ooh, I'm racing through, guys, racing through. And we got DP. Nice to see you, Debbie. What's up? What's up, girl? Haven't seen you forever. Inya, good morning. Good morning. I know. I went early. I'm saying all the words I'm not supposed to. Let's see. Are we all caught up? That's everybody. I love y'all. Let's get back to that. I'm going to hit live and there we go.
state deems something sensitive, they let us know that. And if we dispute that or we have some reason that we want it to be able to be disseminated, we would have to go to the court and basically argue over that.
To be fair, and yeah, I went way early.
Committee were things that you obtained outside of that formal discovery process and are not subject to any protective order.
Yes, I did not. Nothing that was subject to the subpoena or that I provided was something that I got from the state.
Terrence Bradley shares your opinion because he loves him some
Ashleigh. I want to
Ashleigh.
make sure of this because this committee has made it clear from the beginning, it is not our intent in any way to interfere with the criminal prosecutions. And so I would not want to be circumventing a court order.
Oh, happy birthday, Debbie.
For the protection of the privacy of the parties to that case. It is
a
not
big
our
one.
job
Did you turn
to
30?
Interfere in that
You turned
case
30,
at
didn't
all,
you?
or in your
I know, now
motion to
you're a grown up.
disqualify
Poor
Ms.
baby.
Willis.
Poor
I
baby.
appreciate that. And I was very cautious because I certainly don't want to go against a court order
Sure.
protecting. So I did not disclose any of those documents.
Keep in mind when she was talking to Terrence
tell me a
Bradley,
little bit
it was
about
only
the
December,
special
January,
grand jury
February.
process. It sounds like that.
So this was
occurred
not
before
a
you were
conversation
ever
they had a
even,
long time
hired
ago.
in
They had
case.
this
It
recently.
did. It occurred, and my client, Mr. Roman, was not involved in that at all. So he was
And
never.
she's not the only
someone
one that
was
he
issued
told.
a target letter or
He
a
also
subpoena
told
or
the
contacted. So he was never involved in that either. So he
assistant
didn't have counsel, obviously, since
deputy
he was never
district
involved in the special
attorney
purpose grand jury.
for Cobb
But
County.
in my role defending him now, I
And a
obviously
waiter
reviewed all of the
reported
things
seeing
that
him with
happened
Nathan
the
Wade
special purpose
like
grand jury that I
5
had
weeks
access
ago
to.
after he said he
So
hadn't
it's my
seen him in 2
understanding Ms.
years.
Willis obtained an order from, at the time, it
So
was Chief Judge.
there's
I
a
believe it
whole
was Judge
bunch of
Brasher, who
lies
was the
coming
Chief
to
Judge at the
light.
time, obtained an order to impanel a special purpose grand jury, and I followed that in the news before I was involved in the case because it's very unique. It's not something that happens very
60.
often. Normally, when we see a special purpose
Girl, you
grand
just
jury,
hitting
it's
your
some
stride.
type of investigation
Happy
into a jail
birthday.
or something like that. So it was kind of unique to see that. But
I
from
turned
reading
50 the
everything,
last
my
day of this
understanding
month.
is a lot of the
It's
witnesses
coming.
weren't willing to necessarily talk without a grand jury, and so that's one of the reasons that they had to impanel a special purpose grand jury. But it was
She
very
is
unique.
pretty, but I'm telling you,
I've been
those
practicing here a long
boobies
time,
of
and I
hers are
haven't
what got his
seen,
attention.
A special purpose grand jury to basically advise the
Ask the
DA,
lead attorney, and he's
apparently,
like, it's all about
or
that
a
Pantene
subsequent grand jury as to
hair.
whether there's evidence to prosecute. Is that essentially what it did?
I mean,
That
she's
is
cute.
exactly what it did. Yes. So, and now through the discovery process,
also
I've been
really,
able to
really
review
married.
a lot of the transcripts, and also talk with a lot
To
of
the other
lawyers who were
lawyer.
involved and witnesses that were involved in the special purpose grand jury. But that's what they did. They used that process to subpoena, particularly out-of-state witnesses. So in Georgia, it's always difficult.
We'll
when we
let
have
her
a
know,
witness who's
Inya.
out of state because we have the interstate
I hope you
compact.
can hang out,
We
though.
have to get a certification.
I'm
to
obsessed with
get
this
a
Fani
witness
Willis thing.
subpoenaed from out of state. It is
So obsessed.
not easy. be. It is one of the more difficult aspects of our job. So they use the grand jury process, the special purpose grand jury process, to bring in testimony and bring in, witnesses from out of state. They issued a lot of target letters to people back and forth. That there was a lot of people that were targets.
Keep
and
my eye on the
targets,
stream help, because you never know what YouTube.
Some type of immunity, things like that.
Hey, cool. What's up?
Purpose grand jury.
Okay. And is that made public to other defense attorneys if immunity has been granted to any witnesses?
I don't know if it was made public originally. I know that some of it has been provided to us through discovery. We had a motions hearing where the judge ordered that the state give us copies of transcripts because they had everything recorded. So there's a transcript from the special purpose grand jury. It's my understanding there's a transcript from just about everything, but it does appear like sometimes that was cut off. So there are some sections that were recorded and then maybe a section wasn't recorded and then they went back on the record. But it was recorded, which we rarely get in a regular grand jury. We rarely, if ever, get that type of testimony. So that was very unique to have.
Is the state required to let you know if they've granted immunity to any witnesses that may have been utilized in this special grand jury process or in seeking the indictment?
Yes, they are. And, some of that has been given to us through discovery. Some of it has been given to us from other attorneys, the attorneys who maybe represented those parties. There was a lot of back and forth.
Fanny came at her with her full attitude.
And this,
I know you ain't telling me how to pay my bills. I was like, oh, shit.
Some of our state representatives, I think the governor in particular, were subpoenaed, and there was back and forth.
She went from professional to hood rat real quick.
And that's something that I reviewed in my work.
She was like, I'm going to show you I'm a G.
With the DA's office, because
this
Mr.
Barbie
Wade was
bitch ain't gonna tell me what to do.
And so
that's
the
what
emails that were attached to a lot of the pleadings. It was interesting. It first started out that there was someone else in the DA's office who's actually an employee of the DA's office who was negotiating all of that, and then it evolved to another member of the DA's staff, and then ultimately
she was definitely a hostile witness.
And there's emails
without a
where he
doubt.
said, I'm the only one that can grant immunity. I'm the only one that has the power to do this. I'm in charge.
Was he engaged or involved in the special grand jury process?
Oh, very much so. He was by far the lead of it.
And do you have the timeline of when that special grand jury was authorized and when it began to meet?
Yes, I don't know the dates off the top of my head, but there is an order and I can review it. I brought some of the pleadings with me, but it was authorized sometime. So he was appointed, the timeline, he was appointed in November 2021
the media is not fond
to
of
work
her.
on this case. It was sometime after that Ms. Willis sought the special purpose grand jury and got authority.
A lot of the media is playing on the fact that she played on her
and then they issued
ability to attract Terrence Bradley, knowing he's a dog and he's screwing everything that will stand still long enough. With or without their consent, allegedly.
Of that process.
So she could, go on a fishing expedition.
Yes,
and he gave up all the goods. He was giving her pointers on who to talk to.
And do you know
and how to find more lies? Because he's mad.
What's the official
he's
term? Special
mad.
Assistant District
Mad,
Attorney?
mad,
Good
mad.
question. I'm not sure. He usually goes by special counsel or special prosecutor. I don't believe he goes by special assistant district attorney. I don't think he's permitted to do that. I've studied these statutes a lot and there's no real term for it. I've heard him go by independent counsel, things like that.
Make no mistake, Terrence Bradley set out on this mission starting in September.
So I did not know this before, but I've studied, the
Fanny and Nate, and he didn't even need to make shit up.
Office.
He was like, I got information. You want information? You're going to stab me in the back? I got you. Let me tell you about you. And he just told everybody.
Independent counsel term from or independent prosecutor. He goes by special usually. So special prosecutor or special counsel. And I think that's because he's not
fascinating to me.
Is this commonly used in the state of Georgia? I don't know the scope of your practice. I'm not familiar with DAs doing this often.
No, and so I do practice throughout the state, and I've practiced in almost every county in the state at some point in my career. And he wanted rare. I've had
big old double D's over there.
Special counsel, but those are very limited, and I can tell you about those. And then I can also tell you
horny and mad. That man was never going to stop talking.
So first,
Just so you'll know why we're asking,
Mhm.
The scope of this committee is we've heard a lot of the allegations, and you, as a matter of fact, made most of them, or made
Right.
some of these public. And there's, of course, a public, outrage or uproar or concerns about some of the alleged improprieties that you brought forth, both, within the in the system, kind of what's appropriate conduct,
right.
and also financial improprieties. And we're tasked with investigating and finding the true facts, and not just taking the press at face value. And that's why we're asking you
She is
for
nervous. You can
documents,
hear
et cetera, so we
she's
can
fidgeting. Her
independently
voice
verify
is
the
shaking.
various allegations.
If you
that
look at
you
her
made.
arms, you could see that
But
her
we're also
arms are tucked
specifically
in.
tasked with, if necessary,
She's literally pulling them in,
amending
trying to make
existing
herself smaller.
statutes or creating new statutes to build guardrails or whatever to essentially
Nodding along,
restore
going, yes,
public
yes, look,
faith,
I'm cooperative.
in our
I'm
criminal
cooperative.
justice system, in its impartiality and its
Please
fairness.
believe
And
me.
I have looked at some of the existing statutes, but it's very
I do
sketchy.
think the information she
what
has
is the real authority
in her
We
mind
wonder
is
if we
absolutely
need
100%
statutory authority or
honest
statutory
and factual.
limitations. And
I
so
don't
I'm gonna
necessarily
explore
agree with
you a
how
little
she
bit
got it,
what
but
the authority is for a special
you can't
grand
look a
jury
gift horse in the mouth
be
either.
conducting a criminal investigation, and also the use of a special assistant district attorney is what I'm
Jacob,
referring it to. But
he said,
so
I mean, I
that's
wouldn't love to be
the
questioned in front of the
context. You
Senate
have done
either.
that research, so help walk us through this just
Even
a
if
little
it's
bit.
on its face,
Is there a
friendly.
statutory process that gives authority to utilize a special grand jury to advise a DA or to essentially accumulate
I
evidence
don't
for a
see
DA
one
to determine whether or not to
person of
indict?
color on
Right.
that
So the
committee.
so the first question
And
was
I
about
think Fani will
whether
make
this happens
a
throughout
point
the
of
state or
that.
not.
I think she
I
will
did do
definitely
open
play that
records
card.
to every single district attorney in the entire state of Georgia to find out, because I wanted to know, I knew based on my practice that it was a very rare process, but I wanted to know, I wanted the data. I wanted to actually see it. So we did an open records for every single district attorney. We have received responses from
Look at
almost
how
all of them. There's
tight
only a
her
couple that we
elbows are
haven't.
pulled in.
I don't know that
She's
those
got her
would
hands
be,
in front of her chest,
big
protecting herself.
factors. The few that were remaining, I think it was Augusta that I haven't received one
Yeah,
from.
she's definitely,
But I
definitely
talked to
highly
two of
stressed.
the prosecutors in those districts. There's only two that actually use something that would be akin to this. And one of them said they haven't done it in years, but they have done it. And they pay between $40 and $40 an hour, which
she
tends
keeps
to
looking
be
down
about
too.
the going rate for
So as she
appointed
looks
counsel,
down,
it's
you
between $40 and
realize
$60 an hour. I know for appointed counsel in most counties. And then
you
the other
realize
county
that
didn't use
she's
them,
very
they use
nervous.
a
She's not
full-time
making things
solicitor.
up.
And
She's
that DA
recalling.
said every time that they would have maybe
If
some
she was
overflow
looking
work,
up,
appeal or something that they had extra
I
work
would
to
worry
do,
that
they
she
would
was
hire this
lying.
part-time solicitor. So it was someone who was already a government employee, and they would pay $45 an hour for this person to do work. So those are the only people. This is a very unique to Fulton County, which I assumed, but I didn't know until I did the research. Nobody does this but Fulton County. And the AG's office does it. And so we got a lot of arguments from the state about, well, the Attorney General's office does it, but that's a whole different statute. It's not even the same section. So the Attorney General is authorized because they represent all of the state agencies. They are authorized to hire
Also
outside
bear in
counsel,
mind, at
and they
least in
have
the
to,
federal
because there's a
Congress,
lot of
most
conflict issues.
are attorneys at one
And so
point
it
or
makes
another,
sense.
and I would
So you've
presume
got
many
different
states are like that as well.
needs for hiring
they're well
outside
cued
counsel.
into her
You've got
testimony.
conflicts if there's
Oh
a
yeah,
conflict.
I
And if
guarantee
there's a
they know
conflict,
what's
you'd
going to
have
come out
to
of her
hire
mouth
someone
before
who's
she
outside
does.
of the office. You couldn't hire someone like in this case, like Mr. Wade, to be special counsel because they're in the office. So you can't, when you have a legal conflict, you have to have the offices have to be separate. So with the AG, that's usually what happens. Sometimes it's specialized knowledge. I mean, you've got people who are representing commissioners, you've got people who are representing, people in certain agencies in the state, in certain types of power. And so
If
might be
it
a
flickers
specialized
on
practice
YouTube,
area.
guys,
So
let
the
me know
Attorney
right
General is
away.
authorized, and they
I
actually
will
publish
shut
it on
this
their
shit down and go right to
website.
Rumble.
All of the rates, it's very transparent. So I went through and looked at everybody's rate. I mean, it's very transparent. How much they pay, it's based on experience. They get approval for that. They get approval for the appropriations for it. And it's just extremely
Got
transparent, which is
freedom.
in
Blame
direct
Canada. How you doing,
contradiction
baby?
of how it works in Fulton County.
And you know how many judicial districts? we
Don't
have
be
in
shy,
Fulton
guys.
County?
Throw
I
your links up
I
in the
do
chat.
not. I could look at my open records request. So
Make sure to
the
promote
di-
your
the
shows, give
judicial
times,
districts, there would be
whatever.
a district attorney for each of those, and so those
Promote
are who
your
I saw all
channels.
of this.
It's over 50. I
Oh,
want to say
it's over
59.
50.
Go
It's-
for
I
it,
think
because
it's
I'm not going to be
59, but I'm
talking
not
too
positive.
much other
what I
than to
think.
I
comment.
think it's 59.
So out of those 59, you reached out to all of them to see if their district attorney's offices for each judicial circuit ever utilized a
Rumble's
special
also open
assistant,
if you want to throw your
outside
links
counsel.
up on there.
Yes.
And out of those, only 3 of them have ever done it?
Only
or
2.
Only 2.
Only 2 had ever done it.
Fulton County is one of them.
Only 2.
I
Well,
can't
oh yes,
tell if
I'm sorry.
that's a
It's 3
lady.
counting Fulton County.
Okay.
I did not send an open records to Fulton County on that because I already knew that they did it. So
Is
yeah,
there a statute that authorizes that?
there is a statute, and I cite it if I may. I cite it in my
Yeah, you
brief.
feel free.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to misquote it. Let's see.
That's a lot of paper.
So it's 15.
It's so easy to lose your place.
And how I came to learn that is I actually contacted the prosecuting attorney's council
She
early
got
on
good
in this
hair.
case, and because I was trying to figure out the legality of this. I did open records and I found out how much money the special counsels in this case were being paid. And there's
That's
about 20
huge
different
rock
people
on
in
her
Fulton
hand.
County that are paid under this type of arrangement. It's the largest personnel.
Damn, the
budget item
titties
in
really
the
are
DA's office.
big.
Why wouldn't you just hire more
Oof.
assistant DAs and have them in-house?
That's what I didn't
Oh,
understand.
look,
and that's
person of
what-
color and a woman. Fanny
I
can't
mean,
say
in my
shit.
opinion, obviously, I think that's what should happen. But the reason that it wouldn't
You
happen
saw her, right?
is
That
because
little
if you're
itty bitty
hired as an
thing.
assistant DA, you can't take private work. So the statutes, and they're all in section 1518, 15-18. The one that gives the authority for this is 20. But all of those, if you read all of them, it makes it very clear that if you're going
She's
to
in
hire
yellow,
more assistant
I
DAs,
believe.
they have to be paid the statutory rate. So you can't just pay an assistant DA anything you want. You could not pay them $300,000, something
What
like
is
that.
that statutory
It's
rate?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but it is in the statute. I know that like District Attorney Willis, for example, I think it's around $200,000, and that's one of the top paid people. So most of the people are paid, somewhere between 100 and 150,000, something like that, depending on their role, depending on county supplements. So what the statute says is it gives a state salary, and then you can get a county supplement. But all of that is around that range. I'd say around $150,000. But there's limitations. So to answer your question, why you wouldn't just hire an assistant district attorney, first, they couldn't make as much money as independent counsels, or I'm sorry, not independent, special counsels couldn't make that much money, but they also would be limited in their law practice. They wouldn't be able to have private practice, and that's by statute. So if you are hired as an assistant DA, you cannot have a private law practice also.
Do you know how many there are in Fulton County DA's office?
How many special
many-
prosecutors?
No, how many assistant district attorneys?
No, I actually open records that, and it was declined. So we actually have a pending open records lawsuit, which I did bring. I asked for that. I asked for how many were hired, when they were hired, when they were fired, and they declined to give me that under the Open Records Act. So we ended up filing a lawsuit, and that's still pending.
Because it just occurs to me, I think there's certainly dozens of them.
Yes.
Maybe 100.
I think 100 would be a fair example, or a fair number based on just my knowledge of it. But there's quite a few, and if you had a certain amount of money that they spend several $1 million on these special prosecutors, that could be spent on a lot more assistant district attorneys.
Do you know the process in Fulton County on how you approve the budget for the DA's office? Is that something controlled by the county, or does the DA have total discretion?
It's controlled by the county.
If anybody's
and I
got
do
the
know I
link
actually
for
went
the
back and
Nikki
watched a lot
Haley
of budget
thing
meetings.
where I
They
won't
have their
get
budget meetings
copyright
online.
struck, I'd
I read a lot of the
appreciate it.
transcripts, and so it's very interesting. It's kind of a long answer though. Depending on who you are in Fulton County, depends on how your budget is approved. So for example, the county attorney, if they want to hire special counsel, okay, and pay them hourly, like in this case,
I will
they
pause
go
my
and they get
coverage
that
of this to
approved
cover
at the county level.
the Nikki
They
Haley
actually
thing
appear
just to see
before-
it,
in
because I
front of
want to
the
see it
county,
too.
Board of Commissioners.
So we might as
and
well
say, we need
just
to
watch
hire
it
this
together.
person at this rate, and they approve the rate. They monitor the bills. They do all of that stuff. So that's what happens at the county attorney's office.
Okay, county attorney represents the county, is not prosecuting criminals like the DA does.
Correct. It's
Okay.
civil. So the county attorney does all civil things. In this case, they actually did end up representing the DA in some of the open records issues, which is a whole nother issue. But so the county attorney, the civil body, they actually go and get county approval from the Board of Commissioners. And there's actually a resolution. So I think I attached as an example in one of my briefs, a copy of a resolution just to give as an example. I'm pretty sure I did.
I will
and it's
pause
very
this though
transparent.
when the
They
time
get it,
comes.
They get it approved. Yeah, here it is. It's called a resolution, and it's a resolution authorizing funding for additional personnel. And basically they go and they say, we need this for this project. We need this budgetary item, and it's approved. It comes out of their budget though. So they're not going and asking for more money for the county attorney's budget. They're just asking to use the county money that they've already been allotted for this special counsel. The district attorney has taken a different position. And I was surprised. So I watched hundreds of hours of Board of County Commissioners meetings just to make
dear
sure that I
God.
wasn't missing anything, that she never went and asked for approval for any of these special prosecutors.
Her budget is granted through the Fulton County.
It
It's
is.
in part of its budget.
It is. So it's these special prosecutors have been paid a couple different ways. They were paid with state seizure money. So the first around $100,000 of Mr. Wade's funding came from state seizure money. It appeared from looking at the budgets for the state seizure that fund ran out. So then it started coming from the general fund. But it was money so Miss Willis had a budget right around the time that she hired Mr. Wade and these other special prosecutors. She went and asked for more money for a backlog. And so she was given extra money, and that money's been renewed since. It was given to her to hire 55 additional personnel, and it's actually in the resolution. She went in front of the Board of County Commissioners and asked for it.
When was that? Do you know?
That
Do you
was,
have
I
handy?
do actually, because I attached it to my brief. So I know the dates of things. September 15th, 2021 is when she presented her PowerPoint to the Fulton County Board of County Commissioners. And she gave a lot of statistics about all the
I have
unindicted
it set
homicides.
for
It was mainly
Fox
about
now.
homicides. It is, there was some
We'll
about
see if it
sexual
lets me
offenses,
do
but
it.
it was almost all about homicides. She said that, why am I here? The great trifecta: crime is on the rise, historic mismanagement, and then the COVID backlog. And so she asked for quite a bit of money to hire additional personnel. It was, I can tell you, that year it was $780,000.
And that's in the fall of 2021, just before this special grand jury was impaneled.
Yes. So that happened. She was awarded that money September 15th, 2021. And she actually did get the resolution and the process that you would normally expect.
How much was that addition or increase to her budget?
Not to exceed $5 million.
Wow.
So she was awarded for the end of 2021, which this is September 15th. She was awarded for September until December 31st, $780,000. It said, and then the next year, not to exceed up to $5 million.
So hang on for 1 minute. My vice chairman here, Chairman Dolezal, is way more high-tech oriented than I am.
Okay.
He has downloaded some of your documents that you produced to us that I had asked him to have available. So
Yeah, I don't know if they'll
see
strike me,
here.
but we'll see.
And I think you have produced to us this PowerPoint presentation that Ms. Willis made to the county commission in September of 21 to allegedly fund backlog of murder cases, et cetera.
Yes,
Right.
that would be exhibit
Worst
A
comes to
that
worst, I'll
motion.
stream
Yes, that's
snipe
it.
Benny.
And is that what we have on the screen here? Let's see if we can
Oh.
flip this one right.
What the hell?
It is.
Okay, so this is part
Somebody
of her
does not know
PowerPoint
how to use their
presentation for
technology.
Additional funding over and above her previously appropriated budget from the county.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. So what were the county procedures for approval of funding for
That says what we need for
additional outside
2022.
counsel, or in this case, it sounded like she was going to hire
Damn
55
it.
people in-house to help
Right.
with the backlog.
I
Does
was
the
like, where'd it
county
go?
have,
These people.
guidelines or rules or regulations as to how you get funding approved for either additional staff to work on her backlog of homicides or for special counsel to assist you?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
What are those proper procedures?
You have
There's
to get
literally
approval by
only
the Board of
one
County
woman on
Commissioners.
there,
And the statute, so the
but at least
statute
she's
that
a
I
woman
cited
of color,
originally,
so Fani can't say
15
shit.
1820, that statute actually is the one that it says that you can hire additional personnel like this, but it has to have county approval. So, I mean, the statute says it already. When you were asking about changing statutes, I mean, it's clear in the statute that it has to be approved by either local law or the governing authority, which would be the county in this place and in this instance. And it's very specific that it can't be paid with state funds.
Anything in that September 15th of 2021 proposal or request for funding that addressed or contemplated special counsel to pursue indictments against folks for election fraud?
No, not at all. And I watched the video. It's online. Her speech where she used the PowerPoint in the speech. There's nothing about that at all. And in fact, what was submitted was pretty specific. It was to hire 55 new employees, not contractors, employees, in November 2021 and December 2021. And I did open records based on this, asking who was hired and the dates of hire, because I wanted to be able to track that, and that was denied.
And who made that denial, the DA's office or the county?
The DA's office. And I did bring the open records lawsuit just in case you had any questions about that.
She'll play it, but it's going to
So
fall
was
on
the
deaf
county, and I
ears.
can tell you when I filed it. Let me
And
see.
that's one of her elders too, so she better shut
and,
up.
And we went back and forth, and I requested it several times, but it was Dexter
Prosecuting
Bond
attorneys,
at the
general
DA's office who sent a
provisions.
letter back and said, we don't have that. We don't have to give it to you.
He's like the chief assistant.
You realize
for
she has
Fani Willis.
He is, and he's also the
Fani
one who
hired
who
3
went to the Board of County Commissioners
leading
whenever they needed
prosecutors.
funding. So if they had some
One
large,
for
printing, and they
150,000.
had a big rebranding campaign.
One
where they
for
had a lot of, money
250,000.
that was spent on this rebranding, like
And then
posters
Nathan
and things
Wade
like that around the
for almost
office. And he had to go and
650,000.
testify
When he
in
has
front of the Board
never,
of County
ever,
Commissioners to get
ever,
that
ever,
paid, 'cause
ever
they were not
prosecuted
paying
a
it.
felony
So he's sort
case.
of the go-between with the Board
He
of County
only
Commissioners.
has done
His
misdemeanors,
official title is something like chief
and he's
legal
never
officer
done a
or something
RICO
like that.
case.
But he's an
Now,
attorney.
I'm from
So
Jersey.
you've gone back and
RICO
reviewed all of
cases
the
are
Fulton County
involved.
Commission's minutes and
The
records
Teflon
to see
Don,
what requests were made and if there was a resolution.
John Gotti, he
granting
got off
additional
on
funding.
RICO cases
Yes.
all the
Was there
time
ever a
because of
request for
technicalities,
additional funding for a
because they didn't
special
dot an I or
prosecutor to
cross a
pursue
T.
these election
So
cases?
you gotta
No,
be
there
like
wasn't, and I knew
on
that
fucking
before
point.
we got the district attorney's response.
This dude has never
Subsequently, we
done
got a
one. This is
response from
not
the
something
district
you
attorney's
jump
office
into.
that
And a
said,
RICO
we
case,
didn't do it. We
the
don't have to
former
do
president
it. I'm a
of the United
constitutional
States
officer.
of America,
So their argument was we don't
Stop.
have to comply with those statutes or those rules because she's saying she's a constitutional officer, so she doesn't have to get county
getting
approval.
paid
She can spend her budget
$400,000 more
Then why
than
would she have gotten
somebody
county
who's probably
approval for
way
the,
more
other
um,
55 attorneys?
So
qualified
what
than he
I've
is.
surmised is that was because those were staff members, and so she went and asked for additional budgetary money. She needed a higher budget. So for those 55 people, she went and asked for more money because she didn't have enough money. And once she was awarded that, it's her position now that she can spend that money however she wants.
Doesn't have to use it for 55 new staff. She can use it for special attorney general,
Yes,
not attorney general,
special
DA.
counsel. Right.
Mhm.
Yes, essentially. That is their argument in their reply briefs that they filed in court, that they have inherent authority. They don't have to comply with the county ordinances.
She's feeling a
don't have
little
to
better.
comply
She
with the
dropped her
statute.
hands.
So they don't have to comply with our state statute.
She's still moving them
They
way
have-
too much.
Once they're awarded the budget, they can use that budget however.
That's showing her nerves.
How their motion, and I'm happy to send the motion, it's public record, but how their motion argued it
But she's
was
much more
if
comfortable.
they get
She's
$5 million,
lowering her
they can
hands
pay that
into
to
her
one
lap.
person if they want. As
Her
long as
elbows are coming out. There's a
you know,
little
because the voters
space,
authorized her to do
but
that.
her shoulders
So
are
county-
still
their
halfway up
position
to
is
her
the county
ears.
authorizes a budget, and she can pretty much has inherent authority to do it however.
Even though
Hey,
she
Angry.
specifically asked for the money to prosecute backlogged homicide
Awesome
cases
sauce.
in
Thanks for
Atlanta.
dropping
Yes.
by, babe.
What's your
This
opinion
is
on
not
that?
my
You
usual.
think the statute
Everybody
or
knows that this is
county
the
procedures
a
permit that?
deviation
No,
from the
I do not.
norm.
And I cited several different county county ordinances. So when I read the statute, when I read 15-1820, and it makes sense, it makes sense intuitively. As lawyers, when we bill, someone is reviewing our bills. I mean, that's just, that's the process. If you're in private practice, your client authorizes your bills. If you're doing public defense, which I've done public defense, I've done appointed work.
You gonna tell me how to pay my
government
bills?
Agency approves my bills, and they will cut them. They will regularly cut them.
Girl, I will
if
cut
they're
you.
too high. And so there's always some type of
She
budgetary
wanted to say
authority
that.
that's reviewing everything. So I thought it was very strange that in this case there isn't one, and that there's really no oversight because it is public money. So I
was
that,
waiting for a
I know
girl
that
bye.
it's an elected official, but it's still public money.
They just said
and
that
I
up here.
don't live in Fulton County, so it would probably aggravate me more if I did.
So we have the code section up that you're referencing for prosecuting attorneys getting additional personnel. That's what Mr. Wade would qualify as, correct?
Yes. So under B, that's the section that authorizes the appointment of special counsel. And it says the manner and amount of compensation to be paid is fixed by either local act or by the district attorney with the approval of the county. And so that's where that's our argument that this was not appropriate expenditure because it did not have county approval.
So our state law requires if a DA is going to go seek outside counsel, I'm going to call them, that must be approved by the county commission.
Yes, without a doubt.
And there are only 3 circuits that have even utilized this procedure.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what rates of pay were approved in those other judicial districts, or, whether they went through some type of approval?
So one was $40 and one was $45, and the annual amount that they spent did not exceed $2,000.
And what did Mr. Wade receive?
He's received about $700,000 so far.
And what's he paid per hour?
$250 an hour.
Has Fulton County been given any opportunity to approve or reject those bills, or the fact that he's even hired?
No. So, and that's an interesting point. So one of the things that the district attorney argued in their motions was that they don't have to have the actual bills approved. So she is the one that approves the bills. So essentially what happens was he would submit an invoice and she would sign off on it and send it to purchasing, and then purchasing would pay for it. So their argument in their motion was that the oversight is by purchasing saying a pay, that she would be the one that reviewed the time. So Ms. Willis reviews the time and then it gets submitted to purchasing, and purchasing then pays it. And so that's the oversight in her opinion. In the state's opinion, the oversight is from purchasing, but purchasing just gets a bill and pays it. They don't actually look at it and see if the work's done.
Does Ms. Willis do that? Is she required to approve these bills submitted by the special counsel?
So the contracts indicate that the bills are submitted to her. She doesn't sign off on all of them. A lot of them were signed off on by other people in her office, purchasing people and things like that. So there's no evidence that I was able to find that she actually scrutinized these bills or reviewed them or anything like that, but she may have.
And you mentioned that attorneys that are working for
I have been
state
talking to
agencies
y'all
or
on
whatever,
mute.
including
Damn it.
Special assistant attorney generals submit bills on a, itemized statement on
I had a lot
What
to say too.
services
God
they've
damn it.
rendered.
Yes, and the attorney general has very specific guidelines on that.
What she's
what you can
saying
bill for,
is
how you have to
purchasing
bill,
does not have
and,
the
is told
capability
to
of
remind,
determining
there's a reminder
the
that this is
price
public
that they're
service.
going to pay
So,
somebody.
essentially be
That's
judicious in your
determined
billing.
somewhere else,
You know,
and somehow that's
voluntarily
left
get
out here.
underpaid to be able to.
Purchasing is just like accounts
And a
payable.
lot-
They
a lot
get
of
an
people view it as
invoice
public
from
service.
higher up.
Are those
It's
bills
got an
submitted
amount,
in,
it's
tenths
got
of-
a
I
payee,
do some billing,
cut
in
the
my
check.
job, and it's usually
That's
1/10
it.
of an
I
hour.
worked in
Are
accounting
there
for
rules or
many, many, many
guidelines or
years.
Sort of standards.
That's all they do.
Of practice and how you bill.
Yes.
I
so
didn't get
most
to
law firms,
determine
I know
which
because my
ones
husband
we
used to work
paid.
at a
They
law
just
firm,
gave me
is
the invoice
6-minute
and I paid
increments,
them,
and
especially
that's how
expense
most lawyers
accounts
bill in the private
for like the
sector.
salesmen and stuff.
Public, it appears that most of them are in 10-minute increments. I know that that's what all of the indigent defense groups, they all are 10-minute increments, but I've never seen anything above that.
Okay. And on the open records request you made to the other,
At this point, if they
judicial
strike me, they
circuits,
strike me. What are they
how
going to
did
take
those
the stream
outside
down? I'm
counsel
still
bill?
on Rumble.
was
I
billed?
honestly, I would have to go back and look.
Got to break my cherry
They
at some
were very
point.
small bills though. They were making less than $2,000 a year. So they
If
were
Benny
small
goes
bills,
live, I
and they
can't
were
see him not
project-based,
going
which I
live.
think is also different. They would be hired to do a certain project.
If Miss Willis had hired employee,
Mhm.
one of these 55 employees, and task them with the job of going through a special grand jury process and helping seek indictments, investigate these allegations, what's the most they could have made?
Well, first, she couldn't have hired Mr. Wade because it violates county policy. So she would not have been able to hire Mr. Wade as an employee.
How does that violate county policy?
They have a lot of policies on nepotism, relationships, personal. There's a lot of guidelines in the county policies. So she would not have been able to hire him. It would not have been approved, and that would be something that actually did have to get approved by the county. And because of their relationship, that wouldn't happen.
So she wouldn't have been allowed to hire him because of violations of other county policies?
Yes,
He couldn't have been a direct employee of the district attorney's office?
exactly. He could
This
not.
process circumvented those rules and ethical obligations?
Yes, it did. So
Let's say
goodness.
It wasn't Mr. Wade.
So if it wasn't Mr. Wade and someone else, I believe most of the other prosecutors on this case make around $175,000 annually.
I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, that was
Fanny
that
herself
was
only
the
makes
answer.
something like
So,
200,000 a
if-
year.
If she had hired Mr.
So
Wade
she
or
was
somebody
paying him
else as a
3 times
salaried
what she
employee, they would
makes.
make around 175,000, most likely.
So using this technique that didn't obtain approval and didn't have to follow the ethical guidelines of her own office, she was able to pay him $700,000 over 2 or 3 years.
Yes,
And let's not
Way
forget
more
the
than he
cash
would've
she
made as
said
an
she
employee.
paid him
way more, and
was cash
also
that was
she
left
able to
over
have a
from her
private practice, which
campaign
is
funds
significant
that
because
she
you're not able to
withdrew
have a private
for
practice
personal
if
use.
you're an employee
or
that's
business
a
use.
big issue.
Have
Both
you
of which
reviewed his
I don't know
billings?
if they're
Yes.
illegal, but I do know they're
Uh,
it's a practice that's highly
Senator
frowned
Dolezal,
upon.
will you give us an example of one? I think we have one we're just going to pull
Okay.
up randomly, kind of.
Okay.
Okay, is that an example of the type of invoices he would submit?
Yes, it is. And so
That's an actual one, isn't it?
that is an
Yeah.
actual one. And so there's a couple things on this. You asked earlier about
That's
the
probably for his
authorization, that
billable
stamp that
hours.
says okay to pay. I believe that's Dexter Bond's signature. So that was one where, Ms. Willis didn't approve it or didn't review it. at
That's
least
an
as far
insane
as we
amount
know
of
from the
money.
signatures.
I'm
But her
sorry.
chief legal officer
It's an
did.
insane
Right.
amount
So
of
he
money
would-
if
they
he
would do
was
that
really
stamp,
good
okay to
in
pay, sign
bed.
it, and then
But
send
the
it to
fact that she
purchasing.
went up there and said, I'm
But
not
yes,
going to
this is one of the
emasculate him,
bills.
but his
And so
shit
he
don't
had
work.
monthly caps,
That just makes her look dumber.
went
I
up.
wouldn't trust her to
There were
make a
couple different
decision
contracts that
on
were renewed.
what cat
So we had
food
one
to buy.
contract that expired, another contract, and the monthly cap was $35,000 a month. So
Let's see if
that's
I make this
that's where you
bigger
see
for
the
y'all.
total. But this
Is that better?
this billing is not something.
you
that
see
would
it better?
normally see.
All right,
It
well,
won't let
I'm
me close
noticing
caption.
It lists the day and just a number of hours. There's no real itemization of exactly how much time you spend doing whatever type of task.
Right. There's none at all. And I tried to I also open records because in Fulton County you have a badge to access everywhere. So I didn't open records for his badge access. I was told he didn't have a badge. I was told by other witnesses that he did. So, I don't know. But that you would, if you were doing these things in the office, you would. I used to be a Fulton County employee. You have to scan, and they keep track of all of that. So you have to scan your badge to get in to certain places. So if he's doing this, even as a contractor, contractors at the jail have badges. The medical providers have badges. They all have the badges that they scan. I open records to the sheriff and the DA's office, and both of them told me that he did not have a card, an access card. But in order to do this, I would assume he would have to have one to get into the DA's office. And I have been told that he had one, and those you'd be able to see when he went in and out. But I was denied that.
Anything
Yeah, it won't let me do
unusual
closed
or
caption.
irregular about, this is just an example, Bill, about the way he billed the
Oh.
county?
Completely. I mean, this is, you would never see this. This is what I would call block billing. So one of them, for example, it's 28 hours over the course of 2 or 3 days, team investigation meeting and drafting.
Oh, I see it.
I went
see it,
back and
Jacob.
looked to try and see, a lot of these were like drafting.
7 minutes, he
And
goes. We will head over there in 7
At the
minutes.
time, I'm not sure what would have been drafted because most of this was during the special purpose grand jury. So there's not really a whole lot of drafting. And we've obviously never seen anything that he specifically has drafted. But I also calculated these
Sweet.
team investigation
It's
meetings.
scheduled for
So the
7 minutes from
majority
now,
of the
Mims.
billing are things like meeting with team. So if you see here, it's got team investigation.
I got it.
meeting.
Thank you, Jacob.
Then it's got
Called
team
Salt
meeting and
Explosion.
argument prep, and then meeting with team. Most of his billing is meeting with team. team meeting, team investigation, team brain drain. He called it different things like that. But I went through, and I mean, that's the majority of the bill.
Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate that. All of you,
This
thank
wouldn't
you.
be standard from what you see at block bill in 8-hour increments instead of, you said, 6-minute increments, or
No.
more specifically, and does not really give a lot of identification of what's
Yeah,
being
lawyers
done.
and doctors
gives
always round
Pretty
up
much
to
zero,
the
in my
highest
opinion,
number they can.
identification. I mean, this is not something that we would be able to submit to a client.
That's like
ever.
saying 8 minutes of work.
I can't imagine.
It's
I mean,
like
they
10
would-
minutes, which
if
is
I billed
closer to
them
15, which is a
$2,000 for
quarter of an
8
hour,
hours
which
of
is
meeting with a team on
25%.
one day,
So, I had to
I
go
just
there. I had to do
researched about what I'm
copies. I'm sure I had to
researching.
think
I mean,
about it
you have
later.
to
So
be
an hour
detailed in
sounds
your
good.
bills, because that's accountability.
Easy to
that's the only way
rationalize.
as lawyers we can be accountable. Our clients aren't sitting in our office while we're researching. So I have to say what I'm doing.
And somebody has to approve it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's ultimately Fani Willis that was approving these, either personally or through her designated.
Lady, awesome. Happy
assistants.
birthday.
Yes.
And there was a written contract with Mr. Wade and the Fulton County
Happy
DA's
birthday,
office.
baby.
There
We're going to
was,
watch
yes.
Nikki
Just
Haley in
if we
about
pull that
6
up, so
minutes.
that was all.
Hopefully throw a
Am I right
towel
that
in.
there
'Cause
were, I think I've reviewed
damn,
your
that woman
documents,
needs to
that
go.
There were more than one contract.
Yes, there were.
All right. Is this the first one?
Yes, that's the first one.
All right, so that says it shall commence November 1st of 2021 and go through
Thank
October
you, Jacob. I
31st of
really
22.
appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay, so that contract began before there was even authorization to have a special grand jury.
See, good things are
later
going to
in
happen to you
November of
today because you
21.
were so
Yes, it did.
wonderful. So there you go.
Does
Same
it
for Mims.
specify that that's what his role
And my
was going to
Wolfie.
be, or is there any way that's disclosed to the public? What he
Everybody
was
gets to have a good day
doing?
today.
No, up at the top, I believe it says, let's see. It just says attorney consultant. This one, so if you look under whereas, the first whereas, it says to provide legal services.
Yes,
regarding
make sure you sub up to
anti-corruption
Lady
matters.
Awesome and play
So,
her videos. Give her the
head
watch
of the
hours. She
anti-corruption
needs them.
unit is a lady named Sonia Allen. And she was the one that was originally
Share her out, y'all.
in the emails that I talked about earlier, negotiating immunity and things like that. So she's the head of that unit.
So the DA's office has their own special anti-corruption unit already in-house?
They do, and they have a director of that. Sonia Allen is the director or chief assistant. She heads that unit. And
Sonia
she was the
Allen.
one that was originally on the emails negotiating immunity and things like that. And then it switched over. There
Didn't
was
she
some
date Nathan as well?
issue,
Is that the
I
same
believe it was
Sonia?
with Governor Kemp on him testifying when, all of that stuff. And Mr.
'Cause he
Wade
was
took
hitting
over and
that.
said, I'm the only one with authority. And so
And
Ms.
then he was
Allen
hitting
sort of
something else.
stopped working on the case, and she hasn't really worked on the case since.
From your
Who was a
experience
friend
and
of
your knowledge
Fanny's.
of Mr. Wade,
And Fanny came
and
along and said,
Sonia
"Oh,
Allen,
look at you. You're so
does
happy.
he
I'm
have
going to
any
take him."
special, unique
Didn't matter
experience
that the
or
man had a wife.
expertise that would make him better at this
The whole
anti-corruption
time.
work than the head of the anti-corruption department in the Fulton DA's office?
No, but I mean, no, he would not. But Sonia Allen also hired Mr. Wade in Cobb County before this contract at, I think it's like $550 an hour or something.
Yep,
to
that's the one
investigate
that he
deaths
was
in the
banging.
Cobb County Jail. So Sonia
He was
Allen
banging her
was
first.
the chief. So when Neil Warren was the sheriff in Cobb County, Sonia Allen was the chief deputy. And so she basically ran the office. Ran the sheriff's
Allegedly.
office. They had a couple different deaths, and there were some lawsuits over access to that. A lot of the local lawyers wanted access to what was going on with the jail deaths. And Miss Allen hired Nathan Wade to do that work, to do an investigation. And so a lot of this came out because they were ultimately sued. So I reviewed part of what I did in this case was I reviewed all of those documents as well. Mr. Wade had to testify because one of the news organizations sued them and said that essentially Miss Allen hired Mr. Wade to try to get around open records.
Dear God, I wish she'd put her hands down.
So they didn't have to give the jail recordings to the families about how these inmates died. Mr. Wade was a witness and had to testify, and he had billed a lot of money, which I don't have the figure, but I've got the invoices, but he had billed quite a bit of money to Cobb County, but hadn't produced any documents. And so he had to testify, and his testimony was that everything was in his brain, that he didn't have any written documents. But that's where
That was some years before.
that was some years. I think it was in 2020 2020 maybe.
So
It was
when
right
did,
before
when
this.
did Miss Allen get hired by the Fulton DA's office?
When Miss Willis took office. So when Miss Willis
November
took office was the
2021.
same time that Mr. Warren, who was Miss Allen's boss,
November
was no longer
1st,
the sheriff in Cobb
2021.
County. So a new sheriff was elected.
And he filed for divorce
Craig
the
Owens, and
November
so he
2nd,
was elected in Cobb
2021.
County. He took over
One
that
day
office.
later.
Miss Allen no longer had a job, and she was hired by Miss Willis to head the anti-corruption unit.
I wonder if Fanny negotiated for that,
So
that she
from
would
your
hire him
documents you
on the
produced
premise
and
that
your news stories
he
that
would
I've read,
divorce his
apparently
wife.
there were other special counsel that were
I
hired
wonder.
by Miss Willis
Yes.
and to work on these specific RICO cases or election fraud cases.
Yes. So there's several. And so that's kind of a longer answer because there's a couple different classifications. Mr. Wade was at
Getting
the time
closer,
that he got
y'all.
this
2
contract,
minutes.
He was law partners with a gentleman named Terrence Bradley and another gentleman named Chris Campbell. So it was a three lawyer firm. Both Mr. Wade and Mr. Campbell had contracts also. They actually had contracts before Mr. Wade. So they both got contracts the month that Miss Willis took office. They got contracts to do what's called taint work, which is essentially if
That sounds so dirty.
for anti-corruption, because it's a lot of police brutality cases. If there's things
Tain't
that could be
nothing to
considered privileged,
see
so let's say
here.
the police union had a lawyer doing an investigation, they subpoenaed those records, those are privileged. Somebody has to review those to see what the DA's office can actually see. So it's that wall, that privilege wall sort of. So both of Mr. Wade's law partners had contracts to do that privilege review, that taint review, conflict review.
So you're seeing if there's tainted evidence, something that should not be revealed might damage another case, or it might be privileged and not subject to disclosure.
Right, exactly. And when one of the best examples I could give is, in the Tex MacGyver case, he was a lawyer. They seized a lot of his documents. A lot of them were
Sounds like
attorney-client
something a
privilege related to other
beautiful
people.
parlor
The DA's
offers.
office
You
was
mean
not
a
able to
beauty
just review all
parlor?
of those, so they had to have a taint team, is what they call it.
There you
And so that taint team,
Taint bleaching.
and I don't know which cases, but the taint team involved Mr. Bradley and Mr.
They
Campbell,
actually
who were Mr.
do
Wade's
offer
law
that. I
partners.
hate
Basically,
to
they're
tell you.
reviewing documents to see whether they should be produced or privileged by attorney-client privilege or something else.
Exactly.
Not exactly.
You could get
prosecuting
anything
criminal
bleached.
cases then.
No, they weren't prosecuting criminal cases. But Mr.
Including
Wade
her
testified
hair,
that they
'cause
were
that
law
ain't
partners
natural.
at the time, so that he would have shared a third of whatever contracts they got. So those
Okay.
contracts he was getting paid essentially from the law
Girlfriend
firm
got
as well.
roots.
So on this case,
Mhm.
these RICO cases that you're involved in one of them, there are other special counsel in addition to Mr. Wade?
Yes. So there's two other on this case particularly. There's a
Bonus
lady
hole
named Anna
bleaching.
Cross and a gentleman named John Floyd. And John
That's
Floyd
right,
has
T-Rex.
worked with the DA's office for many
Is it
years.
time?
I actually was involved in another RICO case year before this one.
He's counting
which
down.
Luckily, my client resolved his
40
case, so I'm no
seconds,
longer
30
involved in. But that case, John Floyd had also helped craft the indictment, and he's sort of known as a go-to person.
All right,
for
here's the
racketeering
30-second
cases. So the district
countdown.
attorney would regularly call on him to help in drafting indictment. Anytime we would file what's called a demur, which is a motion to quash an indictment, he would usually be the one that came and argued. And then Anna Cross was
10
also
seconds.
hired, and she really focused
right.
on the work in
Here we go. We are going to switch over. Do. Come on.
The victory officially.
There we go.
So she's going to come out today.
I know. I'm
So
going to
this is some of
adjust.
the
I'm going
intriguing
to
moments.
adjust.
Does she do what Ron DeSantis did?
Right.
Ron DeSantis came out, surprised everybody, and said, before New Hampshire, I'm out. Donald Trump, I'm endorsing Donald Trump. Wow. Donald Trump's camp was caught
Can
by
y'all
surprise
hear
by
it
that.
and hear
We
me?
thought there might have been a call or interaction. There really hasn't been much interaction since. Now, when Vivek Ramaswamy drops out, Tim Scott drops out, he says, not only am I out, where are you going to be today? I'd like to join you on stage. Ron DeSantis says, I have a job to do. I'm going back to Florida. So they're kind of on, maybe I'll see you at the convention.
Right.
Sounds like
Will
a potty
Nikki
break.
Haley say, Donald Trump won, and if anything it needs
If you
to,
got a
if I
potty,
win,
now
I'm
is
in.
not the time.
And
Don't
I
miss
endorse,
it.
or will she say, Donald Trump won, I enjoyed the race. I'm going to get reattached to my family, and I'm worried about my husband over in Africa.
Yeah.
There was this
Where's
sort of
Ellie?
intriguing things.
Well, whether
This
or not
bitch
she
ain't
drops
worried about
out,
her
everyone
husband.
was suspicious of this because she said, I'll at least stay till Super Tuesday. And then she didn't schedule any other events
Right.
after that. And then they released a a statement last night just saying we were watching with all of our staffers as the results were coming in. We're watching from the Charleston area. They call themselves Happy Warriors, the staffers, and they said the mood is jubilant. She has a house out at Kiowa Island right off the coast of Charleston. So I'm wondering if she just wanted to be home, reflect
She looks
everything,
like the
watch these
devil.
results, and then make a decision.
Friends, join us. We have
Yeah.
a spectacle.
Go ahead,
It
Benny.
took 3 months to build, so I don't want to waste it. I give you the war.
So far, excellent stream health. Keep an eye on it.
Oh, yes. We are back, baby. Back, baby. Last night was storybook, man. Last
night was
night,
beautiful.
baby, was a movie. Is that what the kids say? Last night was a movie. Well, we were making movies, and Trump was making moves, and now Nikki Haley has moved out of the way. All good things must come to an end.
I
And all
love his
bad
energy.
things also must come to an end. Nikki Haley will be dropping out in moments, and we wanted to be live to cover it. Ladies and gentlemen, all bad things must come to an end, and Nikki Haley got it in the end. Okay, Nikki Haley live right now.
Ooh, she's
Here
live.
we go. Here we go. Let's go. Rock and roll. Drop it out.
Let's hear her.
Okay, not getting any audio. All right, we're going to fix the audio, ladies and gentlemen.
Lord.
Let's go. Take her off screen. Let's fix the audio, Royce.
It's on. It's just quiet. It's Fox News. I'm going to get
Okay, we're going to get something else. We have a backup feed. Nikki Haley dropping out live right now. Today is Wednesday,
Even
March
he
6th,
can't get
2024.
Fox
Nikki Haley is about to drop out. We're getting our backup feed. For some reason, our audio did not work. Trump dominating Super Tuesday.
Hey, Darth.
And, ladies and gentlemen, we will have multiple special guests on the show. My name is Benny Johnson, and this is the Benny Show.
Hashtag no
Once
pads for
again,
Nikki.
ladies and gentlemen,
Hashtag
we are efforting
never
Nikki
Nikki.
Haley. Nikki Haley dropping out live.
And only getting
Here we go.
Here we go.
It's filled with followers, not leaders. Term limits for Washington politicians are needed now more than ever. Our world is on fire because of America's retreat. Standing by our allies in Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan is a moral imperative. But it's also more than that. If we retreat further, there will be more war, not less.
Only if you're
As
elected.
important, while we stand strong for the cause of freedom, we must bind together as Americans.
Sorry,
We
Darth.
must turn away from the darkness of hatred and division. I will continue to promote all those values, as is the right of every American. I sought the honor of being
I
the
hate this
president,
bitch.
but in our great country, being a private citizen is privilege enough in itself. And that's a privilege I very much look forward to enjoying. In all likelihood, Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee when our party convention meets in July. I congratulate him and wish him well. I wish anyone well who would be America's president. Our country is too precious to let our differences divide us. I have always been a conservative Republican and always supported the Republican nominee. But on this question, as she did on so many others, Margaret Thatcher provided some good advice when she said, quote, "Never just follow the crowd. Always make up your own mind."
Oh,
It
good
is
God,
now
that
up to
woman.
Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond it who did not support him. And I hope he does that. At its best, politics is about bringing people into your cause, not turning them away. And our conservative cause
Morning,
badly needs more
Diva.
people.
Happy
This
Wednesday.
is now his time for choosing. I end my campaign with the same words I began it, from the book of Joshua. I
Oh,
direct them to all Americans, but especially to so many of the women and girls out there who put
hey,
their faith
Rabbit.
in our campaign. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for God will be with you wherever you go. In this campaign, I have seen our country's greatness. from the bottom of my heart, thank you, America. God bless you.
Wow, that was quick.
Well, that was short and no questions, and she's out of here. Well, hot damn, I'm glad we were live right at 10 o'clock. Nikki Haley on C-SPAN. Ladies and gentlemen, dropping out of the race, wishing Donald Trump well. Is that a tactic? Is that
But not endorsing him.
Endorsement? I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, not exactly sure. Did Nikki Haley endorse Donald Trump there? That will be
Not
the Rorschach
really.
blot test of the next couple of hours that we will be live because, quite frankly, we have a lot to cover on this program. Nikki Haley dropping out. We heard the reports starting this morning at 7 a.m. that Nikki Haley was going to drop out, broke by the Wall Street Journal, and she just dropped out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and clip takeaways. Let's go, boys. Let's get some takeaways from that speech. I definitely want to hear what she says about Donald Trump. She says she wishes him well and that she's been an inspiration to all the young women in the world. Very classic Nikki Haley stuff there. Short. It must have been less than 5 minutes. Nikki Haley was in and out. And so the inevitable has happened. Donald Trump is the Republican nominee.
Woohoo!
Donald Trump's been the Republican nominee, I would argue, since he announced he is running for president a year ago.
Beautiful.
Donald Trump has run a perfect campaign. Is it just me? Is this like a dog whistle? Is something going on? Are things happening too well? Does Donald Trump run a perfect campaign?
It's Lady Awesome Sky's
Donald Trump
birthday.
ran a perfect campaign, ladies and gentlemen, and won yesterday. Every single state except for Vermont, which, all right. Nikki Haley has won Washington, D.C. and Vermont.
Oh, they're a bunch of tree
Bernie
sappers.
Sanders has 3 houses in Vermont. Vermont is filled with Democrats. Vermont is a bastion of crunchy white liberalism and people who would totally be willing to switch parties to vote for Nikki Haley, which is exactly what happened in Vermont. That's precisely what happened. A lot of these people, and we can prove it, a lot of these guys, a lot of these Nikki Haley votes are libs who switch parties and vote for Nikki Haley and then say that they would vote for Joe Biden in the general election. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll prove it all. But let's begin. The rematch is on. Donald Trump steams through Super Tuesday on a train with no brakes, winning 14 states and setting the scene for a second face-off with Joe Biden in this year's presidential election.
Did it put him over the top?
Nikki Haley dropping out of the race just moments ago. Did she endorse Donald Trump? I mean, that really is the question. Boys, I want to get her comments and I want to play them back because I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure.
5 minutes.
Did she actually endorse Donald Trump? We're going to play it back. We know for a fact that the Republican Party has endorsed Donald Trump. Let's get the map up. Let's make sure that we sort of show what it looked like yesterday. Look at that red wall. You could now, I'm not sure how the Panhandle connects there to Colorado, of Oklahoma, but I think you could drive from coast to coast in Trump states, from California to North Carolina. You could drive through
as of
Trump
this morning.
States. This is Donald Trump
is
dominating
number.
last night. These are the results from Super Tuesday. Donald Trump winning in most of these states by a massive, preponderance of votes. You can see, let's hover over some of the states
birthday,
like
Lady Autumn
Texas,
Sky.
North Dakota.
May your birthday be filled with awesome sauce.
Donald Trump
on
winning by
perfectly crisp
70
fries.
points, 60 points, 50 points.
That sounds yummy.
80 points. And most importantly, in Colorado, this is really interesting. In Colorado, Donald Trump getting 100,000 more votes than Joe Biden. In the state of Michigan, Donald Trump got 150,000 more votes, actual raw votes cast, than Joe Biden.
Oh, shit.
And meanwhile, in Minnesota last night, tens of thousands of people Democrats in the closed primary voted against Joe Biden. That's
because Minnesota
glaring warning signs. There are lots
I know way
of
too many people
signs,
there. They're mostly old Democrats.
For Joe Biden and for Nikki Haley. The official turnover of the Republican
Or
Party
should
to
I say
the MAGA
liberals?
movement is complete. The keys have been handed
They're
over.
very different.
The neocons are DOA. They are not just like on life support. They're not just sitting there with their Joe Biden life alert, punching the button. They're just finished. They're done. It's done. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we knew that it was done.
Damn it.
Starting yesterday. Nikki Haley versus Donald Trump in like a straw poll done on Fox News in a Texas diner. It was my favorite clip of the day, without question. Listen to this. This is what a real poll sounds like when you ask real Republicans about Nikki Haley. I'm not talking about Nikki Haley's cuck soy boy Democrat voters who are voting for her because they're leftist, crunchy, wine mom, suburban wives tell them to and box them about the ears. I'm talking about actual Republicans. This is what happens when you get a room of actual Republicans together in Texas and ask, Haley or Trump?
But I did a quick straw poll. Ainsley, Steve, Brian, Lawrence. Let's just take the temperature as we start the morning here in Texas. If you are for Donald Trump today, Super Tuesday, let me hear you.
There you go.
All right. Anybody here for Nikki Haley? Okay.
Cricket.
All right. Okay. Boo. What? One dude in the back, bovine in the back. It is Texas, ladies and gentlemen. There are cows in the kitchen. So here we go. These are the Nikki Haley comments just about Donald Trump. Her total comments were less than 4 minutes. Her total speech was less than 4 minutes. Perhaps I don't feel the need to play the whole thing. We have both loaded up. I think that we should just play the Donald Trump part.
Yeah.
The Donald Trump part was 1 minute of a 3-minute speech. So what does that tell you? Who's on the mind here? So Nikki Haley,
she bitter,
said this about Donald Trump, and I quote, "I wish him well, and I wish all people who wish to run for president well. Donald Trump is our Republican nominee to beat Joe Biden. Does she endorse?" Have a listen, and we'll talk about it, okay? Here's what Nikki Haley had to say seconds ago when she dropped out in a 3-minute-long speech. Short. Here's what she said about Donald Trump.
In all likelihood, Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee when our party convention meets
She
in July.
choked on that sentence.
I congratulate him and wish him well. I wish anyone well who would be America's president. Our country is too precious to let our differences divide us. I have always been a conservative Republican and always supported the Republican nominee.
Liar.
But on this question, as she did on so many others, Margaret Thatcher provided some good advice when she said, quote, "Never just follow the crowd.
Hey, cool.
Always make up your own mind." It is now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond it who did not support him. And I hope he does that.
Wait, okay, so
Bakongo,
I
lady.
just didn't realize how sharp the dagger was from Nikki Hillary. I'm sorry, I've been misnaming Nikki Haley, Nikki Hillary. Nikki Hillary, we call her on this program. We call her Nikki
That
Hillary.
was so passive
ladies and
aggressive.
gentlemen. Nikki Hillary just pulled a whole cloak and dagger shiv to the side for Donald Trump. So let's break down this quote. In all likelihood, Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee when the party convenes.
No, she won't.
I wish him
Yeah.
well. I wish all people who want to run
She'll
for
never
president
help
well, is
Trump.
what she said.
She's a bitter
So
woman.
in all likelihood, she doesn't say Donald Trump's the nominee. Donald Trump's literally the only person still running. In all likelihood, Donald Trump will be, oh man. And then she continued, let's get the full quote here. This is really important. She continues to say, I wish all people who run for president well. So wait a second. She didn't like
So
actually endorse
she's
Donald Trump.
wishing
She
the
straight up endorsed
Democrats
Joe Biden.
well as well.
That's what Nikki Haley just did. Nikki Haley just endorsed Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So effectively, Nikki Haley is endorsing all people who run for president, so Trump or Joe Biden. And then she uses some mealy-mouthed Margaret Thatcher quote, and she's like, don't just go along with the crowd. I'm Margaret Thatcher. I'm a legend. I'm just so iconic. Me, Slay Queen, me and my heels that are ammunition for some reason, somehow. Remember that tweet? We'll get into it. There's a lot of reasons why we dislike Nikki Haley. A lot of them are personal and a lot of them are professional. Okay? It's not all personal. It's not all professional. It's both. Ladies and gentlemen, Nikki Haley said, I'm not going to just follow the crowd. We'll see if Donald Trump can win my support. I am queen. I am the queen of the swamp, as Donald Trump called her. I am the queen of the swamp.
That's why she only won
am in
DC
charge of the
and
Republican
Vermont.
Party. The delusion. Put the map up. The map. Ladies and gentlemen, the delusion of Nikki Haley. Man, these remarks are actually now pissing me off. Now that I'm re-listening and listening a little bit closer. Unbelievable. These remarks. So she's now saying Donald Trump must grovel at my heels.
She's the
and
lay
win my
queen.
vote.
Mims.
This is what Nikki Haley's saying. What a monster. So many reasons why I'm okay with this. The reason why I'm okay with this is that Nikki Hillary is actually the thorough embodiment of Hillary Clinton for the modern era. She is what Hillary, because she will serve as the heel the way that Hillary Clinton did in 2016. There's sorting going on. There's a massive sorting going on. Now, Nikki Haley loves Hillary Clinton. She's told us many, many times. So this stands to reason.
I'm so happy.
Nikki Haley is, by every measure, Hillary Clinton.
I know. I haven't
race.
been around anybody's
And so
chat.
expect her to potentially do everything she can to sabotage Donald Trump. Mark my words, that's coming. Nikki did worse than just not endorse him. Nikki said that she's straight up going to endorse Joe Biden. I wish all people well who run for president.
She wishes well across a level
Robbie, get me the rest of
playing
the quote.
field.
I want the rest of the quote. I can't believe
All
what she just
the
said
people running for
about
president. That
Margaret
bitch.
Thatcher. And then she goes on to say, I'm not going to follow the crowd here. Donald Trump must grovel at my feet. And maybe Donald Trump will just endorse me because he's just the likely nominee. He's just winning every damn state except for Vermont. So this is really, really breathtaking. I frankly, I'm like, I just can't believe it. Look at this map, and then look at Nikki Haley won DC and she won Vermont. And how did she do it? Democrats voted for her. We have the proof. We have more proof than we could ever want, but we'll play it for you. Here we go. Nikki Haley. Yesterday, someone was speaking with a Nikki Haley voter. Some cocked soy boy guy right there, doughy dude, is like, I'm a Nikki Haley supporter. And then he said something that made the reporter gasp. Watch.
I just do not really agree with Trump's rhetoric and all of his, well, not all of his policies, but I just think that the Republicans deserve a better choice, and I think that's Nikki Haley.
Is Nikki Haley someone you feel like you could vote for in November?
No. I will vote Democrat in November.
I will vote Democrat in November.
The Republicans deserve a better candidate, but I'm not voting for them anyway.
This is the perfect Nikki Haley vote. Donald Trump.
God.
Trump makes me so sad. I'm so sad.
Salt those lips. Go ahead.
in my
Salt
eyes.
them, Benny.
I
Salt
don't like
them.
his rhetoric.
Cry more.
So it's much better
Cry
for illegal
more.
criminal aliens to go and slaughter young women that are nursing students named Lake and Riley. That's the kind of rhetoric I want. But at least the words are buttery and they reach my ear and they're so special to me.
All right.
These are the Nikki Haley voters.
I'm not sniping his
So you're
whole
stream.
stream.
So are
I
you gonna
wanna
vote
get
for
back
Nikki?
to the
So you're gonna
hearing.
vote for Donald Trump? No, I'm gonna vote for Joe Biden. Would you vote for Nikki Haley in 2024 in the general election? No, I'm gonna vote for Joe Biden. Why are these guys so easy to find? Because they're all Nikki Haley. This is all of Nikki Haley's supporters.
Funny.
We have like 20 of these guys lined up. Here's another one.
Nikki Haley.
And why did you?
Oh,
vote
I
for
remember
Nikki Haley?
this, dude.
It's a vote against Trump. I think it would be better to have her against Biden in the elections than it would be Trump and her.
Do you consider yourself generally independent, Republican, or Democrat?
Democrat.
So when you undeclared, you voted for Nikki Haley. If it was Nikki Haley against Joe Biden in a general election, who are you voting for?
Joe Biden.
What is the?
So Joe Biden.
Unbelievable.
I'm voting for Joe Biden.
All right. I'm taking
time
this
and
off. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Y'all, I can't. I can't with the whole damn thing. It's just freaking ridiculous. Before we go back to the hearing, which we are going to in just a minute, I want to say, since Lady Awesome is here, happy birthday. And we're going to sing to her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to the awesome lady. Happy birthday birthday to you. Mwah! And many, 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 many more, and many, many happinesses. May every wish you have be granted. We love you. I love you. You are a wonderful person. And I'm very, very honored to call you a friend. Happy birthday, sweetie. Now, let's see what these bitches are doing in Georgia. Y'all, not for nothing, but I plan to be moving there. And this is one of the most corrupt states, they're saying. I'm like, oh, great. I'm just going from Jersey to Georgia. The only thing different is the nature. That's it. And a little bit the temperature. We love you, lady. Really, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. All right, let's see. Where are we at with this? Because I paused it. How far behind are we?
And both of those sort of make sense to me because Fulton County prosecutors they're not necessarily barred in federal court. It's not something
We're
for their job.
22 minutes behind, so let's speed this bitch up a little bit. Try to catch up.
I wouldn't have paid the dues, wouldn't have done that. So, it's not something that would be required for their job. But Ms. Cross is
now we're going to make her sound really nervous.
Expert to litigate some of the federal removal issues in this
You're
case.
welcome,
Those
baby.
two individuals have contracts with
Thank
the
you
DA's
for
office
always
as well.
being here, for being such a good
They have had
friend.
contracts historically. They do not
I really,
currently have contracts.
it means a
very
lot
odd.
to me. You mean a lot to
Review
me.
their billings?
I did. I reviewed their billings. Stark contrast. So Mr. Floyd, for example, he was only paid at a rate of
I'm good,
$150
T-Rex.
an hour.
I only got 3 hours sleep, but I'm
More
good.
experience and expertise in RICO cases.
I mean, everybody would agree. I think that John Floyd is one of the preeminent experts on RICO. I believe he testified in front of the Georgia legislature when RICO was passed.
Did he have to submit itemized invoices?
He did, and his were very different. His were significantly reduced, and the big difference was he billed for the time that he was working on the case, not necessarily like 8 hours for team meetings.
He had itemized billings?
Very much so,
And
yes.
what increments?
He had professional billings,
some of his contracts
Mr.
with me, but
Floyd.
was,
Oh, what a shock!
It was either
And he's
10
more
either
qualified?
10 or 15-minute increments, and
But made
so did Anna Cross.
$400,000
Now, Anna
less
Cross was
than
paid
Nathan?
$250 an hour. Anna Cross is very well known, very experienced appellate federal lawyer. Does a lot of complex litigation. She was a DA for many years. Handled a lot of high-profile cases for the district attorney's office. I mean, I know her back from when we did death penalty work in Cobb County together 15 years ago. And then she went to DeKalb County and prosecuted a number of high-profile cases there. But just very well known. And her bills were also submitted, but they were the same rate. They were $250 an hour, but they were much lower bills, not anywhere near the bills that Mr. Wade did.
Do you know how much Anna Cross has received during the course of this criminal prosecutions or
I'm not sure.
investigations?
I might. Let's see.
Okay. You said Mr. Wade had about
Jacob,
700,000 so
that was
far.
mighty
Ms.
lackluster.
Cross was under 100,000, I believe.
All right. So she's under 100,000. What about Mr. Floyd?
She ran like her ass was
So
on
Mr.
fire.
Floyd,
Who you
much
kidding?
lower, even lower than Anna Cross. He has
Oh,
not
we
billed
love
in a
you,
while,
Lady Awesome.
so I was subpoenaed, or not subpoenaed. I did subpoena, but I also did open records for all of his bills. We've not been provided anything recently from him, so I'm not sure if he actually did bill because his contract said you have to submit the bill within a certain amount of time. So I'm not really sure. They stopped responding to my open records requests, but when they did respond, they were very, very limited, very small bills.
Yeah. And your open records request was to whom? The Fulton County government, the commission, or the DA's office?
I did them to all of them. And once, especially that they stopped responding to them. So they have a portal, and if you go to the DA's office and you click open records, it takes you to the Fulton County portal. So if you try to submit it to the DA's office, it necessarily goes to a portal for the entire county. So you have to submit it for those. So that's where I would submit it. You can designate, I think this is the DA, I think this is budget, things like that. So I would be over-inclusive just to make sure that I wasn't missing somebody. But every single time they would route it to the DA's office. So I would get a response that said it's been routed to the DA's office and, we're waiting on the response. There were 1 or 2 that I got from the county that didn't appear to be routed to the DA's office.
And so
If
who's
she wore
refusing
those
to
pearls to
produce
draw away from
these
her
records
boobs,
to you?
she
The
failed.
letter came from Dexter Bonds at the DA's office.
And
Dexter
that's
Bond.
why you filed a lawsuit against the DA's office to force them to comply with open records.
Yes.
Okay. That's still pending?
It is still pending.
Fulton County Superior Court?
It's Fulton County Superior Court. It's assigned to Judge Krause, I believe, and the county attorney contacted us and says they're going to be responding. So the county attorney is actually defending that lawsuit.
Right. And so
This
they're
girl
telling you
is
they're gonna
on
respond to
point.
the case or respond to the request now? You're waiting
I
to
believe the
see.
case. I haven't received any documents, so.
Fairly recent filing you filed there, or that lawsuit?
Yeah, so we filed it in January, and then they had a little shutdown in Fulton County where nothing was able to be file stamped. Our process server couldn't serve it until it was file stamped, and the Odyssey, the e-file system in Fulton County was hacked, and so it was shut down for a while. So it took us a little bit of time to get a file
Ooh.
stamped copy back, but it's now been served. But it was filed
didn't
on
know
January
that.
30th.
of
you know that?
2024.
2024. And I have a copy, which
I don't have that.
I-
If you would provide us with
Happy
that,
to.
then we'll give it to the Secretary of the Senate as a supplemental response to the subpoena.
I'm happy to. This is a clean copy.
Okay.
Yes, so you all can.
So what's the relevance
this.
to you? Why did you seek these billing records of these attorneys?
I wanted to compare the different billing, the different styles of billing. Also, there had been an allegation that I was singling out Mr. Wade. And so I thought it was relevant to see the rates that the other attorneys were paid, their billing, what type of billing, if they billed for everything. Just for example, when we're in court, one of the prosecutors may be arguing, Mr. Floyd and Ms. Cross aren't there billing. But Mr. Wade is always there. So that was one thing that I noticed. And I understand now that their response is that he sort of is like a case manager almost. So I guess that would be why he's always there. But I wanted to compare them and see.
He wants to be able to bill it.
I think I want to show a couple of things, Senator Dolezal. I want to show some of the other billing records, particularly ones that show the trips to DC.
Yeah, see, that's the interesting
We
part
hadn't
to
had a
me is
couple
the
of days
trips to
review
DC.
all your documents, and I
Because what
I was-
reason
I skimmed these records.
did
because I
they
wanted to know
have
exactly what
to
was going on.
consult
You
with
see
anybody in the
highlighted
White
down here at
House
the bottom on November 18th,
prior to
22,
the
interview
indictment
with DC White House,
and then during the indictment?
8 hours. Do you know what that references?
Based on another motion that was filed in our case and the arguments that were made by the DA's office, I believe that was when they met with the Department of Justice. They met with the January 6th committee. So one of the co-defendants filed a motion to try and get some documents, and the state had to respond. It was a motion to compel. I was there for it. I was not. I joined it, but I didn't litigate it. And the state said that they had to meet off campus. So because they didn't have a record of it, I guess you have to have a record if you go into the White House. And so they met with the January 6th committee off campus, and they said they had a really hard time getting that meeting, and they had to have someone who had some source or something to get them to agree to the meeting. But that's what. So the motion to compel was based on this entry, and this entry in response, they said they were meeting with the DOJ and someone with January 6th.
There's also an entry, May 23rd, 22, travel to Athens conference with, what is that, White House?
Yes, and we tried to figure out what and who that was, because there was something happening at UGA Law School, and so we just assumed that it was someone that was there, and that's why they met there. But I don't know.
Do you have reason to suspect, or can you confirm whether or not Ms. Willis or Mr. Wade were coordinating with the Biden White House in the course of this investigation and prosecution?
The discovery, they've got a lot of our discovery involves the January 6th. A lot of what we have in discovery is the same stuff that other places have. So they had to have gotten it from somewhere. And they also, they read a lot of the testimony. They played testimony in the special purpose grand jury. So, I don't know how they got all of that, but they got it somehow. And then, there's one of the other things I did was I did open records for the White House access. And we had records that Ms. Willis and the mayor of Atlanta were at meeting with the vice president.
Okay, and so this is the access history. How does that work? The White House keeps records of anybody that comes in and has any kind of official meeting, for sure?
Yes, and my understanding is it's highly regulated who can access the White House, and so you have to apply in person or apply ahead of time, and then they give you a time when you make the appointment, and they give you a time when you're allowed to be in and when you have to be out by, and they track you. And that makes sense. They don't want anybody lingering in the White House, but they keep that. And so they're called WAVE records, I believe is what they're called. And I'm not sure what that's an acronym for, but they're publicly available. They're open records.
And this record that's shown on the screen shows Fani Willis was a visitor with V. POTUS. I presume that's Vice President of the United States.
Yes, it was.
And what was the date of that back in, was that February sometime of 23?
February 28, 2023.
Is that before the indictment?
Yes.
Okay. Any further explanation of why Ms. Willis was meeting with the Vice President of the United States?
No. I know Dexter Bonds, and I believe that's the same one that I think it's Dixon, the mayor of Atlanta was also there.
Okay. We're going to take a short break. We've been going at this for a while. Let's take a somewhere between 5 and 10 minute recess, and we'll be back. Thank you. We're in recess.
Let's speed this up. Actually, let's just see. Do. Da, 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 da. Don't ask me why I'm singing Christmas carols. I don't know. All right. Let's see. We are up to live. So I'm just going to leave that running there.
In order. We were
Oh, look at that.
reviewing
Perfect
the
timing.
billing practices, the contracts
We
that
good, y'all.
various outside counsel had. And
I told you I
pulled
pick up
here
accents. The more I listen to these people, the
one
more I sound like I'm from the
section of
fucking
Mr.
South.
Wade's bill for the really early on.
Just
in
Jersey
his,
style.
involvement in the case. As I recall, it began on November 1st of 21. So this would be out of his first bill. I see on November 5th, prepare case for pretrial 24 hours on one day. What do you make of that?
I mean, I thought it was astonishing that you didn't sleep for 24 hours. I've been to trial.
He
I'm sorry,
tried
I've been to
saying
trial. I
that
had to
was
work long
multiple
hours, but
days.
24
That was just the
straight.
day that he
But we did
filed it.
question him about
That's
that
what
at the
he
hearing, and
testified
he
to
said that that's when
in
it was
court.
concluded. So how he explained it was November 5th is when the work was concluded. And so he had done that work up until then, and that he only billed when it was concluded. So he said that the 24 hours, who knows when it spanned.
Hey,
but how
Wolf,
he
I'm
billed
glad
Would
you're
have had
back.
to be between November 3rd and November 5th, though, right? So it had to be on the 4th and the 5th, 12 hours a day.
It had to
At
be.
You only
least.
missed a little White House
The
talk.
other thing that I noticed with this is prepared cases for pretrial. At this point, it says anti-corruption unit. His two law partners are the conflict lawyers for the anti-corruption unit. So you've got law. I mean, it's like my husband couldn't represent someone who's adverse to me. Like my husband is my law partner. He can't be doing privilege review on a case I'm prosecuting. So he's consulting on anti-corruption cases for the DA's office, where his two law partners are doing the privilege review at the same time. That's one, that plus the 24 hours are the two things that really struck out to me.
There you
So,
go.
but the only role he had was
Well, from Nikki
this
was up there for
prosecution of
less
this
than 4
election
minutes.
fraud.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The only role.
Okay. So when it
She
says
didn't endorse
anti-corruption,
Trump.
that's the corruption.
She
we're
wished
looking at
all
election
presidential
Yes. He's never worked on any
nominees
other case.
All right.
good luck.
Let's see that other bill there, Senator Dolezal. All right, so here's.
She even
another one.
intimated that,
can see
you know,
that. Okay, this is the one
she's
we put up
anti-war,
earlier.
which we all know she's
It
not.
looks to be much more specific date-wise anyway than just, those 24-hour chunks like that.
Right. I mean, it's more specific, but it doesn't say what, like, just for example, team meeting and argument.
She had to
prep.
go. Somebody was
Argument
waiting in the
prep for
back
what?
seat of
I
her
mean,
truck
normally
for
when
her.
we do bills, we would say, argue motion to dismiss or argue
Make her feel
whatever the
better.
motion is. Research. What are you researching? Researching statutory privilege, whatever it is.
Yeah. And now
something.
this one, he shows date ranges when it's over multiple days,
Mm-hmm.
like down at the bottom, 426 to 427, 18 hours.
Right.
If I'm reading that right, or 16
419 to
hours.
421, 24 hours.
But on that previous one, he just has one date.
Which,
24
okay,
hours.
8 hours a day.
And you say these are
8 times
approved
3 is
by
24.
Fani Willis.
Cool.
By contract, she has to approve these billings.
Yes, she does. And
Somebody
those are
who is not her
required.
husband. Of
if
course
there were
not.
any questions, and as a lawyer, when we submit
Of
bills
course
to
not.
clients, they regularly question, and I know when I've done appointed work, they regularly question that as well. You have to list exactly what you're in court for, exactly what you're drafting. You can't.
I
Just say prepared cases. You
absolutely,
gotta say,
after
what did you
doing
prepare?
expense reports for
What did
so
you
long,
draft?
would have
So,
questioned
the
that
county,
24
in Cobb
hours.
County, for example, they make you
Because
actually attach motions
at
if you
tax
do like an appeal or
time,
something and you're billing for that.
the
you have to
auditor,
actually attach
without
it
a
to
doubt,
prove
would
you
have
did the
pulled
work.
that invoice and said, I need to know all the
I did go back
specifics
at the
for
break
this.
though, and I haven't answered one
Because
of your
this,
questions
you
earlier.
can't do
Just wanna be
24
clear,
hour
you had
clumps.
asked me when the special purpose grand jury had convened.
He
the state
absolutely would have
filed,
audited that
a
invoice.
response. So this is DA Willis's response that was filed on February 2nd. They wrote on
This response to your motion to disqualify?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Response to my motion. On page 13, they wrote, shortly after his appointment in January 2022, District Attorney Willis petitioned the
Yep,
Chief Judge
you need a
of the
breakdown for
Superior
that.
Court
You need
to convene the
receipts.
Superior Court judges to consider her request for the special purpose grand jury to conduct an investigation into the facts and circumstances relating directly or indirectly to the possible attempts to disrupt the lawful administration of the 2020 elections of the state of Georgia. And they attached that exhibit. So you had asked me earlier when she petitioned. So it was, in their own words, shortly after his appointment.
Okay. So this whole, the cases are about attempts to disrupt, because obviously Georgia certified Biden as the winner and he got inaugurated, that following January. And this is years later, we're having this whole investigation.
Yes, attempts. And my client specifically is charged with attempt and conspiracy. So he's not charged with actually doing a specific act. He's charged with conspiring and or attempt, depending on which section you're talking about in the charges.
Some of these itemized statements show drafting.
Yes.
Did Mr. Wade draft any documents to your knowledge, or
No.
prepare any legal
He
documents
certainly
at all?
drafted his own
Not that I'm
divorce
aware of.
settlement
And that
Did
would
he
be
sign
his
any
divorce
pleadings as
papers
if he was the
and just handed them to Terrence
drafting
Bradley
attorney?
to sign.
No, and he's not the one that usually files them. Will Wooten is the one that usually does the filing. There's two other prosecutors that also do it. Alex, and I don't want to butcher his last name, starts with a B, but he does it. And then Grant Rude. Anna Cross has also filed pleadings, but not Mr. Wade.
In your review of all of his billings, did you ever see where any of his time or bills were cut or reduced by whoever was reviewing them and approving them, either Miss Willis or her deputy?
No, I never saw any questions. And
that's
her
highly
response,
suspect.
Or their office's response.
No
doesn't indicate
pushback
that
on
was
payments at all.
And your experience
free
when
money.
you were doing like your public defender work, that you were reviewed and they cut your time.
Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, when I first left the public defender, I had a couple clients that were in the appeal process, because I was at that point, I was in the appeals division when I left, and I didn't want their cases to linger, and I didn't want a new
Hey,
lawyer to
Mike.
kind of just pick up right when they were
Welcome,
going to
welcome.
the, appellate courts. So I kept some of them. Some of them the judges appointed me, and so I would be paid, I think it was $50 an hour, $45 an hour, something like that. And then some I just took pro bono, but I had to get those bills approved. I mean, they were regularly cut.
On Mr. Wade's contract, he was allowed to bill, he was capped. He could not bill more than $35,000 in any given month.
Yes.
Okay.
And that was not, so the original contract before the special purpose grand jury was started was a lower cap. This was the cap for the majority of his work during the special purpose grand jury and then now. So he had a contract November 1st, 2021 up until October 31st, 2021. And the cap was lower for that. Then there was a period of, I think it's 15 or 16 days where he did not have a contract. Which also happened to be one of the times they were out of town. But so they re-upped the contract November 15th, and then it had a cap, but the cap was significantly higher. I mean, I don't remember the first cap, but it was not 35,000.
Here is a document you produced. I think you prepared this summary that shows all the payments that he received.
Either I did this or this might have come from Fulton County purchasing.
All right. Okay. So that was produced to you from Fulton County as
Yes.
all the payments he received?
Yes, this was produced from Fulton County, yes.
And what's the total? Is that just, my eyes aren't so good. What that looks like 22 all the way through 23.
Yes, 22 through 23. So so his first bill would have been paid in January of 2022. So he billed for time in November, December, and then you see those two bills. And so those were $15,000. I believe that was the cap. So in
Right.
January he was paid for $15,000 for work in November, and then in December he had work totaling $15,000, and he was paid for both of those in January.
That's why there's those top two invoices for 15,000.
Yes, that's why there's those top two invoices. And they produced some other documents to me as well that showed which funds they came out of.
Hey,
So I
Mike.
was able to track which ones came from state seizure money and then which ones came from county general fund.
And that was all before this grand jury was even approved.
The grand jury was not approved until
Good to know.
June of 2022.
Okay, it was requested in January.
It was, and I just looked that up at the break. So it was requested in January. It was approved in June. The order actually, but what happened was they started picking. So it looks like they started picking the grand jurors on May 2nd of 2022, and they actually started hearing evidence June 1st of 2022.
Okay, so lots of this time was way before he would have been having to question any witnesses or attend grand jury hearings or anything.
Yes, he could not have attended a grand jury hearing until at the earliest May 2nd.
You were talking about the experience.
So he
and
billed mostly
expertise
for
of
like
the
prep
three
work and
outside- I'm gonna call them
strategizing and
outside counsel,
Uh-huh.
because
getting
they
all
were
his
not direct
information.
Employees of the DA's office.
Correct.
that's
Had
a lot
Mr.
of prep
Wade ever
work for
tried a
somebody who
felony
has no
case,
idea what he's doing.
Prosecuted a felony case before this, to your knowledge?
No, that he has never prosecuted a felony case. And I asked his law partner that, who had been his law partner for some time, that he had never prosecuted that. I also did some independent research in the metro areas where I knew that he had worked in Cobb County. So I looked to see if he had ever been filed as a prosecutor in Cobb County.
He's an ambulance
For
chaser.
felonies, and he was actually just a solicitor, and solicitors is because you said not everybody may understand
He
the
was
difference
prepping
between
Fani.
solicitors and
We've
district
got an
attorneys.
ex-solicitor on this panel, so don't say anything negative about him.
So he can tell you all about
Castro!
They
But
prosecute misdemeanors
they
only, right?
Yes.
She
and
got
in
big
Cobb County
boobies.
specifically, they prosecute misdemeanors. Yes.
Okay.
She's back to being full of nerves.
It looks like he's pretty much hitting the maximum that he was allowed to under his contract.
Yes, most months he did.
Okay. And this is through that block billing that was not specifically itemized exactly what he was doing or how much time on each task.
Always block billed. He never itemized bills. Never was specific.
What were the caps for the other two special counsel? Were they also limited? I assume you've received their contracts, or did they have a written contract?
They did. So they had written contracts, and I do have those, and they did have caps. They were significantly lower than Mr. Wade's. They do not currently have contracts. And I just found that out at a hearing because we had asked for that. We had asked for it in open records, and then I had subpoenaed it as well. Pretty much every
Fani
subpoena
was
I
not
filed for the hearing,
forthcoming.
the state filed a motion to quash, including this one. And Ms. Cross was at the hearing, and she said, I can just tell you right now, I don't have a contract. So I had thought, I was under the impression that they just weren't giving me that contract. I had no idea that they just didn't have one. So apparently right now, Mr. Floyd and Ms. Cross don't have contracts.
Do you think that was intentional so that they don't have to disclose how much they're earning?
I think it was sloppy.
Okay. Does Mr. Wade have a current contract?
Yes, he does. I also think it may have been, I don't know if it's disclosure, but I can tell you that they've changed since I started looking at this. They've changed what they put on the public documents. I used to be able to go to Open Checkbook and see every time he would get a check. And since I filed this, none of them have come up. So I don't know if he's not being paid anymore or if he hasn't filed any invoices, but the invoices are due, I believe, 30 days
Maybe
after.
she's giving him
So,
cash.
You know, they regularly came up, and now all of a sudden they don't.
Okay. So
Don't check
eventually
his
you
bank statement. Check his mattress.
sought to disqualify.
He don't want to share shit with his
Ms.
ex-wife.
Willis from serving as counsel and prosecuting Mr. Roman's
Y'all
case.
realize he's still married to his ex-wife or to his
That
wife.
motion was filed here.
She's entitled
in
to that money
January, I
he
think it was
made.
January 8th. of
And he didn't declare it.
2024.
Yes.
What was your motion to disqualify based on?
It was based on a number of things, but it was based on mostly the fact that Miss Willis and Mr. Wade had a romantic relationship and they had been traveling and he had been paying for a lot of that travel.
But he
so
could buy
there were
himself a
couple different
Porsche, right?
things. She had not followed the statute. So the statute I referenced earlier, 15-18-20, said that you had to have county
Mhm.
approval. She didn't have that. So that was one thing. There were
You
also
had figured that out through your financial.
He said he
Yes,
made
I figured that out through my
$9,000 a
financial
month.
records, through open records, through reviewing all the board of
You are
county
not owning a
commissioners.
Porsche when
And-
you
and
have
I
a family
actually,
and
to that
kids
motion I attached just on
on
this issue,
$9,000 a
actually
month.
attached a document showing how independent special counsel would normally be appointed. I'm sorry, special counsel.
And you're wearing a
because
$2,000
I found
suit?
one where,
Stop.
and I think it's exhibit, let's see. It's exhibit J. I found one where Fulton County had actually been asked to approve a line item for an independent contractor agreement. And so this, I used it as an example of what normally would happen.
Was that for an attorney?
It was for an attorney.
So she's saying in pleadings now that she's not required to get county approval, but in the past, for people other than Wade, she had gotten approval?
This is actually the county
Mm,
attorney.
mm.
So
Okay.
this document is the county attorney. I do not believe she's ever gotten approval for anybody. And her
Fani
filing
does
said
what she wants. You
she's-
gonna tell me
doesn't.
how to pay
And her
my
filing,
bills?
at the break, I was looking at it.
Mm.
She said that that I incorrectly contend that the appointment exercised by
I don't
and then,
need no man.
parentheses, a state constitutional officer must be followed by an approval of the local government's board of commissioners. And she says over and over again that I'm just wrong, that she doesn't have to because she's a state constitutional officer. So that was their position, that she doesn't have to.
So is that one of the grounds for your motion to disqualify these, let's just call them financial irregularities, that she had not complied with the state law or county policy of getting prior approval?
Yes, that was one of the primary bases. But then I also reviewed case law and saw, the conflict of interest. And, our motion, the theory, basically just to sum up the motion, is that essentially he's getting paid all of this money and they're not going through the proper procedures. And
Nope,
go
he's
through
on
it in
all
the
three
motion, I talk
government
about how he
teats.
didn't file an
Fannie's
oath,
two
which
and the
is rare,
state's
you know,
one.
I'm one of those.
Didn't follow what?
He didn't file an oath of office. And I'm one of those people that I always, when I first start a case, I always make sure that everything is, all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. So I always pull that.
Told you.
Anytime
That's
I've
exactly
only
what
ever
I
had
said.
Special counsel twice, and it's been people who were not paid, who were district attorneys in other jurisdictions who took the case on, which is the normal process in the state. But I've always pulled that just to see that they're sworn. That's something that's important to me. And I couldn't find it, so I did open records to the probate court, to the Superior Court, and there was no oath of office filed.
Sworn for the special assistant district attorney?
Yes, if you're going to be inside of a grand juries are highly regulated. I can't just go in a grand jury. None of us can just go into a grand jury. So you have to be a sworn officer of the state to actually be in there, particularly to present evidence. And so I wanted to see if he had taken an oath. And that's something that, you would file. It should be publicly available, not something that's really, highly contentious or secret. And there wasn't one. So, once I learned that, I was like, why are they not filing an oath? This is odd. There's no,
Especially if
no
he's
public
head of
approval
it.
of these contracts. There's no oath of office filed. This
I'm
is
paying
different,
cash. I
what's
don't
going
need
on.
nobody.
We later
I
found
never
out that he
depended
had
on no
taken an
man
oath,
but
but
my
nobody had
daddy.
filed it, and the law requires, there's a statute that requires you actually file it.
I have looked at that. So the statute for a district
She's his
attorney,
sugar mama.
their oath when they are sworn in that position says, I do swear that I will faithfully and impartially and without fear, favor, or affection discharge my duties as district attorney and will only take my lawful compensation.
Yes.
So help me God. Did Miss Willis sign her oath that swore she would not take any unlawful compensation?
Yes, she did that. And then she also filed some disclosure forms that are required. There's financial disclosure forms that Fulton County requires that you file every year. And you have to disclose if you've received any gift over $100. So from anybody doing business with
Which
the
she
county. And
didn't.
Fulton County is very,
She
I used to
says
be a
she
Fulton County
never
employee.
got
They're very
gifts.
strict on those types of things. So anytime there's anything that could be construed as a gift over $100, and I've gone to lunch with prosecutors before who wouldn't let me pay for lunch because they're like, what if it's over $100? So people do take that pretty seriously.
So that would apply to Miss Willis would not be allowed to receive gifts from whom?
From anybody who was, and I actually believe I attached it as an exhibit. It's basically anybody who is doing business or seeking to do business with Fulton County.
Okay.
So, and it's one of
That
those.
would include Mr. Wade, obviously, then?
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
And that makes sense because that's one of those provisions that's supposed to, be guarding against honest services.
Like anti-kickback statute.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
it's
right.
supposed to
Somebody
be a
as a vendor
safeguard
and they
against
Give
bribery.
you gifts in exchange.
Yes. And so they require that you disclose that every year. It's signed under oath. You have to file it with Fulton County.
So how'd you
Damn,
learn
Mims.
about this relationship between Mr. Wade? I think this has been acknowledged now by both parties, correct?
It has, yes.
It's a dispute as to when it began, but it's acknowledged that they had I don't know if it's
$20
still do, but at
now,
least
that's
had a
McDonald's.
romantic relationship.
For
Yes,
one.
that's
How'd you figure that out? How'd you find out?
So at first, I knew Mr. Wade and I knew Miss Willis, and a lot of people in the community were a little surprised to see Nathan, Mr. Wade handling this case. It was just a lot of people said that, and so a lot of people were talking about that, and it was
His
kind of surprising.
reputation
It's not really,
preceded him.
he does a lot of law practice, but this isn't what you would imagine him doing.
Did you ever see him have other billings? I mean, how do you have time to represent anybody else when he's billing, 24 hours a day to Fulton County?
He has he had
Oh,
other
her
people working
face.
for
She
him, like,
said,
he had a law
yes,
student
thank you
working
for
him a
asking
while,
that
and then he had
question.
a first-year associate. So I'm assuming that they would probably do whatever other work he had.
Did you ever look at his calendar? Did you have access to that to see if
No.
it matched up?
No, I didn't have access to his calendar, and I didn't have access to their like text messages. I mean, I was able to get get his geolocation data through subpoena, but the one thing that really struck me is if I was accused of something and I was saying I didn't do it, I would download my phone. They have a system. It's called Celebrate, and Fulton County pays for it. City of Atlanta pays for it. It's literally a system that you can hook your phone into. I have an investigator that has it, and I have my clients do it all the time. You hook your phone up, and it can find deleted text. It can find everything, and you can limit it. You can say, I only want text with this person. So if I was being accused of having an affair with someone, and I said it didn't start until April, and someone else said it started in October, the easiest thing to do is to download that phone, and for
Submit
privacy
the
concerns, you can
information
file it
if
under
you're
seal,
free,
but you could
if
easily
you're
narrow
innocent.
it down and say, I want this timeline. I want all of our texts from, November 2021, and it would easily tell whether or not they were romantic in nature.
Before I leave the billing issues, did you ever compare Floyd and Cross's bills to Wade's to see if they were meeting together? Like there was that meeting with teams.
There was a crossover.
Were they billing for the same meetings as well?
So I looked at that. One thing is we don't have most of Floyd's. So Floyd has not billed in quite some time. So I didn't have his to compare, but I did look at Anna Cross's. The one day that I remember looking at was when they were in federal court to see, because so Miss Cross was the one actually litigating in federal court. But Mr. Wade was sitting there with them at counsel table, and they both billed for that. I wanted to see if he billed for time that he was sitting in court.
Get paid 3 times what
because
they
I know
make
in
just to
Cobb
sit
County,
there.
for example, with appointed work, if we're sitting in court,
And they
we
do the
can't
work.
bill unless we're actually doing something. Like they won't pay for 2 people to sit there. And so I wanted to look at that, but they were both there in court that day.
What about the teams meeting where he billed for? Were either of them involved in that team, since they're also outside special counsel?
No, they were not. So all of those people were people who would not have itemized that.
Okay.
Employees.
Back to your uncovering the relationship.
Yes,
How did you figure it out?
So Terrence Bradley was Nathan Wade's law partner originally, and he was also his lawyer in the divorce. I did not at the time know that they had filed for divorce. I knew Nathan's wife. I knew both of them historically from Cobb County. I mean, they're, people knew them in Cobb County. Mr. Bradley actually called me after an article. We were looking into the financial irregularities.
As soon as she's done with the
money had been
statement.
paid, because everybody in the case was kind of like, why do you have special
this
counsel
case?
on this case? Yeah, like
Was
why are
Bradley still a partner with Wade at that time?
He was not. There was testimony that their partnership ended in summer of 2023. So it had just ended, is my understanding. And it's kind of unclear, like what month. The testimony is very unclear.
I'm going to pause because their partnership ended the summer of 2023. September of 2023 was the first sighting of Terrence Bradley going out and spilling all his shit. So obviously that was not a good parting of the ways. They did not have a good time doing that. So he came out of that, leaving that partnership after getting accused of, sexually assaulting somebody and paying a settlement out to keep them quiet. All of that, they parted ways. He must have felt some type of way. And he was like, you know what? I'm going to blow up all y'all shit. All of it. I'm putting it all out there. I'm going to put you all on blast. I'm going to be sneaky about it. I don't think he realized he was going to get hauled into court. And I don't think he realized what kind of target he painted on himself. But before we go back to that real quick, I want to do this. There are 2 gifted memberships out there, so we're going to play our welcome song.
Welcome to the madhouse, we be running muck. Keep it all real and we don't give a fuck. World gone crazy, we here dancing in the rain. Welcome to Shelly's house, we just a little bit insane. Bring your real self, I ain't asking for more, except one thing, leave your bullshit at the door.
And we got 2 memberships from Gutters Pub.
You been there, you thick and thin. You're the reason that I always win. I'm gonna take a minute to clearly say I love and appreciate you every day.
Thank you, darling. Those went out to Kaiser Pineapple and All Things Serious. Thank you very much, Gutter. That was very sweet. I want to give you your special hello. Thank you, Gutter, for your gifted memberships. She likes it when I do that. I don't know why. But anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate it like you would not believe. Now, remember, okay, so she's saying they parted ways in the summer of 2023, not that long ago. And he immediately, with his ass on fire, going out the door when they said, don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. He went out there and said, you know what? Fuck all y'all. And he just, you know what? They were sleeping together. and he told her this, and she paid for this, and he took her here, and they went there, and he used my card, and da 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 da. But he wasn't just with her. Oh no, he was with her going back to 2019. They went to a law conference. They met there. The only thing, according to the lead attorney, and these are his words, all they do at these law conferences is they go to these classes in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night they drink. And what are they doing at 2:00 in the morning when they're drunk? They're fucking. They are fucking each other like crazy because there's nothing else to do. The same shit happens at teachers' conferences when we have to go away to like hotels like Atlantic City or whatever, because that's where the New Jersey teachers' conferences are. It's a week-long endeavor. And trust me when I tell you, debauchery is happening. Okay, you think these lawyers are dirty as hell? Nah, you have never seen a bunch of kindergarten and first grade teachers get together? Lord, good God, they drink. They drink and they fuck and they don't care who knows it. What goes on at the convention stays at the convention. But it's the same thing for these lawyers. Lead was talking about it before. He said, and sometimes you get these big firms, they walk in with the paralegals. He said, and I'm standing there like, oh my God, because all I want to do, I'm just going to bang all those paralegals. Like, basically, that's what he's saying. Like, that's what we're all there for. We're there because we have to, by law, take these classes every year to stay updated for our licenses. But they're out there. They don't care about the update to their license. They don't care about the class. They care about who they're going to have in their bed that night and how quick they could get rid of them before early light. That's it. That's what they're thinking about. That was in 2019. And he started doing her, not just then, but even if he didn't do her that week or that weekend, he started doing her when she was working for the DA. When she was running for DA herself. She had her own office. He'd go over there. They'd bow, chicka, bow, bow, and off they were. This is how the government spends your money. You're literally paying these people to get freaky on your dime. Terrible. All right, so back to her. Let's see.
As to when they actually, I have when they dissolved. I think it was September, but it's very unclear as to their partnership. And I will say their partnership.
It is
was
gutter. It's a fuck fest.
Partnership. They had a partnership with the bar, but they all had separate legal entities. So each of them were filed as the law office of Terrence Bradley, law office of Nathan Wade. They had some joint bank accounts, but then they had some separate bank accounts. So I don't really know the exact structure. It was a very loose type of organization, but they were working together. And so Terrence actually called me. He had seen an article where I had done open records with another lawyer, Manny Aurora, and we had uncovered how much money everybody had made. The news had gotten wind of that, and I later learned that the news had open records to get all of my open records. So every time I would get something, the news would get it, because I wondered how that happened. But so that somebody published that, and
thank you guys for throwing her link out.
And Miss Willis actually called Mr. Bradley when I did these open records and said, they're looking into us. And he called me because he was worried about it. And so we had a conversation, and he actually asked me, do I need a lawyer? You know, what's going on? What are you investigating? What's the parameters of this? And we had a conversation, and I said, well, my interests are different than yours. I represent Mr. Roman, so I can't advise you. That would be a conflict. He asked if John, my husband, could, and I said, no, that's a conflict too. You know, if you feel like you need somebody, you need to talk to someone else.
Jacob Peets, don't be naive.
That was early in September.
The women bring their husbands. There's upside down pineapples everywhere.
I was in Judge Harris's courtroom. I think it was
swinging is a teacher thing.
I checked my calendar a week or so ago. It was one of those dates. And I was taking a plea in front of Judge Harris, and Mr. Bradley was also there. Another lawyer who ultimately represented Mr. Bradley at our hearing, BC Chopra, he was there in court also. And then a friend of all of ours who's a district attorney, his name is Bert Cohen. He was taking
scissoring does happen.
And Bert and I have known each other for a long time. Terrence, BC, everybody's known each other for a long time.
Allegedly.
We were all sitting in a conference room attached to that courtroom.
I plead the fifth.
For the pleas, chit-chatting, took the plea, went back in, and Mr. Bradley essentially went through the whole thing and said, well, this is what's really happening. I had a notepad and I took notes on all the things to ask for open records.
So what did he say was really happening when he said, this is what's happening?
He said that they met at a judicial conference before. He was very specific that it was before
2019.
she became DA, because that was one of the things that he couldn't remember when the judicial conference was, but he knew that it was before she became DA.
When did she become DA?
She became DA in it would have been January 2021.
Okay.
So she became DA January 1st, 2021, but she had a transition team leading up to that. So, and Mr. Wade was in charge of her transition team. So Mr. Bradley told me all of that. We met for about an hour. Said that they had been together. They met at this conference.
So in 2020, she was part of his transition team. You don't just hire somebody you don't know
Mr. Bradley was upset
to transition
because
you
of
into
what happened
office.
in the divorce. He was upset because they were still married. You know, the Wades were still married, and he essentially just left her after meeting Miss Willis and dropping the kids off at college. So,
And Bradley was Wade's attorney in that divorce action you're talking about? Okay.
yes, I didn't know that at the time.
But they were law partners.
They had been,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
And I actually don't know if he was still his attorney when he talked to me. I don't know if he was or not.
All right.
Because at some point, Mr. Wade represented himself, and then he hired a different lawyer. So I didn't know anything about the divorce at
Okay.
that time.
So Bradley did not like the way Wade had treated his wife,
He did not.
but he
did not.
represented him.
He did not like the
Okay.
way he had treated his wife. He didn't like what was happening in the divorce proceeding. Yes.
Okay.
And I mean, I remember specifically him saying, you know, I handle my business, things like that. Like, you know,
He
that I
handles
don't
his
leave my wife
business.
without
He was
hours.
married
Business-
as well.
And we talked about it. I mean, Miss Wade had been a stay-at-home mom for, you know, they'd been married almost 30 years. And literally it was right after they dropped their youngest off at college that he said, move out, you know? And so we went through, you know, I was obviously interested in, wait,
He
what?
said it was the
What's
only time
happening?
he saw her.
Walk me through
Convenient.
this. And so he was telling me about the access cards, you know, that Mr. Wade had access cards, telling me about the contracts, told me about their contract, that they had that Nathan had brought them the contract for the first appearance hearings. They had a contract for that. We didn't talk about that yet. That they had the contract for the taint work, and then ultimately that Nathan was hired as the attorney on this case. That they had been dating before, and he told me, you know, they met at hotels. He would go to her place. And I remember him saying, you need to find her bestie who they had a falling out. That's the person whose condo it was that they would meet at. And
did you later determine who that bestie was?
Yes, it was Robin Yurdy. It was not until sometime later that I determined that. It was very difficult to determine who that was because he did not remember her name.
But he knew her by sight.
He did.
Did he later confirm to you or identify who she was?
Yes. So I had sent him a couple pictures or showed him a couple pictures of some other folks or
This
names.
was in January.
She's ready to get in the weeds. She
24,
pulled her
right
hair
before your
back.
motion.
It was. It may have even been after I filed the motion. It was around the time. It was either before or around the time, but it was in January. I had gotten some open records requests from the DA's office. They had a contract. Yep.
We just put on the screen
There it is.
some of the
Perfect.
text messages that you produced to us.
Yes.
This is from your phone.
It is. And so
You're talking to Terrence Bradley, I see over there on the left.
yes. And so when you see on the 14th, that one that's right in the middle that says file attachment with MIME type, that is a picture of her. So it doesn't show up on this, but it's actually, there's a picture of
So
Miss
while
Wade.
you're texting, you're shooting him a picture to see if he can identify Robin Yurdy.
Yes. Yes.
Did he identify her?
He did. Yes. He said, yes, that's her. That's the East Point. And he thought the apartment was in East Point. I later found out it was in Hapeville, but those are very close in close areas.
So he knew they would meet.
That's like
at that
saying Hoboken
apartment.
and
He
Jersey
did.
City.
Yes. He knew all about it. And it was hard to find Miss Yurdy. What happened, and she was Robin Bryant, and then she got married and was Yurdy. I did an open records request for a contract that the DA's office got. It's called Critical Mention. She has I guess he's an attorney, but he's sort of in charge of communications. His name is Jeff DeSantis. He, right after Miss Willis had opened the investigation in this case, that same week, he contracted a company called Critical Mention, which is a media monitoring company. They put a dollar figure basically on your media presence, and they give you these analytical reports. And they say, you know, hey, you did great on MSNBC. That's $1 million worth of, you know, stuff for your brand. The Fani Willis brand is doing well, or you know, this phrase is doing well, things like that.
She had an employee in her office that was responsible for promoting her image. for publicity?
She had a publicly funded contract for this.
Oh,
So
shit.
Jeff DeSantis contracted or called this company, and it's in the emails. I think I provided those as well, but
And the
contacted
state
Critical
paid for
Mention
this?
and said, we need to hire you to do media monitoring. And it was the same week that she had sent the letter to Raffensperger and Kemp about this case. Said, we need to have a contract to do media monitoring. Got $10,000 approved, paid $10,000 for a year contract for an annual contract.
Who approved that?
Jeff DeSantis's email said the county approved it, and his emails indicated that it was hard to get approved, that he had to really push, I think is what he said. There's some language to that, but the county paid for it.
Do other DAs do that?
I'd never even heard of media monitoring. I didn't even know it existed. No, it was very shocking. But so I got some of the emails.
She paid for PR management.
I did open
A
records.
spin doctor.
Again, once
basically
I got them,
somebody who's
they
going to
shut me down
see
and
what the
wouldn't give me anything
temperature is
else.
out there.
But so these emails
and
have
how
attachments,
people
they're
were
PDFs,
receiving
and
what
you can see
she's
in the
doing.
emails, the hyperlink to them, where you can actually see the analytical reports. That's what I wanted to get. And
More favorable points, things people don't like,
emails
topics
showed
to
a
stay
trail
away
where
from,
two
topics
people in
to
her
hit on
office, so
constantly.
Ms. Willis, Mr. DeSantis, and then Robin Yeardy were the ones that had access to this
That
Critical
tells
Mention
me that
profile.
she
It's like
had
it's a
higher
platform that you can log into and
aspirations
see,
than
you know,
just
how am I doing in
DA.
the media.
What was
She
Robin
had a
Yeardy's
plan.
role in the DA's office?
She was a liaison between the news organizations. So she said that like when CNN, MSNBC wanted her on, they would call Robin and she would coordinate it. She would do her hair and makeup, and then she would coordinate her interviews. But
If you think about it, I'm just going to pause it 1 second. If you think about it, if she hired a media consultant or whatever to watch her media and tell her the good points and the bad points, she's cultivating an image. Now she's already in office, right? She's already elected. She's already in office. She wants to stay in office. That could have been done to keep her in office the next election round or whatever. But if she had higher aspirations than that, and she really was confident that they were going to win this case against Trump, what better backing than if she had a whirlwind office romance where they were brought together over this clandestine meeting where they weren't supposed to be together, but over the Trump, whatever, they met and they fell in love, and then they get married. And now she is the head DA in charge of, what she's hoping was a Trump conviction, married to the head prosecutor of the same case. That's building a power couple. That is setting yourself up to be the next Obamas or the next Clintons, because that's how they played it too. He was up in front, but she was this great lawyer and blah, blah, blah. That's power couple talk. So she could have easily made this $10,000 investment using county funds to set the stone for her road to a higher office. I'm not saying it's alleged, it's pure speculation, but it makes sense. If you think about it strategically, she wants to lift herself up out of any kind of associations that were unsavory, to remove herself from any kind of talk about, this black woman or whatever, because, she'd say that they were going to play that card. She covered her ass by going to the church and saying, no weapon has been forged that could be used against me, and blah, 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 blah. But she was like, this highly qualified man. In what universe? Bizarro world? But what she was doing is look at me, I'm a good Christian woman. Look at me, I'm religious. Look at me, they're persecuting me. Look at this fine man who is prosecuting this orange devil. All this, all in the name of America, and she's doing all this, and she's, at the end, they'll come out. I'm guessing she's thinking they'll come out as an item, have a, little bit of time in between the case and, when they go public, and then marry him, become the power couple, and steadily move up the political ladder. That's how I see it. I'm just saying, but I tend to be a very suspicious person. So here we go. Start.
So how I found Robin was I'm going through these emails, and all of a sudden I see an email from
We're a little
Mr.
behind. It's
Santos
all right.
saying, take Robin off of this account. She's no longer with the office. And I was like, oh, I wonder if that's her. And so I found a picture of her and I asked Terrence, is that her? Because I found out she had been fired or been let go or had quit or whatever it was. And so that's how I was able to figure out who Robin Yeardy was. Then we were able to run her, run her information, get an address. And that's how we were able to narrow down where this Hapeville condo was.
Okay, so that's where basically Miss Willis and Mr. Wade would meet for their relationship.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Mr. Bradley told me at that first meeting that they would meet at hotels. He told me about a lot of travel. I mean, he detailed, he detailed a lot of stuff. He said that they traveled to Texas, they traveled to Florida, just, a lot of different travel. He said Belize. He specifically said Belize, a cruise, the Bahamas, things like that.
And you were later able to verify that through other subpoenas or open records request or whatever?
Yes, I was. I was able to. I subpoenaed
I think
bank
she got
records,
the Delta
I subpoenaed credit card
records,
records,
the-
and then I
the
actually
Delta
subpoenaed the
records.
travel agencies that Mr. Wade used for some of those trips. He used two of the cruises that they took. He used a
Mhm.
travel agency. So there was a cruise to the Bahamas. I got through a travel agency. There was a
Business in
trip to
Belize, like
Aruba
they're
that I got
foreign
through the travel
dignitaries. I
agency.
know.
And then there was another cruise. I think that one's to the Bahamas also that I got through a different travel agency. And then his credit cards are the ones that showed all the Belize trips.
And they showed that he was
All
buying
the
tickets
Belize
for both
trips,
himself
more than
and
one?
Miss Willis.
Oh yes, the credit card statements. So because I guess he used a travel agency, his credit card statements actually had her name and seat number and all that on it.
Okay. And
So I mean, there was no disputing.
clear it was paid for by him on his credit cards.
Yes. Oh yes.
Is
crystal
this
clear.
the document you gave us from the Capital One there?
It is. Yes, and there you can see.
And then she
so
paid him in
Clara Bowman is
cash.
Mr. Wade's mom.
Cash me
So
outside.
this trip, this was the cruise that happened October 31st, around that date.
The one with his mama?
Mr. Wade paid for Miss Willis, Mr. Wade, and then his mother's plane
Yep.
tickets, and then also their cruise.
I tell y'all, I know this case inside and out.
So your summary here showing the trips, we know that in late October, they took a cruise to the Bahamas, and this is from his financial records. He paid for this for both tickets.
Yes, this is from his financial records. And I tried to be, there were a lot of Ubers and things like that. I did not include things like that, that I wasn't positive. I wanted to be under inclusive, not over inclusive.
And then you show the trip to Aruba, another one to Bahamas, one to Belize, one to Napa Valley, California. These are all from October 22 up till May of 23.
Yes.
Okay. This is a document you produced us?
Yes.
This summary, is this something we prepared?
No, it's a summary.
Okay. And so you discovered that and verified its accuracy through these credit card receipts, et cetera?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Do either of them deny these trips occurred?
No, not at all.
And so is this the impropriety, the financial impropriety of getting financial benefit from the job that he's paying for her way on these trips?
If
with
Fanny
money
shows up, I'll die.
Yes.
that she's paying him and approving?
Because she cannot
This
stay
is
out of
the-
shit.
What I would call undisputed. The some of the other stuff on his credit cards, it looks like there's trips to Charlotte and Florida and other things like that. But this is what we could undisputed say was with Miss Willis.
So back to you're a good investigative reporter here.
This
So
guy is like,
you have
damn.
heard these rumors, and now Mr. Bradley, just by almost happenstance, you're with him in court,
Yes.
and he spills the beans on it and verifies it. Then you go get the documents to prove it's accurate,
Yes.
and you identify Yearty.
I don't know
get
why
him
he's
to
surprised.
Say, yeah, that's the woman whose condominium they would go to.
Yes.
Every woman is an
I
FBI
developed
agent.
it
We will
from
get
my
the
investigative
information.
skills. I've done public defense most of my career, at some point or another at pro bono. It's hard to get money for investigators. So I've learned how to do a lot of it on my own. And I dig a lot on
Her
things.
husband is
and
never
I do
cheating
like
on
to use
her.
the Open Records Act. So I was able to do that and get a lot of information. But what I did was I compiled all of the information Mr. Bradley gave me, and then I did various open records requests based on it. And then, once I would get something, I would reach out to him to verify, because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't tracking anything that was wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't want to make any allegations that didn't have support. So I would regularly verify with him. And I'd see him in court. We talked on the phone several times. I wasn't the only person that he told about this. There was another attorney on the case, Manny Aurora, who his client ultimately pled out. So he didn't continue this investigation, but he was involved in the investigation early on. And Mr. Bradley told him some of the same things that he told me. So, I was able to independently verify a lot of things, which to me, investigating is important.
Don't forget the motion by the
location, that it was in Hateville.
deputy.
Robin Yeardy actually did
This
quit.
attorney from Cobb
Mr. Bradley
County.
had told
Was
me
she
about
forced to quit? or
Also
how'd that
blonde.
come
no,
about,
I don't believe she was forced to
Terrence
quit.
got
That
a
was point of
type.
contention in our hearing. She said she left, that she was sent to another division. It's my understanding she had some, she was outspoken about, she didn't like some of the things that was happening in that office. And when she voiced that, she was sent to a different department to work, and it wasn't something that she wanted to do because she did the communications. And so she quit after that, is my understanding.
Okay.
Based on her testimony and, the allegations and all the pleadings.
All right. So after, I might be skipping parts of your investigation because it's pretty darn thorough, and you had gotten this Trackhawk, Cell Hawk, what's it called, where you're tracking the
Yes.
location? You were mentioning to me earlier
Cell
when I
Hawk.
kind of got you off that employees can have it on their own phone if they want to, and she could have gone back and proven that they had not been communicating before he was hired.
Yes.
Okay.
So let me explain that, because there's two different systems, and I'm always learning new things about this. But cell phone data is one of the new things in criminal defense. We see in a
Cell
lot of
Hawk is
cases.
different.
The Cell Hawk data that you just showed, that is geolocation data.
Yeah,
That is
that's more
different from the
GPS
cell
off cell
block. So
towers.
there's two different programs. CellHawk is the program that does geolocation data. Essentially, what you do is you get all of the pings. So every time your phone, you see those cell phone towers everywhere. Every time you use your phone, it's trying to find the closest tower. So
It's
in a metro
triangulating.
area like this, there's a lot of towers. That's why we get good signals. So when he's in Hateville, there's a lot of towers. So we can really, really narrow it down. So what we had our investigator do, and I'm only talking about the geolocation stuff. I'll talk about the text in a minute. But what we had our investigator do was narrow it down. We got all the raw data, and we had him narrow down, and we actually excluded a ton of things that were not right on top of this location. Like, we wanted to be very, very careful just to have what was literally right on top of this location. So he created a geolocation fence, which
The location you're talking about is Miss Yeardy's condo.
yes,
Okay.
it is Miss Yeardy's condo, in
The
that
Hateville.
area. So he was able
Hateville.
to find, essentially, just to summarize a couple of the things, where he, Mr. Wade would call Miss Willis at midnight, something like that. And then all of a sudden his phone would travel, and you can actually watch it.
She's
when you do
nervous,
the
got
live
her.
CellHawk, the app. It's
It's
pretty cool. You can actually
intimidating
watch the
being
phone
up there.
travel, and it's pinging because you're using it. If you
I
have
don't
an
even
app
like
open,
speaking
your
in front of
phone's
the
pinging.
school board.
So my phone's pinging right now because I'm sure I have an app open. So it's pinging from his house all the way down to the condo at midnight, 1 a.m. And he calls her when he gets there. And then it goes silent for 4 or 5 hours. And then, early in the morning hours, he starts pinging again, driving back, and then he texts her when he gets home. So,
And this is before he gets hired in November of 21.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and there's a couple different ones, and I would defer to the experts on the CellHawk data, but that's the summaries. It's actually showed like when they're read, when they're viewed.
What were you
Ooh,
all right,
shit.
so up there on
My
January
bad.
5th?
Then, early in the morning hour, but you can also limit the data. Was literally trying
There
to
we go.
download it for
Sorry.
the investigator at the time and get it over. We knew we had
I
the data.
clicked the
but we
wrong
didn't know
button,
what it
y'all.
showed. So at that time, we didn't know.
I'm not technical. Y'all know that.
What it showed, really, until he was able to do the analysis. We had some preliminary reports from him, but nothing. I mean, it took a lot of hours. It's a lot of data. So it takes a lot of time to pinpoint this information.
Real quick. Now, those things showed that he was at her house in the wee morning hours. He was there from like 1 a.m. to like 5 a.m. You are not going, if you're in your 20s, he was like, oh, we were just hanging out. Maybe if you're in your 20s, you're willing to give up a whole night's sleep to hang out with some chick that you're just friends with. Maybe. And that's stretching it. But he would call her. He didn't call her from his house and say, I'm leaving, and hang up. No, he called her and stayed on the phone with her until he got there. Hung up. His phone went silent for the hours he was there. And then he would he traveled home and he texted her like, I got home, I'm in the shower or whatever. But he tried saying they did it just to hang out. They are in their 50s, y'all. There is no person that I know of in their 50s who is going to go to somebody's house at 1 a.m. who ain't looking to get some ass. Sorry. Nope. We value our sleep way too much for that. And the fact that he was doing it like once every like 2 weeks, it's like, that's prime booty call. That's we're bumping, but we're not like exclusive, really. We don't want people to know, so we can't do it that often. That's one of those, anybody looking? No, I'm on my way over. Like, that's one of those scenarios. I've been there. Okay, I have been there. Starting at 40, you are not inviting anybody over for a hangout. Okay, you are either hopeful something's going to happen or something's going to happen. But if he's leaving her house at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, that's walk of shame time. Y'all know it. That's walk of shame time. That is when you are slipping out before the sun comes up and you hope to God nobody sees your car. Shit, you might park a block away. He had a garage door opener to her condo. So they didn't want anybody seeing his car sitting outside. He pulled right up into that garage and right up into Fani. Funny. But let me tell you, 50 years old, no. Sleep is a commodity that we value greatly. There is no way, as he had to take a nap, I guarantee it, before he went over there. You are not going to somebody's house, especially when you're battling, you just got over whatever kind of, cancer he had, that he said he needed to be in a sterile environment. If you're going to somebody's condo at 1 o'clock in the morning, there's nothing sterile going on with your junk area. Okay? None. So that's a load of horse shit too. But yeah, you're not going over there just to hang out. Get out of here. Stop it. Stop it, you lying motherfucker. Stop.
But the other thing that I was talking about, so this is the CellHawk report, and heat map is just like how many times it's pinging, heavy concentration is
her hands are driving me crazy.
Or you're at that location a lot. There's a lot of usage. The other thing I was talking about, just to make sure it's clear, so that's CellHawk. Cellbrite is a different program.
You ain't lying.
Cellbrite, and it's
I am a button pusher.
Cellbrite. Cellbrite is a program similar to CellHawk, but it downloads data in the phone. So like this one is you pinging off of towers. It's geolocation.
Girl.
Showing where you were.
Exactly.
Something was hanging out, but it wasn't their friendship.
Actually can get your texts, your pictures, your app usage. I mean, all of that stuff. So it's one of those things that if you want, if
oh my God, Purell instead of KY,
by text and they delete
that would burn.
They'll take their phone and hook it up to Cellbrite. Cellbrite it makes what's called a forensic copy of the phone, but you can also limit the data. So it's very expensive.
This is fun. I'm having fun today. I just wanted a nice, relaxing day. I didn't want to miss this either, though.
For them to have it done, but the DA's office has it. They have the
12,000 interactions.
In their open checkbook. The city of
12,000
as well. But what you can do is you can copy cell phone. So
what
I
does that
mentioned
say?
earlier is
you have to have the cell phone to do that.
You do. You have to have the
2,073 voice calls.
Yo.
So we did not get that data from Mr. Wade.
10,000 text messages or 9,800 text messages. Shut up.
I do not have
in
the
11
power
months
to get the text messages. I don't have that power. I would have to have a search warrant.
In
the state's the only
11
one that has
months.
the power to actually get someone's text messages out of their phone. But my whole point in saying that was if I had been accused of having an affair and it didn't start, and I said it started in April and someone else said it started in November, they have the ability. I don't have the ability. They have the ability to plug that phone into the Cellbrite and print out a report that shows all of the texts.
So
I'm up to date on chat.
Miss Willis, had they wanted
it's
to
the
disprove
hearing
your
we're behind on.
could have just
That's
used that
right.
Cellbrite program, and it would have shown no communications between them.
Yes, and it would have also showed the contents of the text. If the text
We're
are
like
romantic,
10
if
minutes
they're
behind.
Not romantic, if they're friendly,
But this
and
is the good part.
they would control the data. So if there's something that was privileged, they could redact it. If there was something that if they wanted to only limit it to like, we want to prove that we weren't talking romantically in November.
I'm
They could
doing
limit it.
well.
They
I'm
could have
doing
actually
well,
pulled up
Wolfie.
the
Come
text itself
on.
to say, hey, I need
Ow.
you to help me work on this case, or else, hey, I need you to meet me at the Love Nest.
Yes, 100%. Yes.
I need
don't
you
have
to
that
meet
ability.
me at
So
the
I don't
Love
have the
Nest.
ability to get search warrant and get that data. All I have the ability to do is get that geofencing.
Well, who found out about these 12,000 texts?
Tell me
and
you're irritated with this
calls and
case
all that
without
kind of
telling
stuff?
me
That
you're
is what I
irritated.
was able to get by subpoena. So I was able to get the geolocation data
The
by
Love
subpoena. What I
Nest.
can't get is what's inside of the phone. I can't get the texts inside the phone.
The words in the text.
Exactly.
But you were able to find out that they were texting each other
Oh yeah.
prior to November 1st of 21.
Yes.
How
and
did you find that data? Is that
Mind
anything
you,
produced
AT&T
us?
that is-
provided
so
them
the
with that
cell block data
information
actually
within
analyzes
7
that. So you can
days.
see,
When normally it
in-
takes
we just
months
summarized
for these lawyers to
2021.
get that information.
So
They were like, "Oh, for Mr. Trump,
approximately
here you go."
12,000 interactions.
There you go.
That's voice and
There you go.
text for the year of 2021.
In
and
a
again, remember,
week,
2021,
they got
he
that
didn't get the
information.
contract until November of that year.
Unheard
so most
of.
of 2021, he's not under contract. Over 2,000 voice calls, almost 10,000 text messages.
How did they explain that? Did you confront? We're not privy to what all
2,000 voice
came out
calls.
in
I
evidence at
spend
the hearings that you've
easily
had. Did you get either
60% of
one
my
them
day
to
talking to
say,
Winning.
That's not
We do
true,
not
they
have
only talked
2,000 voice
12,000
calls.
times, or-
No, what they did was they
And
filed
we've been
an
at this
affidavit
for almost
saying
a
that
year.
Geolocation data is not always reliable.
Stop.
Does that apply to Cellbrite data though?
No, it doesn't. And it was ironic because I have a number of cases. I mean, almost every murder case I've had in the last decade has had geolocation data.
Used by the prosecution against the defendant, right?
They use cell hawk data. I mean, literally, they're using this right now. So our investigator actually analyzed the same. There's a trial going on. It's called the YSL trial. There's this same data being used in that trial, and our investigator actually analyzed it for them in that case. So I mean,
For them, you mean for the Fulton County DA's office?
no, for the defense looking at
defense.
that data. So the point is, they're currently using the same data in another courtroom to prosecute someone, but their defense in our case was that it's not reliable.
Okay. Got it.
Shit.
And did your Cellbrite data come in? The existence of the cell phone calls?
No, so the Cellbrite data, that would have to be voluntary on part of the DA to actually
So they
voluntarily.
could show you that to disprove your allegations?
100%.
Okay, didn't do it.
No.
Neither Wade nor Willis.
No.
No, they doubled down
All right,
on
so
rhetoric.
You've done your investigation.
Not proof.
You've determined you think there was a relationship that had begun before he was hired.
Yes.
And after having met with Mr. Bradley,
Mhm.
you began to prepare a motion to disqualify and to dismiss the case altogether, right?
Yes. I actually started the motion
Let me
in
get back on
September.
the cell phone.
and then added to
text
it.
messages. All right, and so then you somehow preserved, you had text communications with Mr. Bradley to confirm this?
Yes.
And was that because you didn't want to file a pleading that was inaccurate?
100%.
You wanted him to verify the accuracy of what you were claiming had happened?
January and February.
Word that had not been verified.
Because he was the source.
Yes.
He's the guy that was his law partner and his divorce attorney,
Yes.
who probably knew as well as anybody in the state.
They had been best
Well,
friends also.
Okay. All right. And so let's pull these up, Senator Dolezal. When did you start? You kept these text messages somehow?
I did. So I actually
Somehow.
Mr. Bradley uses a
You know he
Android, I
don't
believe,
text.
and so it was not easy to just download them, and I'm not the most tech savvy person. I also there's a lot of texts that just went into things that I thought would just embarrass people and weren't relevant. So what I did was I screenshotted the texts that I thought were relevant.
I'm looking to see
I
what
tried
my
to
oldest
use
saved
those in
text
court,
is.
but the prosecutor kept objecting and saying I was hiding things because I wasn't showing all of my
It's
texts.
from May
So
of
they just kept on and on
2023.
for days saying I was hiding things. And I explained to them, I let them look through my phone. They scrolled through all my texts.
Who's they?
It was Adam Abadi was the prosecutor.
Okay.
So he just kept saying, that where's the beginning of that text? Where's the thing after that? Where's the other part of that text? These aren't complete, rule of completeness, kept objecting. And I had just screenshotted the texts that I thought were highly relevant, but weren't slanderous, I guess. I don't even know the word, but there were some that Miss Willis's daughter had failed out, like things like that. They were just ugly. They didn't need to be admitted.
Oh, yeah, I read that.
You're trying to be
So
decent.
I had tried really hard to just screenshot the relevant ones, but they kept saying that I was hiding stuff and I wasn't showing the whole thing. So when they objected to my text coming in the screenshots, they said they wanted the whole text chain, and the judge ordered me to, if I was going to admit the text, to go figure out a way to download all of them. So I bought a program for $20-30 and took 3 hours. And I was very proud of myself for finally figuring out how to do it.
I know how
but
to do it. I do it all the time.
a copy of it and then redact our phone numbers. So
I always
this
got
actually
receipts. Fuck
showed,
that.
like when they're read, when
So
they're viewed.
what were you? All right, so up there on January 5th at 9:50 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking what do you read the question?
So I'm asking him, do you think it started before she hired him?
You're talking about the affair.
Yes, the affair.
And what's his response?
His response was absolutely. It started when she left the DA's office and was judge in South Fulton. And so, these are things that he had told me, but I was getting ready to file. My filing deadline was the 8th. And as we're doing this, I'm fact checking line by line, basically.
Right. So did you send him a copy of your proposed motion?
I did. And I actually admitted, so at the hearing that we had, I was able to admit the email where I sent him that. So I sent him a copy of the motion that weekend when I was I wanted him to review it. And then he had a text. He didn't write me back by email, but I submitted my email so that the court could see exactly when I sent it and when he responded. And then he responded that everything looked good. Because I asked, I said, I'm sending you this motion. I need you to look at it. And then he responded that everything looked good in it. Right. He actually told me at first he wanted me to make some changes because I had not included the information about how much money he had received. I had only included the information about how much Wade had received. And, I didn't know that it wasn't really highly relevant to my motion. But he was like, oh, that's going to tip them off that I'm talking to you. And he did not want anybody to know that he was talking. He was very concerned about what.
I'm going to let you just read through this chain.
Okay.
All right. We left off up there. Absolutely. It began when she was a judge in South Fulton. When was she a judge in South Fulton?
She became a judge in August of 2019. And I did an open records. I first asked, I first did an open records and they said no. So then I subpoenaed the records for the judicial conference, the municipal court conference.
So she was a municipal court judge.
They were both municipal court judges. So I got the
Who's both? You mean Wade was the judge at the time also?
Wade was a judge. He was actually a speaker on the panel. It was October 2019. So
She said he was her mentor.
Found online an old agenda where he was speaking. And Terrence Bradley had told me that they met at a conference where Wade was speaking and Willis had gone. So I knew that. So and it was in person. So I could narrow it down because of COVID. I figured out when COVID happened and when, all the conferences went virtual, narrowed down my timeline. So I searched for this specific time period, which is when Bradley had told me the relationship started.
And when was that conference?
It was October 2019.
Right.
So I found the agenda for that. So then I reached out to the municipal court judges CLE group and said, here's an open records request. I would like a list of attendees because I wanted to verify Miss Willis went there because I was trying to fact check. And they said no. So I subpoenaed them and they gave it to me. I also subpoenaed.
Was she in attendance?
She was. I also.
Where was that conference?
It was at Lake Lanier.
Okay.
I also did an open records request to the city of South Fulton because I know that they have to sign off if your judge is going to go to a conference. So I did an open records request to them to make sure that they had actually sent her to that. So I verified from 2 different sources that she attended that conference, and that matched what Mr. Bradley had told me.
All right. So is that a part-time job, a municipal court job, a judge?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
So Wade could continue
It's like being an
practicing law and do
adjunct.
that on the side.
Well, so she was a full-time, but Wade is a part-time, and Wade only did maybe once or twice a month at most.
Okay.
Because he was in the city of Marietta. I mean, he was just he was a fill-in judge for that. That wasn't his.
Okay. So you
primary
narrowed it down to that's when the relationship began. Scroll through here for us, and I can't read that green line. What's
okay.
the next? If you don't mind, just sort of
No,
read
of
us
course.
through.
It says, is this accurate? And this
She
was
is
again
out
on
of breath.
So when you're saying, is this accurate? You're going over this brief and saying, I'm about to swear this in court. Will you verify it's accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
So at that time I was going through the actual statement because I was trying to figure out how to say it, and so I said, upon information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship at that time. And he corrected me and said, no, it was municipal court.
You had said magistrate court and he said no.
Right.
Okay.
And I slipped up. I should have said municipal court. I knew that.
So you say thank you. What was his response after that? No, this is 12 something PM on January 5th as you're getting your pleading ready.
He said, you can't put where they met. Not many people know that. I might be one of only, not even Chris Campbell.
Chris Campbell was their other law partner.
Yes.
Okay.
And I did not disclose Mr. Bradley
He was
in my initial
nervous.
filing. I didn't until the state forced me to.
Why was he afraid to be disclosed? Just because of his relationship with Wade, or was he afraid of these people, or just didn't want to?
He's afraid now.
Multiple reasons. I mean, it's the district attorney in Fulton County. I didn't really want to go, file something against her. It's not exactly a fun position to be in. Also, I mean, they have a lot of mutual friends. I'm sure it wasn't a fun position to be in, to be outing a friend of yours, but the attacks, I mean, it's a small legal community.
Were you able to get this into court? Because Bradley, I saw some of his testimony, all of a sudden can't remember anything about anything now. Were you able to use this to impeach him and show that he did know precisely what happened and when?
Yes, and he changed his testimony somewhat. At first, when he first testified, that he had never discussed this with me. And
then you showed his text messages where y'all discussed it.
Well, at that point, I that caught me off guard. So, I didn't expect that. So then I pulled.
He also said he couldn't remember. Meanwhile, he just told her like a couple weeks before.
And I told his lawyer, do you want to look at my text messages? And so then.
Hey, Cat Ninja, what's up?
Had told you that.
Yes.
Okay. And did Wade testify at any of these hearings?
He did.
Did he acknowledge the relationship or not?
He acknowledged the relationship, yes.
Before he was hired?
No,
Cat, I am
so
obsessed
before I filed the motion,
with this case.
Nobody acknowledged any relationship. So I filed the motion on January 8th, and then on Martin Luther King.
Walk us through
This
that.
is
What
better
were the
than Spanish
grounds
soap operas.
Why is it you feel like Fani Willis should be disqualified from continuing this prosecution?
Because she's
Yeah,
a
so-
liar.
And these are things that I alleged in my initial motion that was filed on January 8th. I outlined this. My client in particular was not part of the special purpose grand jury. They did not recommend him to be indicted. He was not a subject.
He was in
wasn't
Fanny's Fanny.
part of that. So he was added on.
The British
That's
one.
interesting, because I remember hearing that the special grand jury had recommended prosecuting like 40-something people.
They had.
He was not even in that list of 40.
He was not.
And they didn't take, or they, as in Fani Willis, did not take the advice of her own special grand jury as to more than half the people they wanted prosecuted.
Subsequently, there's been a book that was published that called "Find Me the Votes," that authors had exclusive access to her, and so all of her theories in how to indict people and who to indict was explored in that book. So from that, I was able to learn that she cut a lot of people. And I mean, I have
Was that because they cut deals with them, immunity deals, or?
some of them were that. Some of them I just don't think she wanted to bother with.
And then she added to the list, though, people that were not even recommended. Or
My
at least your client.
My client, yes,
Okay.
she added him, so he was one of the ones. So there were some people.
She had a hit list
publicly available in that book, like Senator Graham, Loeffler, those Purdue, those people.
They recommended prosecuting them.
Right. She had considered prosecuting them and taking them off the list. So there were a lot of people that had been on the consideration and then had been removed. And then
picked
my
people
client had
she
not
could
been considered,
manipulate and
then
probably get
So
plea deals
to
from.
me, I was trying to figure out, why would you want to expand it? There's different ways you can go about prosecution.
Did you figure out why they add your client to the list?
No, but the my allegation in my motion is that the bigger the case is, the more money that's made, and that that made sense to me. So for me to file a motion to disqualify, obviously we had to have.
She
some
talks
type of
too much.
basis,
Fanny.
besides all of the violations, and so expanding litigation. Because of how large it is, the judge has said we're probably going to have 3 trials, and each of them is going to take several months. Where if you just imagine, follow me down the path, if you only indicted one person and it was narrow, you could try it in a month. If you indict 19 people and, 3 different essentially alleged criminal schemes, like I divided it up earlier, that you now have 3 years of trial. You've now gone from a month of trial to 3 years of trial. That's a lot more money. And so that to me was a financial motive, particularly since my client was not recommended by the special purpose grand jury to be indicted.
She pulled
And
that out
you
of the
had
hat.
Data to show that she was financially benefiting from the continued prosecution.
Yes. And so to answer your question, you were saying, walk me through it. So January 8th, I have a deadline to file this. So I'm verifying, and that's what you can see in the text. You can see heavy text with Mr. Bradley right around then to verify everything. I file it. And at that point, the world is shocked. I mean, shocked because nobody had any idea. This had been hidden. This was even hidden from her father, who she had testified she talks to 10 times a day. So very few people knew about this relationship.
Like I said,
they very
Fani
much
talks
wanted
too
to know
much.
who knew about it. Mr. Bradley.
Less is more. Law of power.
Next weekend, he gets
Holla,
some
doc.
calls about. He gets a call, trying to fish to see if he's the leak, is what it was couched as. He gets a call from a gentleman named Gabe Banks, who ultimately represented Chris Campbell in the. He filed a motion to quash against Chris Campbell, who's the law partner.
Gabe Banks' wife works for the DA's office?
Yes, he does. She does.
Works for Fani Willis.
Yes. And I've not gotten it. I've not opened records yet, but I have been told that Mr. Banks also has one of these special counsel contracts. Again, I have not opened records yet, not part of my case. But
outside her scope.
He calls Mr. Bradley, and Mr. Bradley calls me and another friend of ours. Her name's Cindy Yeager. She's a district attorney in Cobb County, and he was upset. I talked to him. It was, I believe, a Saturday night, and I could tell he was upset by his text. I left my kids and went and talked to him because I was worried about him, and he took it as what he described to me as the first shot against the bow. That they were trying to figure out if it was him, and they were trying to silence him. And
trying
Gabe
to
didn't
silence him.
And he said Gabe didn't say anything that threatened him. He just out of the blue called him, and he hadn't talked to him in quite some time. So it was out of the norm.
It was
for him to call.
suspicious.
So Mr. Banks called and told him that was asking if he was the leak, meaning if he was my source. And Mr. Banks said that it was because he had seen a news article, and Mr. Bradley knew that wasn't the case. So he said, send me the news article. So he sent him some article that did not say he was the leak, and that put an end to it. But then the next day, Mr. Wade called Mr. Bradley's best friend and said to call, he didn't call Mr. Bradley directly, but told his friend to call Mr. Bradley and remind him of his privilege.
His attorney-client privilege.
Yes.
Who's the best friend? Can you tell me?
I'm not. He told me his name, and I'm not positive. I think I know who it is, but I'm not positive.
All right. So Wade calls Bradley's best friend, says, you better call Bradley, remind him he's got attorney-client privilege with me, and he better not spill the beans.
I do know the best friend works at a law firm called Beasley Allen. He told me that. He said his best friend's name, and then he said he works at Beasley Allen. And he was pretty upset about it. And it was the same day of Miss Yeager's birthday.
But attorney-client privilege doesn't go before or after
and we were both
the amount of time that he was hired for him.
Why
Tampering with witnesses.
it just seemed like tampering, and it's just
It's an intimidation tactic.
Position to be in, and all of us were kind of worried how the state would react to all of this. But at that point, it's
Did
still.
he interpret that as Miss Willis trying to intimidate him from revealing this affair?
Or Mr. Wade.
Okay.
He took it as intimidation, yes.
Right.
Because what he called it as is the second shot across the bow. Those were his words. So he said first shot across the bow was Gabe Banks, second shot across the bow was Nathan Wade calling.
Okay.
So that's how he interpreted it. But at that point, I had not disclosed him as the witness, as the primary source. So nobody knew that. And I was trying to protect him as much as possible, just because I knew he didn't want these calls. It's not something that you want. So they filed.
No, you don't want the DA against you.
Quash what?
To quash all of the subpoenas, pretty much every subpoena that I had issued.
So after you filed this motion to disqualify, I guess a hearing was scheduled.
Yes.
And then you started.
Real quick, guys, when she says he didn't want that, he didn't want smoke from the DA's department because Fani Willis could pick any cases she wanted to try. It's up to her discretion completely whether she pursues a case or not. And he had accusations of sexual assault against people that worked for him and everything against him from people that worked for him. And from, I believe, from a client as well. And he paid to silence at least one of those people. But she knew about it because Nathan knew about it. So if Nathan knew about it and he told Fani, and Terrence went and pissed off Fani, all Fani had to do was say, you know what? That sounds like a case I'd like to prosecute. Somebody open up a case on that. I think there's, blood in the water there. So it would make him vulnerable to charges based on what she learned, based on her association with Nathan Wade, based on their prior association. So it's like you tell your best friend something, and then you two aren't best friends, but your best friend is dating the DA. And your best friend knows that you committed felonies and tried to cover it up. And your best friend goes and tells the DA that he's fucking. This dude is about to blow up our spot. This is what I know about him. I'll make sure he knows that you know. And we can use that as leverage. That is I hate to say it, but that's such a Jersey thing to do. I mean, that's what they do up here. That's how they keep you in line. They get you dirty laundry and they're like, remember, not only did she give him a job doing the filtering, but the taint stuff, but she also knew all this stuff on him. So she gave him a job that he didn't have to apply for. She offered it to him. So she bypassed a whole bunch of people that were probably more qualified for that cushy little position. Now, this is Terrence Bradley. And she had all this dirt on Terrence Bradley. So he had multiple reasons to be afraid of Fani Willis. 1, to be grateful. 2, to be afraid of prosecution because she had dirt on him. So just keep that in mind.
Issuing subpoenas to line up your evidence.
Yes.
That's when this witness tampering occurred?
Yes.
After that, to try to intimidate your witnesses from coming to court?
Yes. So, and let me walk through the timeline. So I filed this on the 8th. The next thing that happened was Miss Willis testified. I say testified. She spoke at a church on Martin Luther King Sunday and was making some statements about why did they single out Mr. Wade. Didn't say anything about that we singled him out because he's the only one she's having an affair with. Did not agree to that. Instead said that it was racially motivated.
And the other 2 special prosecutors were white.
Yes.
But they were making significantly less money.
She did. She made
right. And she even said,
arguments
to the church, she even said that I'm paying them the same rate, which is not true. Mr. Floyd's contract is for $150 an hour. It's never been $250 an hour. So that, one of my kids was listening to it and, said, come listen to this. And I listened to it and I was like, wait, that's not true. So that was
she tried to instigate a racial divide where there was none.
She didn't say anything about, they're singling him out because he's the one I went on all these vacations with and he's the one I'm romantically involved in. Instead, she said that we were singling him out because of race. And then she said that they were all paid the same, which is not true. So
I believe there are rules
I
against
at that
in
point,
Georgia.
okay, they're not going to admit that they have this relationship. And so I'm texting with Mr. Bradley, oh my gosh, are they going to lie about this? Like, it's on their credit cards. Like, I don't know what's going to happen here. And so then in the divorce proceedings, Miss Willis had been subpoenaed to testify, and she actually invoked her executive privilege.
Yeah.
Hey, Ellie.
Yeah.
She wouldn't testify.
She would not testify. So then
they settled it.
Right. And then they settled it because because the judge said he was going to have to testify. So they settled it and he did not have to testify. So at that point, the judge had given us a hearing date. So I was able to issue subpoenas. So my subpoenas started going and I filed the returns of the subpoenas and all of a sudden the motions to quash started coming in. Right around that time, the state filed their response where they admitted to this relationship, but they put limits on it. So their response that they filed, I believe it was February 2nd, I believe.
They straight up lied.
So on February 2nd, they filed their
on the
opposition
stand
to our motion. They admit that there was a romantic relationship, but they claim that it started after he was hired and that all of the gifts and travel was roughly divided. They submit an affidavit from Mr. Wade, and they submitted a receipt from a credit card where she had paid for one plane ticket. So
keep in mind that if you commit perjury on the stand, really nothing happens to you. I mean, I look at Amber Heard. She lied her ass off. They knew it. She perjured herself in and out and every day that she was on that stand. Everything she said in her deposition, she outright lied. Nothing happened to her because a layperson who gets up there, lawyers and judges know you're going to lie. But a prosecutor is held to a much higher standard of ethics and morality. They are not allowed to do that type of thing without repercussions because they have to be above board. the fact that she lied on the stand, if they pursue this and they charge her or convict her or remove her, that calls into question every single case she has ever touched to see if there was corruption and to see if there was embezzling, if there was money laundering, to see if there was fraudulence, to see if there was witness intimidation. They are going to pull every single case. She even touched a toe into that water. How much you want to bet? That's going to backlog Georgia cases for years. And the first ones that are going to go and say, I want my case relooked at because that bitch is crooked. They're going to be the gangland ones that she did. They're going to be all the big corruption ones. Because how are you going to judge somebody else's corruption when you're corrupt yourself? And mind you, she got elected running on a platform of, I will be a DA, unlike the last DA. I will not misappropriate funds. I will not overspend. And I will not fuck my employees. She said it. She said, I will not have sex with my employees. And sure enough, everything she said she was going to do, she didn't do. And everything she said she wasn't going to do, she did. So I don't know if she thinks it's backwards day, but like every day, but that's what she did. So she is highly suspect. She is non-credible, and she is going to cause a shit storm for Georgia courts if this goes through. Anything that wasn't like, I guess maybe even a bench decision or whatever, but anything that she had a part in, they're going to call into question, and they might get overturned, just or retried. Either way, it's going to take years and years. And then the lawsuits for unlawful imprisonment and what do they call that? Like when you get reimbursed for like distresses, like I forget what they call it. It's not coming to mind for some reason. But it's like, the whole pain and whatever. So yeah, it's a lot. This is not just about her bumping uglies. This is about the corruption that goes deep that makes her look like a liar, which makes her unable to prosecute with impartiality. Like, you can't prosecute somebody and be a liar because then nothing you submit is infallible. Everything can get called into question. Real quick, Ellie said, here's some funny news out of Houston. Kim Og, Democrat running for Harris County DA, was running on the platform of saying voter ID was racist, went to vote, and someone already had voted as her. That's what you get. That's what you get. And because of that, she conceded. Bro, that is hilarious. Oh my God. Oh no, voter ID, that's racist. I want to cast my vote. You already did. No, I didn't. Prove it. How could you let somebody cast for me? Well, there's no voter ID protocol. So how was I to know? I never met you. That's friggin' perfect. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. All right. I know I keep pausing this, but it's just so much to cover, and I don't want to constantly talk over her.
It was a couple $100 on hers and then thousands of dollars on his. So then my subpoenas were filed, and every single one of them had a motion to quash. And
I did. Thank you, Ellie. That made my day. Besides Haley conceding.
Kept very harshly saying that I was making this up and nobody had told me this, and it was, gossip, and I was lying and I should be sanctioned. So the court held a hearing on motions to quash.
It's hard to remember
I was
lies.
to disclose Mr. Bradley as a witness, which I did not want to do because I was worried, because I knew they had called and all of these things. But I had to disclose him as a witness. And so at that point, I was still talking with Mr. Bradley fairly regularly. But that then changed.
Okay. So you're waiting on the judge to rule on your motion to disqualify.
Yes, sir.
In summation, the grounds for that are what? That this is improper for a prosecutor to have a relationship with the special prosecutor?
Yes, it is a conflict of interest.
Okay. And that's because the financial benefits or just because?
Mainly the
what?
financial benefits. There's a couple different aspects to it. We've also alleged some other misconduct because the prosecutors aren't allowed to publicly condemn an accused prior to trial. And she made a speech at a church and said this was racially motivated, talked extensively about the clients being guilty. She testified at our hearing that our clients were guilty, that my client
she
was
sure did.
Guilty of trying to, I don't even remember, subvert democracy or something. But she's made a number of public statements condemning their guilt, which is not allowed.
That's inappropriate conduct for a prosecutor.
Very much so. And there's case law on that. There's bar rules on that. So there were a lot of public speeches that were made along the way. And, you know, they're
she's
kind
got
of,
some
you can kind of
ethics
follow them through this media
violations
monitoring
to
company.
account for.
But so she makes these and then she got disqualified from prosecuting another person she wanted
Absolutely,
to
Kat.
prosecute.
For making public statements.
It was for a fundraising. She had thrown a fundraiser for his opponent, his political opponent.
Right.
So when that happened, you sort of see her press stuff dwindle a little bit. So she stopped making as many public comments. But then when this motion came about, she made the church speech, as I'd call it, where she's, you know, calls me and, you know, my client racist and says, condemns their guilt.
She's even
and then
afraid
she
to
also
say
gave
that
interviews
she's
to
been
his
called
book.
racist.
That's
terrible.
I don't know. The timing was just, it was just nuts. But the book came out right around the time that all this was happening, and it's called "Find Me the Votes." And
that came out in 2024. You're saying?
It came out. It came out a month ago, if even. And
oh my goodness.
She literally let the authors of this book in when she was deciding how to prosecute this case, who to indict, who not to indict. I mean, their whole thing is that they had unfettered, you know, behind the scenes access to her thought process and stuff. So
much for
and she's
confidentiality.
talking about all of this, you know, that they're guilty. But the big thing for the forensic misconduct is she's in the church speech. She's saying, and she says this in the book too, that God has told her to prosecute them. So the theme between these two things is that God told her to do this and that she is doing the will of God by prosecuting our clients. And that is.
And she's doing the will of God by fucking a married man.
So there was.
Because wow.
I'm
God
trying to
is lenient.
recollect what I remember reading in basically the Atlanta newspapers about all this, because this was new to the state Senate as well, because all of this began on January 8th, which was that the day we started, 8th or 10th or something.
It did. And no, I mean,
it was the day session.
Even when
began,
they
and all of a
asked her
sudden these
father if he
bombshell
knew about this
allegations come
case, he
out,
said,
and
of course, it's everywhere. I spent
I think
8
that
hours
was the
watching this stuff
motivation
yesterday.
for our Senate
The
resolution
hell?
forming this investigative committee to say, let's find out if this is true, independently of all you guys' legal issues or whatnot.
So he went in there knowing what to say with extreme
She wouldn't
prejudice.
testify in the divorce case.
Right.
But did you subpoena her to testify in your motion to disqualify?
Yes, and she filed a motion.
That's
to
right,
quash.
Ellie.
She refused to testify, but then she came to court and did testify.
Yes.
Okay. And in that,
As they were arguing the motion to quash.
But apparently God looked one way for one thing and one way for the other.
testimony,
Mhm.
did she deny the start date of this affair?
Yes, she said it started in early of
Absolutely agree.
2022. There was some discrepancy between them, you know, a month or two here and there, whether it started. Generally, it was around March, is what Mr. Wade.
So
and
what are the
Mrs.
consequences for an attorney to give sworn testimony that she did if you're Bradley?
She's very nervous
what is
right
it,
now. You see,
Yearty?
she's
Yearty.
hand
Yearty,
over hand.
Your Trackhawk
She's
data,
holding her own
your other
hand.
independent
She's
verifications are
self-soothing.
found to be truthful.
It's a crime. It's a felony. You'd lose your license.
Okay.
It's perjury.
Same for Wade.
Yes. And we have rules that are one of the, outside of privilege and confidentiality, we cannot suborn perjury. So if I have a client who tells me I did it, I can't put them on the stand to say I didn't do it.
Okay.
I would lose my license over that. I cannot do that.
And Yearty came to court and said, oh yeah, this started in 2019.
She saw them, she saw them together. She testified that she saw them romantically together.
Hugging and kissing.
They were very close.
Yeah. And
Well, they were fuck buddies
you had
at work
Bradley's
at
text
best.
messages showed he
or at
confirmed
worst.
that absolutely back in January.
Yes. And he had a lot of
Before-
details, little details that matched up.
Did you get other details from him by phone?
Yes.
That wasn't in the text. What did he
garage door opener that that Mr. Wade had a garage door opener, and then I've subsequently learned that he told Mr. Aurora the same thing. And
garage door opener to her place. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
to hide the
place.
car from
there were other
public view.
things, I mean, just a lot of context, things about how freely
Keep
Mr.
it
Wade
on the
could go in and out of
DL.
the office, you know, the DA's office, stuff about that they would sometimes use hotels. One thing that he told me was that Mr. Wade had, before he filed for divorce, had used Mr. Bradley's credit card and then paid him back in cash.
Bradley on the stand said he never used the credit
there
card.
wouldn't be a record of it.
I mean, not Bradley. Nathan Wade said he never used Bradley's
Right,
credit
so
card
I'm
except once.
a little puzzled by the legal standard. I'm reading the newspaper articles that explain to us the difference between a conflict of interest and an appearance of a conflict or an appearance of impropriety.
That is the big argument right now. And I'm not the best person to explain that. My husband argued that part. But, you know, appearance of impropriety, it's one of those things like that if it undermines the outcome, undermines the confidence in the outcome. And we spent a lot of time in our brief talking about the constitutional underpinnings of this. You know, due process, that my client has a right to due process. He has a right to a fair and impartial prosecutor. And we don't think that's happened in this case. And so I think that would be more along the lines of
She has outright said they're guilty.
the appearance of impropriety, and then actual impropriety is receiving money, you know, like receiving money and not paying it back. And there was testimony about that. You know, Miss Willis came in and testified, and Mr. Wade did, that she paid him back in these sums of cash, but there's no records of any of that or where she got it.
Anything shows him depositing cash or
No,
receiving cash?
no. And, you know, we asked her like where you got it. She said that she said she borrowed it from her campaign. So, you know, she said the original large sum of cash came from her campaign.
I
She
think
took
all
that
of
out.
us up here that have campaigns know you can't take campaign funds
See?
for personal use, right?
I'm not well versed in that area of law, but that is my
It's
understanding.
pretty black and white.
So she testified that she took that the majority
Money
of the cash
laundering.
she had, on hand was from her campaign. That a loan she had given herself from the campaign. She was very clear about that. And then she also said that when it got low, she would supplement it by getting like $50 back at Publix. But I mean, she's giving him, you know, $4,000, $2,500, so you know, large sums of cash.
But
So-
she also had no
and there's
receipts for
trail,
those either.
obviously. There's no record of any of that.
Right. In
You
some
go to
of the
Publix, it
documents
gives you a
produced to
receipt.
us, there were a couple of
You use an
IOTA
ATM, it gives you a
trust
receipt.
accounts. Those were Mr. Wade's accounts?
Yes.
Okay. So he had more than one trust account in his law firm?
Yes, he did.
And did you find any discrepancy or whether these funds were deposited there?
Yes. And, you know, so he testified because we asked him where he deposited the funds.
And these are the funds where his paychecks basically from Fulton DA's office?
Yes.
Okay.
At first, he deposited them to his joint IOLTA that he had with his law partners. And then he started depositing them to his when I say personal, just him IOLTA, an IOLTA that did not have anything to do with Mr. Bradley or Mr. Campbell.
Do you think Mr. Bradley was aware that he was running the money through a separate account,
I think it might have been part of the reason that they dissolved.
that they broke up?
Yes.
Because he didn't want to
Do you
give him
think
his share.
Ex-wife knew that this money was being held in a trust account rather than previously it had been going through his own bank account?
His ex-wife didn't have any idea. I mean, you could tell from the pleadings that he was even making this much money. I mean, he filed
said
some
$9,000
interrogatories and
a
some
month.
answers in that divorce case saying that he made a couple $1,000s a month. I mean, very, very minimal amounts.
Well, we knew he was
Nice, Ellie.
$35,000 a month under this contract.
Right. And he has a lot of money parked in one of those IOLTAs that's not disclosed in the divorce.
We just keep on winning.
So that's, does it look like he was using his law firm trust
Winning.
account or his personal lawyer? IOLTA is a legal trust account, right?
Yes.
The interest from it goes to the state bar to help fund some
Yes.
indigent care or whatever, right?
Yes. As much as I wish we could park money in our IOLTAs that was earned and not pay ourselves, we can't do that. So when you earn money, you can't leave it in your IOLTA. IOLTAs are for client money.
Thank
so
you,
they're
Mimsy.
a
An
trust
IOLTA account
essentially
is a
what they are
client
is like
trust
if you
account,
settle a
lawyer
divorce
account.
case- I'm not a divorce case. I'm sorry. You settle a civil rights case or a
Personal injury case.
personal injury case, and you get $100,000, and 60 of that's the clients and 40 of it's the lawyers. It has to go into your IOLTA. It sits there until you clear the case out, you finalize the case, you send a settlement letter, you get the amount, and you have to put it in your actual business account, and then the client gets their check for their part. So IOLTAs are very highly regulated by the state bar. They can't commingle funds. It can't be earned money. It's got to be money that's not earned.
Just
and the interest
reiterates
does go to the
that.
state bar, but once you earn the money, you have to pay it. You have to have it in your account because you have to claim it on your taxes.
Right.
I mean, lawyers wish that they could keep money
Can
in
we
IOLTAs
see his
and not have to pay
taxes? That'd be
on it
awesome.
until it was a year that
Right. So
financially
sometimes
they wanted to.
attorneys may take a retainer up
Yes.
front and bill against that retainer. Say, you might do that on some of your criminal cases. So yeah,
Yes.
I'm going to take $25,000,
Mhm.
I'm going to put it in my trust, and then I'll submit an itemized statement and pay myself as I earn the money.
That's exactly what they do with retainers that are refundable. So they would ask, $10,000 retainer. And then if this month I billed $1,500, I send you a bill, and then I take the $1,500 and I transfer it to my business account.
Okay.
As soon as it's earned, you have to transfer it.
So these funds, if they in fact came from the contract with Fulton County, should have probably never been put in a trust account at all, because they were already earned after he had done the work, and within some amount of time after that, he sent the bill and he got paid for work that had already been done.
I mean, if they were put in a trust account, they would need to be transferred quickly.
Is that the kind of
I don't do that. But
ethical violation that can get you disbarred?
they highly regulate the IOLTAs, highly regulate. I mean, the state bar, like there's a list of places that we can do banking because they're regulated by the state bar. I have to go in person for most of my IOLTA transfers. They're not something that I can do like online banking. I mean, it's a pain.
Okay.
But yeah, so they're highly regulated, and we know these were deposited in his IOLTAs because the back
I
of
agree.
the checks for Fulton County show where they were deposited.
And have you asked him about this? Has he given any
I
explanation? for
absolutely
why
agree, Ellie.
He ran this money through a trust account, or is it still in there? We don't.
I mean, the last I knew, he didn't give any explanation. I mean, he just said that he pays for everything through his business, and then he basically just said his accountant figures it all out.
Okay. I know you have a court appearance this afternoon. You've been very patient with us. I'm going to give Senator Harold Jones an opportunity to ask a few questions. Under our rules, we do allow at least one member of the minority party to participate. And Senator Jones, you're not time limited. If when the buzzer hits and you've got to go to court, you tell us, but I feel like we got at least 15, 20 minutes.
You definitely do. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have. My court's at 115 in Fulton County. So, if I get in trouble, if you can call the judge, then I'm fine.
You got it.
I just wanted to go back to the issue about the
Ooh,
conflict.
he loud.
I think that's kind of what brought us all here to some extent. On one issue, in your brief, the most recent one that you filed,
The second one?
right?
Okay.
On page 21 of that, you went ahead and acknowledged that the aspect about him not signing, I believe, or being duly authorized to be a prosecutor, that's already been handled in one court, but you're still bringing that issue back up. But it has been decided in the negative in one court. Of course, you are still bringing that issue back up.
Yeah, so you're talking about the oath,
Right.
The oath issue. Yeah, so Manny Aurora was working on this issue early on, and he filed a motion about the oath. At the time, it hadn't been filed, and in and of itself, that's not, that's not filing an oath. That's not going to get rid of a case. That's not going to disqualify in and of itself. Clearly, the judge told us that in an order, but I was trying to paint the entire picture and how I felt that it was relevant.
Of course.
And it definitely is not a ground that I was arguing for disqualification, but I felt that it was relevant because it shows that they were hiding this relationship, and all the evidence indicates that.
Right. Now I was just kind of showing why I'm moving on to this next particular point here, which goes to page 24.
Stop blowing the mic. God damn.
I think the thing that's really out there in the media, which deals with the relationship and
okay, Ellie, we'll be here.
That some kind of way this
Have
creates
fun
a
learning.
conflict of interest. And of course, the judge is going to rule on that, but I still think it's important to kind of go through it. And you cite the case of Whitworth versus State. What in that case actually applies to this particular case?
I don't know if I'm looking. You said it was the last one that I filed?
Yeah.
So February 9th.
Yes, page 24.
Page 24. You said Woodward?
Whitworth.
I don't see Whitworth.
At the bottom, Georgia courts have developed their own standard for disqualification of prosecutors.
That's not my page 24. You must be looking at a different, the one that was filed February 9th at 3:47.
We can't hear you.
I'm
You're gonna
so
have to
sorry. I'm
just
so
move the
sorry.
Microphone
Yeah,
just
of
pull it
course.
closer to you.
Yes, I want to make sure I'm following the same one. You're talking about the defendant supplemental reply that was filed on February 9th at 3:47.
No, let's go back.
Okay.
Let's use your first one.
Okay.
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 Yeah. One that's a little bit more. Okay. So that one there on the Whitworth case. Tell me how that actually impacts this particular case.
Which page are you referring to?
Page 24.
Page 24. So the site is Whitworth. The court recognized a conflict of interest as a ground for disqualification, held to arise where the prosecutor had acquired a personal interest or stake in the defendant's conviction. And I don't, I wish I had that case in front of me. I don't have the case in front of me, but essentially, to answer your question, that first of all is physical precedent only. So
Right.
yes, and we
But you did cite it.
and said
Right.
that it's physical
Yeah.
precedent only.
And you're using that as the basis really to say it's a conflict. There's no other case law that you actually use in this particular brief to say it's a conflict other than Whitworth and also amusement sales, which deals with contingency fee.
Right.
And so in Whitworth, and I have the case if you want to go through it, it actually talks about that there's ways of citing the conflict.
Right.
Number one would be if he had or prosecutor had actually spoken to the defendant. Has that taken place?
No.
Okay. Second, has he represented the defendant?
No, he hasn't. There was a motion early on. I didn't even bring this up here, and I don't think we talked about it in the brief, but there was a motion early on because Mr. Campbell, who's Mr. Wade's law partner, actually sent a mailer out to my client and all of the other defendants. Yeah. So I don't think anybody called based on that, but they did advertise to them saying, call us to represent you.
And then they came with the third, which says there has to be a personal stake in the defendant's conviction.
Right.
So is that what you're relying on there, that there's a personal stake in his conviction?
No, in the prosecution
yes.
also. So, and in that case, that's physical precedent only. And I don't remember the specific facts of that case, but it's not just a conviction. And obviously the state wants it to be just a conviction. And we argued this extensively over 3 hours, I think, in front of the court, but it's also a personal stake in the prosecution. And that was an amusement, prosecution. In that case, that was a contingency fee case. So
That's
that was
correct.
Completely different. Yeah.
And so in amusement, it was a contingency fee case. So they had a personal stake actually really in the conviction because they only received the contingency fee when the conviction happened.
Right.
So what you're really saying is that they had a personal stake in just bringing the case because there's no personal stake in the conviction similar to amusement, correct?
Well, so amusement's a little bit different because there is no conviction in a forfeiture action.
Correct. But they're going to get money if they win.
Right. But there's no conviction.
She's already got
They're
a
going to get
book.
money if they win.
She already
That's the
put
key.
out
They
a
get
book.
money if they keep the forfeiture. So it's where that was a forfeiture case. I think that was like game slots.
That's correct.
Yes.
But they get money if they win.
Right. But
That's the only way to get money.
Yes.
They don't get money for bringing it.
So I just wanted to make sure it was clear
Right.
that was not conviction because you can't have.
If you
But they
think
only get
she's
money
not
if
going
they
to
did-
financially gain from
He's
convicting
receiving
the
his
president of the
funds.
United States,
Mr. Wade is receiving his
crazy.
funds because he's billing because the case is going on, correct?
Oh yes.
Not because he wins a case.
No, he can lose the case and still
Absolutely.
make a ton of money off of it.
So what you're saying is the actual conflict is just bringing it.
No, the actual conflict is, oh God, that's a long answer. The actual conflict is lying on your disclosures about how much money.
I'm
you
talking
got
as far
in
as
gifts.
this issue is concerned right here. When you use Whitworth, you use amusement sales, and they say that there has to
You're
be an actual
nitpicking.
conflict. And amusement sales, and let's go back to Whitworth if we can, because in Whitworth, the person was actually told, the prosecutor was actually told by another prosecutor that they want the case to actually resolve in a conviction. Because
He's
what
too
had happened
aggressive.
was the defense attorney came to the prosecutor.
Thanks for
and said,
coming
"We would
by,
like to
Cat
plead."
Ninja.
And the prosecutor
Happy to
basically
see
said
you.
no. He went and got advice
Have a
from
good day, girl.
somebody, and that prosecutor said, "We would like this case to resolve in a conviction."
Right.
And so
Of
the
course, they
question,
wanted a
and that
conviction.
then was held
Come off the-
not to be
to
a
take
conflict.
him out of the running.
They said that still is not an actual conflict, even though someone told that prosecutor, "We want to see a conviction. We actually want to see it go to
Political
the end.
leanings
Don't plea him out." And the court
are
said, "No,
enough.
that's not an actual conflict because what you have to show is there's an actual unfairness to the defendant in the trial."
Right.
Can you point to any unfairness in the trial that's taking place?
It's not in the trial, so it's not limited just to the trial. But to answer the first part of your question, when you were asking about the conviction of personal mistake, Ms. Willis has made numerous public statements about her interest in a conviction. There's some emails that had been admitted as part of it, as part of some of the exhibits in the case. There's a lot of pleadings, so I don't know which one exactly, but talking about her desire for there to be a conviction and jail time. And then in my case, for example, so Mr. Wade offered my client misdemeanor probation. So we were the first people to get an offer. And we said, no, we wanted a dismissal because he was not guilty. And that did not happen. So obviously there's an interest in him being convicted of something, because when the plea offer was for him to pay a $5,000 fine and have a misdemeanor.
So in reality, because you said that he wanted to extend the case out, he was actually trying to end your client's case.
With a $5,000.
But it was going to end.
But he wanted him to plead guilty to something he didn't do, you idiot.
But earlier you said that you believe, which was total speculation, that they created this case against your client to do more billing. And what you're just telling me now is that he was willing to stop his billing because he offered your client a misdemeanor and you rejected it. You're the one who's continuing the billing.
Because her client is entitled to be innocent until proven guilty.
He was willing to cut that off. You said, I believe that they created this case against my client.
Why should he
so they can
take a
continue
plea
to
deal just to make it go away?
He went out and said, I'm tired of billing. I'm going to offer a misdemeanor.
Okay,
and you said no.
Take a couple notes because you had a couple questions there. I want to make sure I answer all of them. So the billing, so as far as the billing and the offer. So what I was trying to explain, and I'm glad you gave me this opportunity to sort of go into it in a little more detail. I tried to explain that there are really three classifications is how I broke the indictment down. There's the folks that are involved at the federal level. You see those people having, they were in DC. Then you see the electors. Then you see coffee. These cases could have been handled.
Ms. Merchant, we can't even hear you.
Oh, I'm
up
so
here.
sorry.
Just pull it
I didn't.
up right
Sorry.
to you. Pull it to the edge of the desk if you have to, so everybody can hear.
Sorry. Okay. So how I was trying to explain it is I
Damn, now I'm
separate this
deaf.
down into three different types of cases. And it could have been handled that way. Coffee County could have been prosecuted in Coffee County if it had been chosen to do that. The stuff with the federal could have been handled in federal court if they had chosen to do that. Then the electors would have been the only remaining case that could have been prosecuted in Fulton County. Instead of choosing to do that, and it's not just my client in particular, but that group in the middle, by putting them all three together, it expands the litigation. How it expands it is a couple different ways. It expands it because when you charge a RICO case, you can bring in evidence of everything. So essentially, instead of having a case, a quick case, a case where there's evidence against Michael Roman, only Michael Roman, we litigate that. They expanded it to include these three different classifications. What does that do? That means the trial is going to be a year. They can plead people out.
Discovery is going to be
they can plead Michael
enormous.
Roman out. They can plead this person out. They can plead people out, but they're always going to have that large enterprise. And it actually does, even if they pled my client out, the offer was for him to testify. So, for him to testify, even though he would not be on trial, his acts would still allegedly be on trial, which still expands the litigation because he's not gone. The deal's not, you can plea out and you're gone. Bye. We're not taking up time with you. It still expands it. So it's still, my
I
whole
own
point
you, but
earlier
in a
was that
different
this
way.
expands the litigation, because imagine if we just had, like you see in other cases, one defendant. You can limit the information to just that crime and that case, or you could have three separate indictments. But what we've done here is we've put them all together. You've made it so that it's necessary to try them to have three trials because there's no courtroom that can fit all of those people. So that expands the litigation.
So in the case that you cited, physical.
This dude is way too aggressive.
Whitworth.
His
It
gotcha
says
ain't what he
specifically
thinks it is.
That when the prosecutor goes up, Morgan, who is the person who's not supposed to, who's talking to him, who's the prosecutor, Hobbs informs Morgan, who is the prosecutor, that he anticipated a successful criminal prosecution, but that any decision regarding Whitworth's proposal to Morgan was Morgan's to make. Morgan decided to continue to go forward. And they said that was not a conflict, that was his prosecutor's decision to make. And you're saying this is the case you cite. Well, in your case, they actually came to you and said, we're willing to give you a plea. And you said no, which is perfectly fine. But then you say, well, they want to extend prosecution on my client. They were willing to cut it off. And so therefore, the case that you cite
but
totally
still keep
opposite
him
than what
involved
the
to
situation that you're
testify.
dealing with. How would you say that you
And
have
they
a
could always
conflict
trip
in this
him up
case?
later on
Based on
whatever
this
he
case, just saying,
discloses
just
on
based
the
this
stand.
case. That was your first case that you cited in your brief.
I don't think it was actually the first case, but
The first was actually a federal case, but the first Georgia case you cited was Whitworth
think
on
it was
this
the first.
particular issue.
right on this particular issue.
Correct.
And again, I don't have Whitworth in front of me, and there's a lot of different facts about these cases. I would be happy to review it and let you know. But what I can tell you is that I still, and we still believe that this is to expand the litigation. And even if it's minor, the law says over $100, that's enough to have a personal interest. So what we've got is we've got these financial disclosures where they're not being truthful. Ms. Willis is lying under oath, which is the same thing my client is charged with conspiring to do, lying under oath about receiving a benefit over $100. So you've got those. You've got this concerted effort, which we have seen unfortunately drag out over the last couple months, this concerted effort to hide this information from the public, to keep this information out. I think that it is very reasonable for a court to think that that is a conflict of interest. And whether or
Absolutely.
not it's a stake in the conviction, a stake in the prosecution, we definitely have seen a stake in the prosecution. And Whitworth, the problem with Whitworth, and this is we have to
Who
cite
actually brings the case?
the district attorney. Well,
How do they get the case?
well, we know a lot more now because of the book Find Me the Votes. So we know a lot more than we normally would know. So, and that's one of the things that I talk about in my motion. In this case, it was actually Nathan Wade. So he's the one that he presented most of the witnesses, presented.
How is your
most-
client charged? How are these clients charged?
My client was charged just in the actual grand jury.
Okay.
Yes.
So a grand jury.
Yes.
Okay. So we had a special grand jury, and then you had a grand jury
Yes.
who made this determination.
Well, yes.
They
And
made
I-
a determination to bring charges, basically, to
yeah.
indict.
Grand jury
Correct?
said it wrong
Yes,
all
and
the
I-
time.
So are they part of all of this?
No. But I've never had the privilege of being inside of a grand jury, but I have heard a lot about what happens inside of a grand jury. It is a witness who comes, and in this case, it was actually the investigator for the DA's office. So just understand this: it is a very low standard of proof. It's probable cause. I have had clients who were dead indicted. I actually had a lawyer that I worked with at the public defender that was indicted along with his client because the DA presented an indictment that actually had the lawyer's name on it by accident, and the grand jury indicted him.
So you're saying the grand jury has flaws?
100%.
Of course.
So would you think it'd be better for just the prosecutor to draw the accusations?
No.
So the
and
grand
I'm
jury-
not
saying that.
I know
Why are you
guys have a bill
deviating
doing
away
that
from
right now?
you? Now you just bullshit.
No, I definitely don't think so. The grand jury is better than no oversight.
Correct.
Definitely, but
Right.
it's a continuum. So my point in bringing that up is the grand jury
Made up of humans, they're fallible.
I'm not allowed to be part of the grand jury. It is not what I would call adversarial. So the grand jury is one-sided. They only hear from the prosecutor. So
Yes.
and they hear hearsay. So in this case, using it as an example, the investigator for the DA's
It's not
office
evidentiary.
listened to all the January 6th testimony, read all the testimony, went in there and summed it up for the grand jury. They present the grand jury doesn't draw up the indictment. The prosecutor brings that indictment and then they vote and it's a majority. So all they have to do is a majority vote and it's by a very low standard. It's a probable cause, which is about 25% proof. So you've got hearsay, you've got a witness who hasn't actually witnessed anything personally. You've got a standard of 25%. I think there should be much more safeguards on the grand jury process personally,
Ham
but
sandwich.
that's for another day.
So you went through special grand jury and they made their recommendations. Then went to a grand jury and they, of course, made their recommendations. And how
This
many
dude
persons
is
have actually pled
obnoxious.
in this particular case?
2 or 3.
2 or 3
And
already.
they were lawyer. Well, there was one. So the first gentleman who pled, he was a bondsman, and he was not, because of the state law for bonding agents, he's not able to actually run his business while he's on bond. So he had a significant financial interest in entering a plea early on because he was essentially couldn't work if he didn't enter a plea. And I mean, he got probation. It was not not what you would imagine in a huge racketeering case. You would not imagine probation and a $5,000 fine.
Nope.
The other 2 people who pled are both lawyers.
Nope.
Lawyers
They
at the
all
end of
do
their
time up
career.
here.
And I can imagine when I'm close to retirement and I have my retirement funds, if I would want to spend them on a criminal trial or spend them seeing my grandchildren, I would spend them seeing my grandchildren.
One of the things we've been talking about is Mr. Wade's kind of qualification. So,
Oh, yes.
but you did mention early on that he was very instrumental in the special grand jury process. So he's been there. He's been part of this process.
Oh, you can
It's
see
a
that by
grand
bills,
jury.
yes.
Right. So other than just his bills, you said that you recognize that he's been part of the process. So even though he's very, I guess, what everyone's saying is inexperience, he was able to go to a special grand jury and get their positive recommendations.
It's like giving a speech in an auditorium.
He's
That's all
able to
you're
go to a
doing.
grand jury and get indictments, which
You're
positive
giving
for
a
the state
pitch.
side. And he's actually had some persons actually plead guilty. So this inexperienced former assistant solicitor, I mean, he's not doing too bad, is he?
He is.
That would be up for dispute. I mean, if you want to talk about his qualifications and whether I think he's qualified, I'm happy to talk about
No,
that.
I'm just saying. I mean, when you say that someone's totally unqualified, that's basically what's been going on. It's very surprising he was able to go to a special grand jury. You say he's integral in
That's
that.
not surprising at all.
And he's going to a grand jury. You say he's integral in that. Then why even say that he's unexperienced and he's getting people to plead guilty? And but basically, you're saying those are just lawyers that don't want to do anything anymore, and they just play their clients guilty.
No,
I understand.
No,
That's
no.
not what she said.
The special purpose grand jury, first of all, remember my client was not recommended as far as that.
I understand.
The special purpose grand jury, I've had the opportunity to read a lot of the transcripts from that. It's direct examination. So you're bringing a witness in and you're talking and you're saying, tell me what happened. So he did that along with Mr. Wooten, and he never did it all by himself. He definitely led it, but Mr. Wooten asked a lot of questions, and there were some other prosecutors in and out, but he was always there. But that, I mean, special purpose grand jury is really just to investigate and get testimony.
I understand.
So it's not.
If
But when
you
a
read
person's
her
trying to
body language, she's
insinuate that
being
somebody's
extremely
basically
honest
totally
and open.
unqualified,
She has
it is
turned her
important to
body
realize that
toward
they've
him,
walked this case
opened her
to
arms,
this particular point.
relaxed
Very complicated
back.
case, I'd imagine.
She is
I mean,
like,
that's
I'm just
something
talking
that
to you
we
because
could
I
do,
know my shit right
you know,
now.
if-
Like,
if
I know what
walking
you're
someone
doing.
through the grand jury, the special purpose
But
grand
she's
jury
not
is
being
complicated or not,
adversarial or
you know,
contentious about
asking
it.
questions. And
She's just telling
again,
him,
there's a
no,
team of
look,
10
you know,
lawyers.
you're
So
not right.
So
I
now's a
see
team of
what
10
you're
lawyers.
doing.
who knows what part he's doing? But the question would be then, why him? Why
She
not
kinda
all of
thinks
the
he's a
public
joke.
servants who are taking government salaries and, you know, restricted in their private law
I'm
practice?
very
Why
good
do
at
they
body
need him
language.
there when there's all these other people? As far as
Hypervigilance.
qualifications, asking questions in a special
For the
purpose grand
win.
jury in and of itself, I mean, there's no opponent, there's no adversary, there's no judge.
Once it became adversarial, you've had persons start
And-
pleading, and maybe more potentially, correct? Possibly, but we'll find out.
Doesn't
But
seem
let me
Those
ask you
that
this,
didn't
though.
need to save
'Cause
their
you were talking about
reputation
the
would plead
stand.
out so they could
One of
live the rest
reasons
of
you
their
may go
lives in
outside
peace
of- to
because
go outside
there were
counsel
no
could be
negative
the fact that, yes,
repercussions
you took
really
this
to
type of
their
case
career.
in the office. Just speculating, but to
Some did it because they
all
needed
are.
it to continue their
The
career.
office was basically shut down. It's a potential that the DA's office had actually basically shut down.
Oh God, no! If you took the $1 million that he's been paid, you could hire 5 lawyers.
You could do that, but how long would you be able to keep them? In other words, if you hired 5 new inexperienced ADAs, they're not tackling this case. And also,
Well, the inexperienced ADAs are not going to make
he's going to-
$200,000. So if you're hiring inexperienced ADAs, you'd probably be able to hire 20. But that's not what.
But the key thing is that job that you're talking about that you're going to hire with that, with the $1 million that you'd have paid him.
Yeah.
If that's your theory on it, that's not going to stay. That's not necessarily going to be long term. If you're just saying the money you paid him, you could have done this, because his is a short term kind of
2,
situation. His is
3,
no
4
contract, so
years
it's
is
short
long term.
It's not a long term contract. It's not going to last for a person's career. So I understand the back and forth when persons were saying, well, they could have used
Went
this
from
money
making
for that, but
$9,000
that
a
money
year
was
to
delegated
$35,000
for him
a
on the
a month.
short-term
$9,000 a
project,
month
so
to
to speak.
$35 a month.
So it's not anything that a person would come in long term and actually necessarily do. But at the same time, that would be up to the district
That's
attorney
career
to
making.
make that decision, how she's doing that. I just make the point that so far, from a district attorney standpoint, I would say that they probably believe that so far the case is successful. And we can argue about what's qualified and what's not, but certainly I think that they would argue at this point the case has gone from a successful pattern for somebody that's been denigrated and said is totally unqualified. I did want to go into.
Okay, no. Okay, so he never prosecuted a felony. He never prosecuted a RICO case, which is highly technical. And if he was to win the case by some fucking miracle of Democratic angels on their side, if he was somehow to win the case and Fani was to win the case by proxy, they would both have career-making decisions brought in under their power. They would claim credit for that, and they could basically write their own checks for future jobs and fail at every one and fail upward because of that one. that nothing else they do in their lives would matter as much as them winning this case. So they have a lot of interest in a conviction. To try the president of the United States and lose would mean that's the end of their fucking career. So they are going to pull out all the stops, all the tricks, all the gadgets, all the everything, and do everything in their power and the power of the people they know to get a conviction. So yes, there is a lot of incentive to get a conviction. And she went out and said in a book and in a church and on the stand that she is there to convict Donald Trump because he is guilty. She did not say we are going to give him a fair trial. None of that. His due process is worse. It's just like Alex Jones. Like, here we go. Like, I'm going to take you to court. I'm going to throw the book at you. I'm going to pull up shit. You're not allowed to, question my integrity. You're not allowed to question my ethics. I can call all yours into question, convict you, and live off that the rest of my life. Or I can get a conviction and just keep moving, have that upward mobility. This is her and his biggest and best opportunity in life so far, at least, to break through that glass ceiling. The sky would be the limit for these two people if they returned a conviction on Donald Trump. So there's a lot of incentive to get a conviction. Also, the whole plea bargain deal. Why would you? He's saying, well, your client was told, they could get a plea bargain. So why didn't they take it? They could have ended it right there. She's saying no. First of all, the client constitutionally is guaranteed to have a trial based on innocent till proven guilty. So why would he take a plea deal if he's pleading innocent, pleading not guilty to the charges? That's number one. Number two, his career would be done as a lawyer because that opens him up. He has to testify. If he misspeaks during a testimony, he could get pulled in for ethics. He could get pulled in for all sorts of things. He could lose his license. So it's a lot riskier for him to testify when he says he's not guilty and be under their thumb in case they want to, they could always leverage other things against him. They can't do double jeopardy, but they can, that they can just pull shit out of their ass because that's what they did in New York to Trump. They were just pulling things out of their ass. So I'm sorry. This guy is very pompous. He's pissing me off. Continue.
To these trips, how much was the money? Go ahead. Thank you.
Was that a question? Because I'd like to respond if it is.
Yes.
Okay. I took notes because there were a couple different questions in there. So the first one, you said about how much money. So Ms. Willis had stated that it would be between $3 or $4 million to actually pay Mr. Wade completely to prosecute this case.
Go ahead,
so
you show off.
Hire a number of prosecutors. Some of them do come and go, but most of the prosecutors we've seen on this case have been there since the beginning. So, unfortunately, these cases take time. So people
thank you, honey.
You also asked me about that this money was delegated for this. And I just wanted to make sure that my testimony was accurate. This money was never delegated for this. The county did not ever delegate this. The county was not involved in that at all. Ms. Willis is the one that decided, and there's no budget. There's no transparency at all on this.
She does the contract with him, and I believe you showed those contracts. So in that sense, is delegated to him because that contract can end at any time. She could say, hey, the contract based because he works at her pleasure.
Oh, yes.
So that contract can actually end at any time. That would be the point.
Yes.
On the trips, how much total were the trips?
About $20,000.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was about 17,059. But even if we say 20,000, what was the average cost of each one of those trips?
I don't know. Unfortunately, they did not provide all of the records. So I can't tell you exactly. All I can tell you is what Mr. Wade charged on his credit cards. I can't tell you. Most of it was paid in cash. So there's no record. So I wish I could tell you, but.
Going by your slide, one was 3,335, one was 4,453.
Which one? Hold on. I want to make sure I'm clear on each.
You had 6 trips.
Okay. But which trip are you talking? Well, you said one is 3,000 something. I want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah, put it back up for me, please. Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
So the first one, Royal Caribbean, 3,335, Aruba, 4,453. and then we see the next one, and then the next two. How would that compare? I mean, what is that so unusual for on price points as far as trips are concerned?
No, I mean, I don't think so.
It's
the
not
Royal
the
Caribbean, so I
price
can tell
she's
you 'cause I know these
disputing. It's
records
the
really
fact
well.
that they
In the
went
Royal
together
Caribbean,
and he paid
I
for them.
specifically kept out the money that he spent on his mom's cabin.
It's
So
a
they
gift.
had two cabins. His mom had a
Over
cabin. They had an
$100.
oceanfront balcony.
What part of that
you
escapes
know,
your
for
notice?
the Bahamas, I think oceanfront balcony is probably, you know,
You
upper middle, but I don't know that it
obnoxious
matters.
moron.
Flew, you know, comfort class, not unnormal for a lawyer. I mean,
You know what? Maybe the average American spends on vacation.
not this much.
You don't think?
No.
Have you looked?
No, they definitely
No,
don't.
I haven't, but I would imagine most of the Fulton County taxpayers would love to go on any of these trips.
Well, you know, if you, since
Well, they
speculated,
paid
I
for
could
'em.
speculate and say that you did look, and that's why you didn't put it in your brief,
I did
because
not.
Forbes actually says that the average is about $3,700 that a person spends on a vacation.
For a single person or a family?
Family of four. Well, at that time,
A
they were
family
taking
of four.
2
This
at
is
a
two
time.
people.
That makes
So
sense.
that makes- that's about
no,
normal.
hold on. I want to make sure that's clear. You said they were taking 2 or 3 at a time. All of these, I made very certain that my numbers only included the 2 of them. So the one trip that they took
But
his
it's
mother on,
2 adults.
2 adults, yes.
It's nothing extraordinary.
So you said 3,700 for a family of 4.
Right.
That does not
He's
surprise me. For
reaching
families that
to
can't afford go
minimize
on
for
vacation,
this.
does not surprise me.
So it's
Reaching.
basically what the average American would do.
So that's
Yes.
this is half of that for 2 people. So you said 3,700 for a family of 4. This is for 2 people,
Right. It's just 2 people.
right?
So it's
So
double.
that, yes.
So it wouldn't necessarily be average. It's 2 adults. Bottom line is it's not extravagant. It's not lavish, is it?
The law only says $100. So
But it's not lavish.
that's one of the reasons
It
I didn't
doesn't
include all the
matter.
Ubers. I quite
It
frankly
does
didn't wanna
not
do the math.
matter if it's
But
lavish
there were
or
a ton
not.
of Ubers on each of these trips. There was a hotel at the beginning of the Royal Bahamas. I didn't include that. I didn't want to do the math, and I also did not want to.
And how much does Ms. Willis make?
200 and something thousand a year.
And so your
It's in my brief.
argument is that a person who makes $200,000 a year
Mhm.
is actually setting up prosecutions to go on.
I
trip
bet you
that
had a
costs
$50,000 lien against her
That's
because she
right.
had no money.
No, not in isolation. I mean, you're talking about in isolation.
No, I'm
in
not talking about in
isolation.
isolation. I'm talking about what's in briefs. I don't know what else you may be speculating about. I'm just talking about what's in briefs. That
You
says
speculating a lot.
This is the benefit that she got, and all I'm saying is that I got a person who's making $200,000, and the benefit that you're putting into the briefs, not what you may say that you may find elsewhere, but the benefit in the briefs is I go on a trip with $3,300, $4,400, and they have made up all these prosecutions to go on a 3-day cruise for $3,300. I mean, that's your argument. That's your argument, that's your argument.
That's not.
That's in the brief.
The argument is that he paid for him and she didn't pay it back, and
you
it's
know,
a
we
gift
did
all
over
this in about 3
$100.
hours.
And she
What
didn't
else is in the
declare it.
brief?
What else is in the brief?
Yes.
And
A
she
lot of
lied
laws,
and
a
said
lot
she
of
didn't
laws.
get
No, as far
any
as actual
gifts
financial benefit.
because there's paperwork you got to fill out.
The financial benefit that I put in the brief was what I could prove. I did not want to have any, as you call it, speculation. I did not want to speculate about anything else. So I did not know if Mr. Wade paid for an Uber. that
She's
Ms. Willis was
low-keying.
literally sitting in at the same time. You
Like,
can kind of
she's really
assume, 'cause it's from the
lowballing
airport to the hotel,
these numbers.
But I did not want to speculate to that. So I didn't include those in the numbers. So the hard numbers in here are all of these numbers that are
That's
on
what's in the
trips.
brief.
Yes, the ones
Right.
that I actually had hard numbers that I knew that she had. Yes,
That
that's
she
it.
had
In our
access to
business,
since
we
they
deal with
won't
the
allow
proof. And so
access
that's
to
the
their
proof that we
financial
have.
records.
That's
that-
why I
That
did.
person
Yes.
is doing all of this for that.
Right.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I
And
understand.
so what I included was what I had the actual hard
Wolfram
proof
House.
of. And then some of it's attached to the brief. Some of it I got by subpoena. So some of it is actually exhibits that were admitted. I think I submitted to you all the certified business records from a couple different travel agencies. Those are actually admitted. And there were a lot of other receipts that I had that I did not know for sure if they were joined. And so I didn't include those. And I haven't
And
talked
you
about it
should,
today.
correct?
Exactly.
That's correct.
I 100% agree.
So this is what we're dealing with.
Yes, you're dealing with the stuff
Okay.
that's hard proof.
Correct. That. So
And
my
apparently
next
that's not enough
question
for
then
you.
becomes,
Don't accuse him of stealing
on the conflict as far as
$1.25 out of the
salary
collection
is
plate when
concerned,
you know
curious.
you only have proof of $1.
Is it the amount of salary that you really creates the conflict? I mean, because we get stuck on money a lot. So is the amount of salary
Well,
that
yeah,
is
it's
creating
not
this
their
conflict in
money.
your mind?
No,
No,
It's the
or is
taxpayer
this the
money.
fact that he gets any salary at all?
No, it has nothing to do with that. I did not make any allegations against Mr. Floyd or Miss Cross. It's the fact that they were sleeping together and he was paying for trips for them to go on and they were hiding
we
it from the
discussed.
taxpayers.
Which we just discussed that.
That's why.
So if there's not a trip, then you don't believe there's a conflict.
Oh, I do, because of the Fulton County laws. The laws say that they
I'm
cannot.
talking. I'm not understanding the county codes, but I'm talking about as far as like what the case law says, which what the judge is actually going to.
He is stuck
If
on
there's
that one
no-
case law. That case law could have been arguing
If it's
one
not-
point of this entire thing. Shut
hiding
up.
that or against the Fulton County ordinances.
They
do
were
you
hiding it,
believe?
though.
Do you believe that there's a conflict? If they brought it out and said, "Hey, we're dating," is it a conflict in your mind?
They only brought it out once I alleged it, and they called me a liar multiple times.
What I'm saying is, if they brought it out, would it be a conflict in your mind?
If
Is
they
it a
had-
conflict?
Here in a
And what would be the
Oh,
conflict?
So in a perfect world, what you're asking is if Miss Willis had gone to the Board of County Commissioners and
Go
said,
ahead, girl, get mad.
I'm having an affair with this man, but he is brilliant and he would be an amazing prosecutor on this election interference case. Can I have an appropriations of $3 million and I will get it done? And she had said, and I'm going to go on vacations with him and we're going to date and we're actually going to go home to the safe house that Fulton County is paying for. And he's going to be here for 4 hours at night. If she had said all that and they had given what they gave in Exhibit J, knowing that Exhibit J, we wouldn't be here.
So then your client actually has no conflict, because that would still exist. Your client has no hard conflict then. There's no actual conflict. It doesn't matter if you disclose a conflict. If you disclose a conflict, it still exists. And that's exactly what they said in one of the cases that you cited. If a person says, I got a conflict, but I'm still going to testify against you. I know I represented you and I have a conflict and I'm going to go testify against you. Conflict is now over. Absolutely not. If you have an actual conflict where your client is harmed, just because they disclose it doesn't end that conflict. So what you're describing is not a conflict at all. You're just saying, I caught somebody, so therefore I'm going to create something and call it a conflict. You cannot waive a conflict like that. You just could. If your client is, you could not do that for your own client.
You are misconstruing. No.
As far as how the prosecution is taking place, because that's what a conflict is. Just because she says, oh, I'm doing these things, you're not going to go to your client and say, you actually have actual harm, but she said it, so we're going to still go forward. That makes absolutely no sense.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question to me. I don't know what
you
you're
don't
asking.
have a conflict if you're saying if she disclosed it, it would go away.
He is part
Then there is no conflict.
No. I did not say that. I said we would not be here if that had happened.
Right, because you wouldn't claim there's a conflict.
No, because we wouldn't be here because it violates so many of the Fulton County statutes and ordinances and the state statutes that we wouldn't be here because it wouldn't have been approved.
But if she disclosed it, not the way you said it, but if it was
disclosed the
disclosed,
facts,
it's disclosed now.
If she
What is the
disclosed
conflict?
The undisputed facts, the facts that we all, your side, my side.
How is your
whoever's
client harmed? That's my question.
You're basically saying it's okay that she's crooked and a liar.
All the undisputed facts, if those had been in front of the Board of County Commissioners, we wouldn't be here because there would not have been a contract because it's in controversy.
If you tell one lie, every
I would not be
single
bringing the
other
motion
thing
because
you
who knows if my
say
client would have been indicted. Now I wish
is
we could go
circumspect.
back in
It's
time
all
and
it's all
undo that and
suspect.
see, but we
It's
can't.
all
And
up
so
to
Mr.
be
Wade was in the
re-examined.
grand jury. He should not
And
have been there.
cannot be
He should not have been
100%
appointed.
believed.
Had the Board of County Commissioners known all of the facts of the case, he would never have been appointed to this case. So we can't now speculate as to what could have happened.
What case law do you point to prove that?
Oh, the statutes. It's
It's not a statute, not Fulton County statute. I'm asking for Georgia Court of Appeals, Georgia Supreme Court. Is there any case that says that? And there's not.
No, and it's really not surprising, honestly, because can you imagine this happening? I mean,
It
honestly,
happens.
in December, would you have imagined this happening? I think most people wouldn't
All
have.
sorts of conflicts are taken up by the Court of Appeals.
I
and
can
Supreme
tell
Court.
you,
Not
I've
against the
found some
president of the
cases in
United
other
States and
jurisdictions, but I've
sundry.
never found a case in Georgia where, and mind you, this only happens in Fulton County. So we're talking about Fulton County cases where there would be a special prosecutor appointed because it's the only place that this happens. So otherwise, maybe the AG. So you're talking about a prosecutor sleeping with the person that she is appointing to do this work, paying exorbitant amount of money, not getting county approval, not filing.
Is she paying him, or is he earning the money because he's actually billing hours because he's prosecuting the case?
Oh my God, Amber Heard, sit back down. Shut
He's
up.
billing hours because he's prosecuting the case, correct?
I would
case that a
assume- I would
grand jury
hope-
Legend
indicted.
donate. Stop
I
it.
would hope that he's billing based on work that he's doing. I don't know because I don't have proof of that, and the billing is very irregular. But I don't know, so I don't.
But I
wanna
mean, words
speculate.
do matter when we say that she's not paying him in that sense. He's earning money for a case that he's in charge of prosecuting, that a grand jury indicted, and that's where we are.
You're
That's-
correct. She is not paying him. The Fulton County taxpayers are.
That's right.
As they pay every prosecutor, as they pay every public defender, and every
Which
government
holds you
official that
to a
actually
higher
assists,
standard.
100%, and that he is part of that process, and he is prosecuting a case that you're involved in. Correct?
That is a
he's
misappropriation of
prosecuting,
funds
and
if
he's
you
been
are
integral in that
overpaying an
prosecution.
underqualified
And you
lawyer.
said that.
I mean, he has been very involved. Integral to me means that he is necessary.
Senator Jones, are you getting close?
Yes, sir. I just had one last question, and that was in the case that you cited, it clearly says
Oh.
Which case? I'm sorry.
in
Witten?
Whitworth versus State, it clearly says the prosecutor should see no unfair advantage in taking advantage of the accused. That creates the conflict. What unfair advantage has he done in this case?
And you've asked me a lot of questions about Whitworth. I would love a chance to read it if you have a few minutes, just so I can actually respond. I don't have it in front of me, and there's a lot of cases out there, and I want to make sure I respond accurately.
Sure, I have it.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm one of those people. I'm visual. I like to see it. Mind? Thank you.
While she's looking at this, we're going to wrap up here in a few minutes. I wanted to let the public know how you can get information to us. Each senator on the committee has a separate email address for committee business, and it's simply the last name of the senator. In my case, it would be calcert.inv@senate.ga.gov. INV, obviously, for investigation committee. So each senator, their last name,
I'm gonna speed this part up.
senate.ga.gov.
I am
And David
very
Ferguson, over in
aggravated
corner,
with
is the
this
Secretary of the
attorney.
Senate. He
Or
is going
this
to be
senator, whatever the
safekeeper
hell
of
he
any
is.
documents or evidence that we accumulate. His email address for this
Because
purpose will be
he is trying to twist it like,
cook.inv
well, she lied,
@senate.ga.gov.
but it wasn't
We have a
that big of a
number
lie, so it's okay.
citizens
Like, no.
that have reached out and wanted to provide information or be heard or testify possibly in front of this committee. And we are encouraging anybody that has input or information that might be helpful to us to provide it to a committee member, ideally to cook.inv@senate.ga.gov, because Secretary Cook will provide it to all committee members.
I wish the state
We
bar
don't
would
have
step
a,
up and say, can we
next meeting
have a
scheduled yet,
say?
But it will be no more than a couple of weeks away.
Because
Or
that
you
would
may
end
not
this
be able
whole
to have
thing.
completed your testimony today, and we may have to call you back for additional questioning after today, but I'm not rushing. Take your time, read that.
Can it not be the first week of April?
Yeah.
Cobb County spring break, please.
That'd be fine.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, no, I'm so glad. So this is Morgan. When you said Morgan, it should have J-Tom. It should have struck with me. I remember this now. So this case, J-Tom was actually the district attorney when he first took this case, and he was not.
Don't talk. Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the microphone. I'm not good at that. Sorry. He took employment later on. So the employment, so it's different than our case because he took employment later on. He wasn't actually paid hourly. He was a member of Prosecuting Attorneys Council. And I'm glad you brought that up because that was one thing that I didn't really go into earlier. The other way that counsel is usually appointed in these cases is the Prosecuting Attorneys Council actually appoints it. And that's what happened in that case. But they sometimes will pay an hourly rate if it's something that is needed. But in that case, he was actually the district attorney in another county. And that's what I've experienced before. So the two times I've had special counsel, it's been because it's somebody from outside in another jurisdiction that's brought in. So that's what happened in this case. But then he took a job later. The other big difference with that case, and this came up in our oral arguments with the judge, that's a post-conviction case. The standard of review is very different post-trial than it is pre-trial. We're in a pre-trial posture. And we talked about that because the judge asked us a similar question about how to distinguish that. That's the big issue. And the judge pointed that out. That is post-trial. Post-trial, we have harmless error review.
That
It's
judge
not a
already
great
made
review.
his decision.
So, it's just like ineffective assistance of counsel.
He
If
just
you
hasn't
stop the
issued
harm
it yet
before it happens,
publicly.
it's a different review than if you fix the harm after it's already done. It's really hard to overturn a conviction once the conviction happens. And that's what you have there.
But in this case, they never got to the harmless error because they said that no conflict existed. I understand what you're talking about by the harmless error, but they never discussed that because no conflict existed. And you're right, it is post-conviction, but bottom line is you really did not address the aspects that I was talking about when they say is a conflict. And it's not me putting this case in, talking about a conflict. It was a case that you guys actually did cite.
Because your
With that,
argument
Mr.
came
Chairman,
out like an
I-
unmade Rubik's Cube. Stop it.
Sure you can.
We definitely cite it because we have, both myself and my husband have a very strong policy of citing everything. We don't hide cases. So if there's something that's adverse to our position, we're going to cite it and we're going to explain it. We don't hide behind it. So we cite adverse
So there.
authority all the time.
Adverse authority, but that's fine.
All right.
It's
The
not
oral
the
arguments
gotcha
that we
you
did
thought it
actually-
was.
That was how the oral argument started. So
All right, so that line of question deals specifically with the legal principles involved in your motion to disqualify.
Mhm.
As I understand it, you're not really claiming a conflict of interest between defendants, et cetera. It's the conduct of the prosecutor.
yes,
that
yeah, there's
is
no
improper
conflict.
Conduct.
Yeah, we're not
Okay.
talking about the conflict between defense.
We're talking about the fact that the DA's office failed to follow state law and get an approval, failed to follow county policies to get approval of her budget and this contract, that he was not eligible to have been hired had he been disclosed because of, you referred to it as nepotism, but it's relationships
Yes.
with, and your
Favoritism.
complaints are of she's receiving a financial benefit of gifts of more than $100.
Although
which
she's
violate
definitely carrying his DNA.
policies.
Yes,
at some
county and
point.
state. So
That's right.
and we attached that to one of the briefs, her return where she filed it under oath that says,
Okay.
I mean, it specifically says if
semantically,
you've
you
got
could
something
argue
over $100,
nepotism.
you have to disclose it.
And
Oh, here it
then-
is. It's so it's called the Fulton County Income and Financial Disclosure Report, and that says, and it says pursuant to section 2-79 of the Fulton County Code of Ethics, that anytime you've got each gift or favor from a single prohibited source in the aggregate amount of $100 or more. And then it says, for purposes of this section, gift and favors means anything of value given by or received from a prohibited source. Prohibited source means any person, business, or entity that the involved officer, so Ms. Willis, knows or should know is seeking official action or seeking to do or doing business with the county. So obviously that would apply.
Okay. And
Mhm.
failing to respond to your open records request and potentially giving false testimony under oath if you're
False testimony,
version of facts is
concealment.
proven to be true.
Yes.
Keep us posted. I guess we'll keep reading the press as to how your case progresses.
Keep
I
us
guess there.
posted.
I'm troubled about
Whatever
this
you do,
find
dude,
vote
don't
split.
text her.
Are you saying that the prosecutor has been discussing an ongoing prosecution and her prosecutorial strategy and indictment strategy to authors of a book during the course of the prosecution?
Yes.
Is that a
Yes.
HIPAA
Book has now
violation?
come out.
It is. It's.
And
I don't think I brought it with me. No, I
If
have.
she's
I have a
going
copy.
over
We admitted a
confidential
copy at the hearing.
information?
No, it's out there. It was published. You know.
Is that a violation of ethical obligations in some way to be publicly discussing, just like the public statements you made about the guilt of a defendant, et cetera?
Yes, definitely. And we allege that and argued that as far as forensic misconduct. It's very surprising, shocking. And, you know, I don't know that there's a ton of cases on it. But that book, also, we talked about it somewhat in our hearing because it goes into a lot of details about the financial troubles that Ms. Willis had prior to becoming DA. And so, you know, it talks about that a lot.
Okay. Is she getting a financial benefit from that book?
I don't
Is
know.
she getting a royalty or payment for having been a contributor to it?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But I know her dad testified that he was interviewed for it. He came to the district attorney's office and was interviewed for it as well. And I think that was when her dad first learned that she had dated Mr. Wade, I think. But I may be wrong. Or maybe that's the first time they met, something like that.
All right. Well, thank you for your willingness to testify before us. And
This
the
is so
documents you
messy.
provided, we'll
So
take some time to
gloriously
analyze and
messy.
review those. And again, all committee members have access to those. At David Cook's office, he's got them literally locked up in a room.
100%, Wolf. 100%.
100%. Those, I will review the documents in more detail, and I'll confer with you, Senator Jones, if you're able to. We might can agree on what should be kept confidential there. I noticed some bank records and things that if it were me being investigated, I probably wouldn't want it divulge to the public. I don't think that's necessary for us to do our job here. I do appreciate everybody's attendance, and thank you all for making time to be here on our committee day. We'll keep you posted for the meetings. The meeting is adjourned.
Beautiful. All righty. Whoo! What'd y'all think of that? I think that was great. Oh my goodness. That one lawyer, that one senator, he had an axe to grind. I would like somebody to look into his background and see if he has any connections to either Fani, Nathan, or Terrence. Because, I mean, it seems like there's a lot of strange bedfellows in Georgia, especially in Atlanta. So I just wonder, did he make any campaign donations? Like, what are his affiliations? Like, what pushed him to really fight for that? Maybe he was being devil's advocate or whatever, but it didn't come across that way. He came across extremely aggressive and pompous and obnoxious. Like, oh, I got you. And you didn't get shit. He was putting words in her mouth and twisting things. Oh, well, that's not really an extravagant vacation. Really? Because I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Can you afford 5 to 6 trips in 1 year? Popping out at like $3,500 a piece? I'd like that life. And where they finding this time if they're working on the presidential case? Don't you think that takes precedent over you going and getting your jollies off in Belize? Like, if it's so important, why ain't you working on it? Oh, because you appointed other people? All right. So did anybody check to see if he billed for hours during the times that he went on these vacations? I mean, does he account for that time? I have so many questions. So many questions. I would love to grill these people. I really would. It drives me crazy that they do this. It drives me insane. But, ooh. No, you won't, Chili. Get some vitamin D. I mean, listen, I love me some vitamin D. I do. I am not spending $630 some odd $1,000 on it. No. There is no D in the world worth that much money. And you look at that woman. There is no way with that attitude she got. She is just misery. Oh, have another Snickers. I'll have a Snickers. That's my Snickers. I snickered. I'm not going to eat a Snickers just because they aggravate me, get my fucking blood sugar up and everything else. Nah. I know I sound like I'm aggravated, and I am aggravated, but I'm also like totally hyped up over it because I love this shit. Like, this is the kind of thing where I'm like, you lying motherfucker. But he came off real aggressive. I mean, he was pretty much like deep throating that microphone. That's how much he wanted to be up in it. Pretty sure Drex would call her a German Shepherd. He'd call her a German Shepherd's grandma. Like, she'd be, like the old German Shepherd with the hip dysplasia. That he'd be like, shoot that dog. Like, Drex would not put up with that bullshit. He'd be like, see, because Drex's thing, he said every single black woman out there is out to destroy a black man. That girl got on the witness stand and said, I am not about to emasculate a black man. While also saying, if you knew the issues that he was having with his dick, basically, after his cancer, then you know that saying we slept together after this certain day is ludicrous. Okay, good, bitch. So then they went back further, and now they know that you were bumping uglies before he got diagnosed and got treated. What's your excuse now? Tell me. Because he wasn't just bopping you. He still had the wife. And if you think that he was married to that woman for the last 3 years and never bumped uglies with her, you stupid. You are living in denial and in a state of delusion. I don't care how much you can't stand your ex. Things happen when you run into one another, especially when they're not your ex yet. That's still your husband. That's still your wife. By God, you are still joined as one. You gonna tell me what, that they went away and he paid for a separate hotel room for himself every time that they took the kid to school? Stop it. There's just a whole lot of things that common sense cover, and these people just won't look at the common sense angle of it. And you said this is wild, still 25 minutes behind and on 1.5 speed. Oh, I'm sure I sound wonderful on high speed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Better than a Spanish soap opera, like you said. Absolutely. This is my novela. What, are you kidding me? Like, oh, it don't get better than this. I mean, it's just such a mess. They are so messy. And the backpedaling, and just because they never guessed that they'd get called out like that. They thought they were slick. Every dog has its day. Every time, everybody has to pay the bill once what do they say? You got to pay the piper. You did the dance, you got to pay the piper. That's what you do. Karma's a bitch. The thing about this is, I don't know if you guys are like aware of him talking to that other deputy district attorney, but he went there in September and October and talked to her. And at one point he was in this woman's office, mind you, another blonde woman. So like I said, Terrence Bradley got a type. As the lead attorney would say, he Pantene hair, like he just likes that Pantene hair. But yeah, he went there and he's talking to her. He's like, oh yeah, they did this and I knew about this. And he took her up in the back office and they were bumping it, while she was at work and da-da-da. And he's giving all these details. And while he's there disclosing all these secrets, Fani called him on the phone. Now, this lady, who is not going to jeopardize her position based on hearsay and bullshit, if she sent a motion to the judge and said, this is what I know, and I feel compelled to say this as an officer, like basically as a employee of the Cobb County, of the state or whatever, that what he said, what I saw him say on the witness stand, is in direct contradiction to what he told me himself in person. So I'm going to tell you what I know. Now, if you wish for me to testify, I will. If you wish to reopen the case to admit this evidence, I am more than willing to cooperate. But at this point, the judge has probably made his decision. He's like, yeah, this is just extra. Like, if he's on the fence, I could see him taking this and reopening it. But then they have to go through the whole friggin' like the rigmarole of that, in court again. At this point, he just wants this shit to go away. I'm pretty sure. Like, I feel safe making that assumption. He wants it to go away. He does not want to be involved. This is a judge who gave donations to her campaign. So this is somebody he works tightly with this person. She has been in front of him many, many times, doing court cases. They have a rapport. I'm sure this is not where he wants to be. He does not want to have to make this decision. And she's vindictive as fuck. God only knows what she'd have to say about him once he comes down with a conviction against her, or that this trial is no good or takes her off the case. And if they kick it over to another county, all the other counties are just going to squash it. They're not going to pursue it. Fulton County is the only one willing to pursue this. Everybody else is like, give it to me so I can throw it away. Cobb County especially. Now, there's another thing. Because she did this motion saying that she knows this information, they might not be able to kick it to Cobb County. They'd have to find another county to kick it to, because she would have a conflict of interest or be prejudicial or whatever, however you want to put it. But while he was in her office, Fani called and she said in the motion, I heard her voice. Now, if she heard her voice, either Fani is loud as fuck, which, I mean, this coming from me with my Hoboken whisper. But, I mean, when my mother's on the phone with my son in the bedroom, I can hear her ass, and she ain't on speaker. It's a little muffled, but I could tell you what she said. And that's through 2 rooms, a hallway, and a door. So, if I could hear my mother and this guy's sitting right in front of her and Fani's on the phone, it stands to reason that she could hear it. Most likely, though, and this is because I'm very suspect of people, he probably said, you want to hear? I'll put it on speaker, and put that bitch on speaker. And she wouldn't have thought nothing of it. And she turned around. Fani Willis said, they're coming for us. Basically, you don't have to say anything about us. She told him outright, they're coming for us. They found out they're coming for us. You shut the fuck up. That was not the exact word. That was the intention of the phone call. And this woman, this deputy district attorney, heard it. Yeah. Hey, bud, what's up? So she heard it and that she was, wait, that's, oof, what does that mean? Like, that would make me, like, I'd crane my head back and be like, oh, girl, like, you picked the wrong time to call him. Like, you know what's coming down the pike. And I'm pretty sure everybody that knew what was coming down was like, I got nothing to do with this. My hands are clean. Leave me the fuck out of it. Because she waited till the very last minute. I am sure she deliberated hard on this, whether to put that motion in. And still, she wound up doing it because I guess her conscience got the better of her or whatever. You know, she didn't want to be involved. She's like, I kind of gotta. Because this shows that if you know something, it's eventually going to come out anyway. Then they get a phone call from, or an email, some kind of communication with a waiter who said, they said on the stand that they hadn't seen each other in whatever. But I saw Nathan and Terrence talking here. I waited on them like less than 5 weeks ago, which would be, you know, either the beginning of February, end of January. Either way, it's when he was talking to Merchant via text. So they're caught lying there. They're not supposed to be able to like get their story straight together. And yet Nathan said, well, we're not friends or we're not doing that. We're not in a relationship anymore. But we're closer than ever because of this. You closer than when you were fucking? He said that on the stand. He said on the stand, well, Miss Willis and I are closer than ever. Really? That's interesting. Closer than ever for what purpose? To get your story straight, right? To concoct some cash story? Because we all know she wasn't giving you ass cash. And then they're like, oh, why didn't you deposit? If it's $2,500 and you're paying back the bill on your credit card, you're going to want to pay off that interest and everything else as quick as you can, because that's not a small amount of money to have to pay interest on, even on a business credit card. If you're doing that, you're going to put it in the bank, because there's no credit company in the world that you could be like, yeah, I'm going to pay you. I have cash in my hand. They're like, no, bitch, do it online. Like, there has to be some type of electronic transfer. You're not going to walk up to Chase Manhattan and be like, hey, you guys have a credit card of mine. Here's $3,000. Put that on the. It's not like the old days when you can go to Sears and pay your Sears card at the register. Which you could. I used to do it all the time to avoid fees. But you can't do that. But they're saying that, you know, oh, well, no, I just walked around with the $2,500 and I paid for, you know, different things, $2,500 for different stuff for us. Well, if she gave you the money to pay back for the travel expenses, and now you're putting that money out on a daily basis during the vacation, why isn't she reimbursing you for that in time with you spending it, because then you're still going to be in the negative. Like, you've still put out more than she's given. Well, phrasing, but you've still spent more than she has paid back, which means she's either indebted to you, which she gave you a job, so maybe that's canceling the debt, or she's either indebted to you or it's a gift over which it was over $100 and she needed to declare it, which she did not. So either way, she's fucked. I don't see how they can argue it any other way. She's been in front of him many times to prosecute cases. Okay. I mean, but I mean, they run in several of the same circuits. Like, again, she was a judge for a time. Now, I know we think a judge is a certain way, like they're up there, they never, leave the bench. That's their job for life. That's not true. You have the adjunct judges, you have the, like night court judges, you have all sorts of judges that do other lawyerly work, on the side. Maybe they don't try court cases. Maybe they're, estate lawyers or tax lawyers, or, they could be copyright lawyers that never really have to go to court, but they're just like filling out paperwork or whatever. But there are all different types of, areas where lawyers can specialize. So maybe that judge is, a court judge, but as a lawyer, they're not so much in court. But she would still know him. And like I said, he donated to her campaign, which I find a little weird, but okay. Like, whatever. People are going to do what they're going to do. The thing is, you can't say, oh, well, it's only a little bit over 100. I don't give a shit if it's a penny over 100. The law is the law. You're trying people based on the letter of the law. Why is that now not applicable to the prosecutors? What makes them special? If anything, they're under more obligation to follow the letter of the law, because they need to be unimpeachable. They need to be above board and untouchable. They need to be pristine, basically. Now, could they have stupid shit, DUIs, whatever? Things happen, yes. But we're talking about them breaking the law within their office, within the realms of their office during a presidential case, a precedent-setting presidential case, a case that has never had the likes of it tried in a court before. You have to be above suspect, above any type of suspicion. So for you to lie within the confines of your case, what else are you lying about? And this isn't like, it wasn't a one night thing. This was ongoing for 4 years. It doesn't matter if it only happened once 3 years ago. Still happened. You can't erase it from memory. It throws shade on every fucking thing you touched. Not just from that point forward. Everything in your career is now open for speculation, like open for investigation. Anybody could step up and say, you know what? She prosecuted me. And you know what? I want everything pulled on that. I want a new trial. You would be hard pressed to deny a new trial with all this coming out, especially if she gets removed. If she gets removed, if the ethics committee says that she acted unethically, which she obviously did, if she gets her license pulled, if the bar spanks her and takes it away from her and she can't practice, they will pull every single thing. The Innocence Project would go nuts with this. And just regular lawyers would be like, oh, yeah, no, my client, she put my client away for for less than what she lied about. You're going to prosecute the president about collusion and corruption and all that, when behind the scenes you're corrupt and you're colluding and you're conspiring and you're lying. and you're embezzling and you're just laughing in the face of protocols and bylaws and regular laws and, county regulations and stuff like that, you're going against every single thing that you're supposed to be upholding. That's like it's the worst hypocrisy ever. But it's not only hypocritical, it's illegal. That's what I love about all the discovery in this, because it's just now it's just snowballing. Now everybody's like, okay, nobody's afraid to talk because now there's more than one of them that's talking. There's strength in solidarity. When it's just one person, they could target that person and intimidate the shit out of them and shut them up real quick. I'm from Hoboken, y'all. They know how to shut you up without saying a word. That you could shut somebody up just by showing up at their house and be like, hey, I took a wrong turn. Could you tell me where to go? And you're like, what are you doing here? Why are you at my house? Oh, it's purely coincidental. I didn't know you lived here. They could play that shit off. They know where you live. But they could say it's purely accidental. You see where I'm going? Like, there's too much if it's one person. Now, one person already got threatened, and the rest of them are like, you know what? Let me open my mouth. Let me wade into these waters. No pun intended. But that's what they're saying. They're saying, you know what? There's more than one person. There's more than just this person speaking up. I feel a little safer to say what I know. Now, are they going to be safe? If she's convicted or if she's taken off the case, yeah, they'll be safe from her. But they also got to worry about the people who are backing her, because as much power as she has, and from what I've, heard all around, she is the queen of Fulton County. Like, they will bow down to her because she is the most powerful woman apparently in that county. Because of that, she feels a certain amount of bravado. However, to walk into that courtroom the day she did in the dress that was not backwards, it was just a really cheap knockoff, and ill-fitting with a very bad bra and no girdle, but whatever. When she walked in there, she didn't just walk in with the power of Fani, the queen. She felt confident that she was backed up by somebody more powerful than her. Because that shit was on national TV in front of God and country. And she did not care. She sat there and straight up lied. And she brought her attitude. And I'm pretty sure that attitude did not come out natural. Because in that position, you've trained yourself to act more professionally. She got up there exuding that attitude to garner sympathy with a certain kind of audience. She's trying to make herself relatable to the people who are going to go out and protest and say she's innocent and that it's racist and that she's a black woman and that's why you're doing this and he's a black man, that's why you're doing this. She was trying to appeal to that demographic, in my opinion. However, I think she miscalculated, and that demographic is done with her because they're on Trump's side. Because they know what it's like to be prosecuted over bullshit and to be railroaded and to be intimidated into taking a plea agreement because you can't afford to go to trial. It's all very spiderweb of corruption and deceit and just it's strong arm tactic. And this is not what our judicial system was set up for. This is not innocent till proven guilty. These are witch hunts. They are unethical. They are immoral. And they are a complete and total waste of money that could be used to help people rather than to persecute people that they don't like. I'm sorry. The Fani Willises and the Letitia Jameses and all these people, I can't with them. Justice is supposed to be blind. She's supposed to be impartial, unbiased, and weigh the evidence. And that's not what's happening here. What's happening here is they're putting everything on the scale and they're putting their thumb on the scale as well. You know, they're the ones in the marketplace that have the little weights underneath, you know, who they figure out how much they owe you based on weight, and you know, they fuck with the scale so that you get paid less. That's what they're doing. They're hedging their bets and they're doing all that kind of stuff and just outright breaking the law and thinking they're above it. They're saying, no, well, you know, Trump has to come in here and answer for his crimes. He's not above the law. But apparently Fani Willis is. How's that work? How does that work? Oh, dear God. I love it. I love it. I get there with buckets of pennies. Let's go. Mimsy said it's such bullshit. As you said, these expenses needed to be paid with a credit card. Absolutely. The judge donated to Fani's campaign, conflict of interest. Yep. But he's not going to recuse himself. If he was going to, he would have from the very beginning. So unfortunately, if he feels that he could be impartial, I don't know the law and enough to know if that's up for debate or not. But nobody has demanded he I can't speak, recuse himself. So I don't know. I don't know what that does. If anything, I would think it would color him into her favor. So I would think that like all those lawyers would be like, you donated. Obviously, they must trust this judge to make an impartial decision. Or all those 16 people's lawyers would have been standing up and, wringing their hands and screaming, no, no, no. Like that would have been cause for them to get him unbenched, like get him off that bench. But they didn't do that. So I don't know what that is there. They might later. You never know. It might be a Hail Mary. But at this point, I don't think they need the Hail Mary. This is ridiculous what this office did. The amount of suspicion that they garnered just through the lies that they've told and the outrageous excuses they gave, and we don't have receipts for that. You're lawyers. You keep receipts for everything. Everything. Because they keep track of your shit. The same thing with the campaign money. Make her answer for that. Mimsy said she was so unethical, but with her power, I'm afraid she won't be disqualified. Who knows? She might have something on the judge. I think Wade will be disqualified, though. Yeah, no, I mean, I think Wade is done. And Jeffrey, what the fuck's his name? Terrence Bradley. I don't know why I want to call him Jeffrey all the time. I don't know why. Terrence Bradley, he's definitely done. There's nobody who's going to ever hire that unless he works pro bono, but they're going to disbar him so quick. But yeah, no, he'll never, no client is going to trust him. He's a blabbermouth. Can you imagine if, he gets a client and the client can't pay the full amount? He's like, I'm going to blast your shit to the newspapers or to YouTube or whatever. The lies and corruption were astounding. I didn't go for security guard. Winning and I were talking about what jobs he could do. I was like, he could be a bouncer. Like, that's about it, because he's thick. Our boy Terrence is thick as hell. Like, but lazy looking. So he's got the look of a bouncer. Security, maybe like at a school. But then he's got sexual misconduct. So it's like, he's not going to get that job either. So bouncer's about all he can get. But yeah, no. Oh, this was fantastic. I don't know, guys. I don't feel like talking about being a giver is appropriate right now. Maybe I'll save that for Friday. But today was good. I kind of want to end it on a really good note. I had a whole bunch of stuff. What the hell did I write down for today? Let's see. My recap was Monday and yesterday's Fani Willis. Well, covered that. The waiter covered that. Assistant Deputy DA covered that. The other lawyer covered that. This morning, the Ashleigh merchant, we definitely covered that. Then I want to talk about the Supreme Court. Okay, that's another one. Now everybody knows the Supreme Court ruled unanimously. These mainstream reporters are going around saying it was a partisan decision. Okay, partisan means just one-sided. Like basically like it was just politically based or whatever, one side against the other. It was 9-0. That means it was not a partisan decision. The decision was made unanimously, unilaterally, however you want to uni it. Like all across the board. It was a homogenous, one-sided like thing. They all said, yes, we all agree here. Did they have contentious points that caused them, a little bit of worry? Yes, the 4 women did. Again, not partisan, because it was all 4 women. And I know this is going to be a male female thing to be like, of course the women had fucking something to say, but 4 women. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 of them were liberal or Democrat, whatever, however you want to fucking put it. But what's her name? Amy Coney Barrett, whatever the fuck her name is. I can never remember their names. Why do nobody's like Jane Smith? Like, can I just get a simple name, a son of Bayor or whatever the fuck her name is? Like all these different names. It's just fucks with me. But Amy, she's a Trump appointee. And they didn't contest the decision. They agreed with the decision. They didn't agree with the scope of the decision. But because of the importance of it and the timeliness, it went through unanimously. They were only worried about certain clauses in there that could cause problems in the future. But the only thing they decided is what common sense dictates. A state cannot act on a federal issue. Now, if they were disqualified, like if the nominee was disqualified on a federal level, then he can't be on any state's ballot. I mean, you could write him in or whatever, but technically he would be taken off the ballot. He'd be taken out of the running. That would be write-in only, I would assume. But on a state level, you can't tell the people in your state, we don't like him, so we're not going to give you your God-given and constitutionally given right to vote for the person of your choosing. We're going to take away your entire party nominee. No, that doesn't make the election biased at all. No. That was what they decided. And I don't understand this whole, I understand it because they're trying to they're playing politics. They're doing the propaganda thing, whatever. They're trying to make it an issue of this against that when it wasn't. They were united in their decision that a state does not have the jurisdiction or right to remove a national candidate from their ballot just because they don't like him. Never mind the fact that Benny went a little far when he was like, they're saying that he didn't commit insurrection. That's not what they said. It intimates that it does point in that direction. It is further, argument that you could use saying, well, they did this. So obviously, they didn't think so. They didn't think him capable or guilty of insurrection. Whether they think he did it or not, he was not convicted of insurrection. He was impeached and then he wasn't, convicted of it, which meant that he was impeached basically in name only. It's going to trial. No, okay, you're free to go. That's it. Nobody has ever convicted him of any type of insurrection. But they want to assume that you can't just assume somebody's guilty. That's why we have due process. That's why we have the amendments and that we have to avoid this type of entanglement. You can't just accuse somebody of something and then you're not charging them. You're not convicting them. You're just saying he did it. Says you. What? I wish, Trump would get up there and be like, oh, I did it. I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say about me bounces off me and sticks to you. Now you did it. Because it's the same playground tactic. No. So yeah, no, that decision was not a partisan made decision. That was made purely on I would say common sense and the correct interpretation of the laws. They weren't far reaching in their interpretation. It did not apply. Then we got Super Tuesday. Benny covered that. Oh, tonight, Unveiling Reality, 8:00. I have no idea what it's about, but I'm sure it'll be riveting as always. I can't wait. I can't wait to go there. I will see y'all in chat. I'm sure he's got quite a bit to talk about, especially with, Nikki Haley pulling back, which is great. Also kind of want to, it says Lass's birthday. Yeah, so again, happy birthday to Lady Awesome. Happy belated birthday to Zeddy. Happy belated birthday to Debbie. And happy birthday to anybody else who's coming up. I think it was Pete's mother's birthday, or was it Pete's mother's birthday? I don't know. I'm having a hard time keeping track. A lot of birthdays this week. And I also wanted to give you guys a heads up that I am thinking about doing a afternoon stream, not Coffee and Chaos. It would be something that would start on Rumble and YouTube and quickly transfer over to Rumble, because there's a couple series that I like. I'm not going to tell you what they're about, but like I talk about all emotional wellness, mental wellness, how to deal with traumas and stuff like that. And I found a couple series that I'd like to get into. The first one is about 21 episodes long. I would like to use the person's lectures, their 45-minute lectures, and give commentary throughout. I don't want to do it on YouTube because I don't want to get struck. And then they're gonna. You just know they're gonna. But I could be a lot more free in what I talk about on Rumble. I don't have to say things like, grape and unalive and whatever. I could be just authentic and honest in my speech, which I prefer. So I was thinking about doing that. And I just kind of, wanted to coast it past you guys and see if you think it's a good idea. I mean, I want your input. I kind of want to do it regardless, but I just want to know if there's a need for it or whatever. If you're going to be, I'm going to do it for me, but I'm letting you know. And I want your feedback. Like, if you want me to do things like that, what you want me to do them about. Like, I know what this first one's going to be about, but after that, just toss out your topics, throw them in my DMs, throw them in, I can make a channel. Somebody will make a channel. I got tons of mods. Somebody make a channel on my Discord. For topic ideas. I think there's one on there. Pretty sure I put that. But it's something I really want to do. Have from 1 to 4 Eastern on a Tuesday and Thursday or whatever. To do that and just, because not a lot of people, streaming at that time, and I can relax and just go through the video. And we could just have fun and kick back and, cry if you gotta. Should be good time for nap time, lunchtime, whatever. But I was just wondering if there's interest in it, because I want to do it. So I'm going to wind up doing it, but I kind of want to know what I'm facing. Want to test the waters, y'all. Anyway, so that's my idea. I also was thinking about having a co-host, either for some of it or for all of it, but it could also be on a series to series basis. So it depends. It could be just a show to show basis, depending on their level of interest. But that's what I was thinking of. I gotta go back because I gotta catch up, y'all. You might have something on the judge. Think way to be qualified. The lies, corruption is astounding. The security bouncer, it's a good one. Mimsy said, really don't feel well today. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She said, so thanks for this, Shelly. Your commentary was golden. Oh, I hope it made you laugh, girl. Because most of this, it's so serious, but I find their inability to cover their own asses hilarious. Because that would not fly with their mothers. They think it's going to fly in a court of law. Like, come on. When Nate looked up and did you ever, rent a cabin with Fani Willis or whatever? And he's like, ever? And he looks up. I told you, all I hear is do 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 do. Like, because he's got the theme of Jeopardy going, and then you dun 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 boom boom. No, that was his answer all that time for a no. Nah, come on. If you never went, right off the cuff, you never went. He's like, wait, did this bitch remind me how did she want me to lie? God damn it, I can't remember it. Yes, so I'm glad it made you feel better, Mims. I hate when you don't feel good. I know that feeling all too well, honey. I'm sending all my love out to you. February Pete's. My mom and I were February 12th and 14th, respectively. Wife was February 27th, so all pissed. All right, well, happy belated birthday to everybody. Okay? To the whole fam, since you got the whole fam going. It's serious, but you made it both funny and serious. Great combo. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. And you love the idea of the afternoon stream? I mean, yeah, I do want to do something that's just like Rumble exclusive, because I really want the freedom to stretch my wings, stretch my legs a little bit. Spread my wings. There you go. Could you imagine if I said stretch my wings and spread my legs a little bit? Phrasing. But yeah, no, I want to be able to flex my muscles a little bit. Ellie Font, you're muted, but I want thank you for being you. And also, I have to get going. Hope you'll have a good day. Have a wonderful day, Ellie. Have a wonderful day. You picked the right time to mute me since I said that. But yeah, so thank all you guys for being here. I mean, I love y'all. I had a really good time today. A really good time. It was so much fun. So much fun. Wait, every time we were like, stop. This is what I wanted to hear.
Stop eating beans. Bangers and mash. Beans on toast. Stop.
I just want a loop of Nick on stop it. You stop it. Stop it. I gotta find the one with Farron where he's like, Farron, no, stop it. No, I want that one. If anybody has that clip, send that to me. I just want the audio. I'll take her name out of it and everything, but I love the way he told her to stop it. So he was so panicked. No, don't do it. The day that my eyesight died. Anyway, it has been real. Thank you all so much for being here. I mean, you do my heart good. I had a really good day, even though I didn't sleep hardly at all. But thank you so much. I hope to see you tonight, 8:00 with Winning Reality. I will be in the chat, and Wolfram and Mimsy will be putting my modding abilities to shame, thankfully, because modding does not come natural to me. It doesn't. It just doesn't. Because I don't want to be running around trying to find your links when I'm trying to listen to you. It's like, God. But that's all right. I'll do anything for winning, you know that. But Mimsy and Wolfram, they definitely and Iris too, when she's there, they all take the load off, and I love it. I can't thank you enough. Oh my God, I laughed so hard with his reaction on that. Tears. Yeah, absolutely. No, you guys, you mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. I could not do this without having such an amazing chat. You want your slogan? Chat is good. Chat is wise. Chat knows all. I love my chat. I love you guys. I really do. And on that note, I am going to bounce. Peace out. And I will see you in the funny papers. Mwah. Bye, guys.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists and right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I want to over down and see side lights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a